Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 951, Warrior. The elder of the round race smiled. Brother Man Yang's control of spirit force has reached such a degree. Amazing. His cultivation level was only level 6 cosmic system state. He felt some pressure sensing that chi. Luze smiled. He felt nothing. Compared to the barbarian elder, he was probably stronger. Of course, this elder had lived for so long and probably had some trump cards. If they really fought, it would be uncertain. Man Yang came back to the ship. Luze smiled. Okay, General, continue. The commander ordered, continue forward. Head to planet bases. Yes, the pilots answered. Everyone was excited. It was the dream of many years for soldiers in the Shenwu army to drive their fleets into the Blade Demon border. Now, their dream was realized. This was enough to brag for their entire life. Their dead brothers would be very excited too. Blade Demon Base, Surveillance Room. The surveillance manager came back to the surveillance room. He could contact other bases. After notifying the situation here, he watched the screen with the other Blade Demons. They watched the large difference in numbers between Blade Demon ships and human ships. It seemed to be a one-sided battle. The Blade Demons were confused. Are the humans in that fleet crazy? Did they send these little people to die together? Perhaps there's some scheme. Perhaps their navigation broke. They discussed, but they weren't very worried. It didn't seem like they would win at all. At this moment, everyone was taken aback as they saw space tier before the fleet of the Blade Demon race. A small figure appeared and then, the fleet exploded in unison. Meanwhile, they felt that vast chi from space. Not just them but all the Blade Demons in the base felt this terrifying chi. They looked at space in disbelief. In the surveillance room, everyone gawked at the screen in disbelief. The manager's face went green. He roared, "Quick! Notify the other bases. Notify the Demon Palace. Notify our king." They couldn't stop a cosmic system state barbarian no matter what. Everyone in the surveillance room began working shakily. Someone sounded the alarm. Someone contacted the other bases. At this moment, a scream sounded, "Attention all bases. This is the Fan Solar System base. Our base is attacked by a human fleet. A cosmic system state from the winged race attacked. All bases, please." Before he finished, the communication ended. All Blade Demons were frozen on the spot. Winged race cosmic system state. The winged race was here as well. Just what were the human race planning to do? The Blade Demons looked at the manager. "Master Abo Lily, what do we do now?" Everyone looked at the manager. This was beyond their comprehension. The manager's mouth twitched. How would he know? The 3-star state masters had exploded with their fleet. He was in despair as well. He pushed away a Blade Demon and worked the communication device himself. "Attention all bases. Arcurius Solar System base is also attacked. It's a barbarian cosmic system state. Our entire fleet has fallen. The human fleet is about to arrive at our base. Farewell, everyone, notify the Demon Palace. Please ask our king and elders to get revenge for us." Then, Abo Lily felt terrifying chi rapidly coming close. He crushed the communicator and glanced at the scared Blade Demons. "Brothers, come out with me. Even if we die, we can't hide in here and die like rats." There was no way they couldn't run from a cosmic system state. The Blade Demons were dazed and then roared, "Yes!" This group of Blade Demons came to the surface. All Blade Demons in the base had come out now. Some were on the ground, and some were in the sky. There were soldiers and adventurers. All their faces were covered in terror as they looked up in the sky. The human fleet was about to enter the atmosphere. Abo Lily looked at the scene and felt a huge pressure on his chest. His mind went blank as terror spread across him. At this moment, a star-state blade demon shot up into the air. He wasn't a soldier but a star-state adventurer. Brothers! The humans have stepped into our border. Even if we die, we can't do anything. We are blade demon soldiers. Fight for our border. His hideous roar dispersed everyone's terror. They were blade demon soldiers, and this was their border. Even if a cosmic system state wanted to come across, it would have to be over their dead bodies. All blade demons looked up and roared, "Kill!" They charged towards the fleet regardless of their cultivation level. Luze and the girls watched the scene. Despite being enemy races, Luze had respect for them. He said seriously, "I'll do it." He was going to send them off personally. Manda nodded and so did the other cosmic system states. Luze disappeared from the ship and appeared before the blade demons. He looked across them and then clenched his right hand. Immediately, all blade demons stopped where they were as an orange flame appeared inside their body and burned them to dust. Luze waved, and a wind blew the dust back on the planet. Luze said, "You are all great warriors." Chapter 952. They didn't know what they did wrong. It was the first time the other three races saw Luze attacking. Luze just used a little fire god art, but everyone was dazed. It wasn't that Luze showed very powerful chi, but the power of that fire god art made them shiver. The round race cosmic system state smiled bitterly. No wonder he's a prodigy favored by a cosmic realm state. Just this fire god art is extremely terrifying. Manda's mouth twitched. This fire god art mastery is unparalleled in cosmic system state. The others nodded. In the elf cosmic realm, they had never seen a prodigy with such powerful fire god art. Mankun and the group's cultivation level were limited, so they could only sense Luze's fire god art was very strong. They just didn't know how strong it was. The girls smiled. To be honest, fire god art wasn't a strong one amongst Luze's arsenal of god arts. Of course, they weren't going to say this. After killing all the blade demons that charged out, Luze spread his mental force across the planet. He found quite some hidden chi. Not all blade demons had the courage to face a cosmic system state. A lot of them concealed their chi and hid away. However, their chi concealing capability meant nothing to Luze. Orange flames spun in Luze's eyes. Instantly, every hiding blade demon on the planet burned from the inside. He swept his mental force over the planet again and found no more chi. He nodded boastfully. Luze appeared back on the ship. He saw the three races look at him with curiosity. Luze? He knew that he didn't do anything, so he asked, "What's wrong?" The other races smiled and said nothing. They couldn't say that they felt curious about how Luze's fire god art was so strong. Luze looked at the commander and confidently said, "General, there should be no more blade demons in this base. I'll leave the rest with the Shinwu army." He wasn't as good as the soldiers who specialized in resource collection. The commander nodded and gladly said, "The resource points near this base aren't big. We don't need to stay here to collect. We can just collect the excavated resources from the base and head to the largest resource destination close to here." Luze nodded. "You can decide what to do for this. Since there's nothing else, we'll be going back." The commander was overwhelmed. "Sure, monarch of the New Dawn, go get some rest." Luze and the three races left. Luze stretched his back in the corridor. "Today is a tiring day too. I need to have a good meal as a reward to myself." The three races? Tiring? What did he do that was tiring? Luze smiled. "Elders, would you like to come and eat with us?" Luze saw their keen eyes. They must have known about Alice's cooking and wanted to try. The three race elders took back their glances. One winged race shook his head. "No need, we'll go back to cultivate." Luze? He was shocked. "Elders, don't you want to come and eat with us?" Weren't they looking at him because they wanted to eat? Didn't they know that Alice's cooking was amazing? The three race elders? Why was this kid so shocked? What did they reject? Manda smiled. Spirit food isn't really useful for us. If possible, you can take Kun and the others. The other elders nodded. They knew that their prodigies ate spirit food from Luze and the girls. Those spirit foods weren't useful to cosmic system states but were very beneficial to their prodigies. Luze nodded. No problem. He felt there should be a celebration for the first battle even though it did not require him much work. Naturally, he was going to invite Mankun and the others. He tried again. Elders, are you sure that you don't want any? They shook their heads and replied, younger folks, you better socialize more. Luze sighed. The group returned to the residential area. The three race elders went to cultivate afterward. Luze's casual display of power gave them a lot of pressure. They weren't a prodigy like Luze, so they could only make up for it with hard work. Luze's group took the prodigies to their suite. Alice assumed. Then we'll go cook. She dragged Lin Ling and Lu Li into the kitchen. Mankun gasped, Zi, your power is truly amazing. That fire god art scared our elders. Eddie nodded. Our race elders aren't weak, but they were shocked by your fire god art too. Luze finally realized why they were looking at him like that. Was it due to his fire god art? His fire god art wasn't even the strongest. His strongest was his earth god art. He smiled. Alice and the girls are cooking, so let's talk about cultivation. The prodigy's eyes lit up. Luze and the two girls were cosmic system states. Their knowledge of cultivation would be rather high. The two girls also nodded. Soon, they began their discussion. The prodigies were very immersed in this. After a long while, the three girls walked out with spirit food. Luze invited. Let's eat, I'm so hungry. Mankun and the others looked very excited. If they learned thoroughly the knowledge that Luze taught them, they would improve quite a bit. They wanted to keep talking, but Luze said it was time to eat. Before the dinner table, Luze took out the golden fruit wine and poured everyone a cup. The prodigies were even more enlivened. Mankun grinned. It's certainly this wine? Zi, thanks for treating us again. Luze smiled. Today is our first victory. I wanted to invite the elders to try, but they rejected it. The prodigies were stunned. Their elders probably didn't know what they missed out on. This wine was a rare treasure. Then, they lightheartedly drank their wine. After lunch, the prodigies left. Luze and the girls went back to their cultivation. At night, the commander came to their room. Luze smiled. General, why did you come? The commander saluted. Monarch of the New Dawn. We've gathered all the resources here and are planning to head off. This was so quick. It was just an afternoon, and they collected all the resources on the planet? Were the Shenmue army robbers or something? The commander thought Luze and the girls were shocked at their skills and said quite proudly, now, we need to go to another large resource destination. It will take approximately 4 days travel. Luze nodded. No problem. By now, what happened here would have probably leaked. The nearby races would probably be looking here soon. Chapter 953 Decision. Blade Demon Ancestral Planet, Demon Palace. Inside the palace, the Star State Blade Demons looked at the empty throne. The atmosphere was in deep silence. After a long while, a Star State Peak Blade Demon asked. What do we do? The other Blade Demons had fear and despair in their eyes. They didn't know what to say at this moment. The Star State Peak glanced across the other Blade Demons. He closed his eyes as he said painfully, Our king told us before he left that he will go hunting the human cosmic system states. Now, the human fleet is at our race border. The human cosmic system states are still alive, yet our king isn't back. I believe, he probably is unlikely to be alive. A few days ago, there were star states who came to the demon palace to find the Blade Demon King. However, they only found the message he left there. The king and all the elders left. The Blade Demon King at the time thought that they weren't far from the human race and they had strength in numbers, so they would be able to settle things in a few days. Therefore, he only left a message before he left. The Blade Demons here didn't expect their king to fail too. They were still dreaming about crushing the humans and taking all their resources. Yet, what they waited for was the human fleet. Now, according to the news from the borders, the human cosmic system states weren't dead at all. Their king was gone instead. They could sense the results already. Some Blade Demons said, "Perhaps, our king is just held up there? Perhaps, they didn't go at all." "Stop acting dumb," the Star State Peak roared. "Now is the moment of the survival of our race. You still dare to hold such unrealistic dreams?" That Blade Demon bowed down and said nothing. The Star State Peak took a deep breath and said, "We probably can't protect our territory anymore. We have two paths to take now. You should probably decide now. How should we choose?" Everyone fell in silence. They didn't expect the Blade Demon race would be at the brink of annihilation. One path was to stay here and seek the help of the advanced demon race law enforcer. Then, they could keep their ancestral planet and a portion of the newly born Blade Demons. The seeds of their race could be protected. Perhaps after a few 100,000 years, their race could once again step into the universe. If they were luckier, perhaps the law enforcer would take away some Blade Demon prodigies to become their servant race. Of course, this was far from reality. How proud the advanced demon race was! How could they take in the Blade Demon race? They didn't even have the right to be slaves. The other path was to abandon the galaxy where their race was born and take away a small portion of the elite and become a wandering race. However, the universe was so dangerous. There were cosmic killing beasts, ferocious space pirates, and all sorts of dangerous environments. It was dangerous even if they had cosmic system states, much less when they didn't. That would be the true annihilation. They wouldn't even have an opportunity to restart. But if they find a habitable place to settle, their swift development would be far superior to the first path. That way, they would be able to have cosmic system states again in time. In a few 100,000 years, they might be able to attack and even annihilate the human race. On the first path, their race could survive, but the star states would all be killed. The second path was extremely risky. If they failed, the Blade Demon race would disappear from the universe. But if they could survive, the benefits would be considerable. Even if they found a poor galaxy, there would still be opportunities in the future. Everyone fell into silence. They looked at the throne. If only their king was still alive. The Star State Peak shouted, "We don't have much time. Choose. Which path are we going to take?" Someone slowly said, "Let's stay, use our life to exchange for the continuation of the Blade Demon race." Someone else added, "I agree, the universe is too dangerous. Our power is too weak." "I agree too. As long as we have seeds left, our race would be able to enter the universe once again. It just might take longer." At this moment, some uttered, "We disagree. It was so hard for our race to establish such a vibrant civilization. How can we give up everything so easily?" "I feel the same too. Even if we have seeds left, we might not be able to enter space again. By then, perhaps we would become space dust. We might as well try. So what if the universe is dangerous? So what if we become wanderers? We've crossed all sorts of challenges just to build our civilization. Who says we can't find another galaxy to rise once again?" One Blade Demon replied. "I don't want to die, do you?" Everyone paused and stopped breathing. None of them would want to die. The Star State Peak took a deep breath and said, "Call back all the star states and planetary states that can come back. Take our prodigies, we'll leave." Some wanted to rebuke, but seeing the eyes of the majority, they shut up. 4 days later, Luze and the girls suddenly woke up on the bed and shivered together. Alice sighed. So painful. Lu added, there were so many orbs we didn't get to pick up. Luze comforted, at least we got 2 equipment crystals. After the pain was gone, Nangongjing rushed. Ze, what's the equipment this time? They acquired 3 equipment crystals 3 days ago. It was 2 boots and a wrist guard. Luze gave it to the girls. He gave the boots to Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling, the wrist guard to Nangongjing. Now, only Lu Li and Alice didn't have equipment. Luze took out the equipment crystals. Chapter 954 Where is the defense force? Luze and the girls looked at the equipment crystals without blinking. It was like they were eager to open a chest from a game. Soon, the 2 pieces of equipment were revealed. It was a shin guard and a wrist guard. Luze smiled. There was new equipment for him. He passed the wrist guard to Kaiyuhesha and smiled. Hesha can have the wrist guard first. The other girls nodded. Nangongjing had a wrist guard already, so she didn't mind. Then, Luze put on the shin guard. In a glow of light, he was covered in the 4 pieces of equipment. The simple and yet archaic armor looked very unique with Luze's handsome face. The girls couldn't resist looking for long. Luze felt that his spirit force skill had increased by 60% now, and the spirit force digestion rate had increased by 50%. Luze could feel the surging spirit force in his body. Luze became very sensitive to it. He was confident that he could control it perfectly without losing it. Luze's combat power has quite increased. He couldn't compare with a cosmic system state peak yet, but he should be rather strong in level 8 cosmic system state. Luze grinned. He put the equipment away. Kaiyuhesha seemed equally happy after checking out the effects. She kissed Luze. I feel like my seduction god art has quite improved now. I will be able to help little brother Luze more. Alice bitterly expresses, only me and Li don't have equipment now. Lu Li was considerably envious, but they were the weakest, so they had to wait until the equipment was within reach. They knew about this, but they still felt somewhat regretful about it. Lin Ling hugged the 2 and said, since you 2 aren't happy, how about you get that big bada to comfort you 2? Luze heard this and his smile turned devilish. He moved towards the 3 girls. I believe Lin Ling is right. Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing enjoyed the show. In the morning, Luze and the girls left the bedroom. The girls still had red faces and seemed quite embarrassed. Luze felt quite proud seeing the girls like this. At this moment, a notice sounded, attention all units, the ship is about to leave warp dimension. Please get ready. Luze's smile turned lifeless at once. Oh no, we haven't even had breakfast yet. The girls rolled their eyes. Nangongjing knocked Luze's forehead. Let's go, business matters. The girls pulled him out. Outside, the other races also came and greeted Luze. They left the residential area. The commander was waiting for them there. Monarch of the New Dawn, everyone, please follow me. We're about to arrive at Gridos system. Luze and the girls nodded and followed. Soon, they were in the pilot's cockpit. It was still the warp dimension outside. The commander smiled. There are quite a lot of precious resources at Gridos system. It's a large resource destination. There would be quite some defense force there. We'll need your help. Luze nodded. Don't worry, General. As long as there was no cosmic system state peak boss, it would be very easy for him. It was even easier now that the Blade Demons didn't have a single cosmic system state. At this moment, they left the warp dimension. There was a solar system not far ahead. There were still some defense facilities in operation. The commander ordered, drive over. After a while, Luze and the girls were confused. There was no fleet coming out to stop them. There was no one. Where was the defense force? At this moment, one person said, "Report, we've received news from Lord Jinyeo." Commander shouted, "Connect through." The soldier nodded. "Yes." Beep. Elder Nangong's projection appeared on the ship. There was Lu Xiun next to him. Elder Nangong spoke, "We've received news that blade demons chose to leave their ancestral planet and flee away." Luze and the girls didn't understand what this meant, but the other three races were surprised. Manda exclaimed, "What? Are the blade demons crazy? They opted to be a wandering race." The winged race proclaimed in disbelief, "They should be protected by the advanced demon race. Why would they choose to run for that slight chance?" The round race stated, "They have no more cosmic system states. This is no different from suicide." Luze and the girls? Luze curiously asked, "What's wrong with being a wandering race?" Elder Nangong explained, "There are immeasurable dangers in the universe. Ze, think about when we went to the East region gathering. We've encountered space pirates. If blade demons who only have star states were able to encounter them, do you think they were able to survive?" Lu Xiun squealed in disbelief, "This is no adventure guild. These are the last seeds of a race. It's too risky to run off." Quite a lot of adventure guilds went out, but how many came back? Even though Lu Xiun was a cosmic system state, he was still extremely careful. In that case, the last seeds of this race really might be gone. Manda sighed. "I didn't expect the blade demons would make such a move." Elder Nangong smiled. "Neither did I. The Blade Demon King didn't expect this either, did he?" The Blade Demon King asked them, especially if they would leave the last seeds of their race. Luze's mouth twitched. At this moment, Manda thought of something. If the Blade Demons took large amounts of resources away, it would be quite a loss for us. Elder Nangong nodded. "I thought the same. So, we go to their ancestral planet first. If they haven't left yet, we'll stop them. If they left in a rush, they wouldn't be able to take too much." As for the Star State Blade Demons, Elder Nangong wasn't too worried. The human race also had quite a lot of star states. Elder Nangong adhered. "This will catch the attention of the nearby races. There might be races coming over soon. Be careful." Luze and the girls nodded seriously. Chapter 955 Nightmare. Elder Nangong ended the call. The commander ordered, "Continue forward into Grados system." "Yes." The defense force had fled. The round race cosmic system state scratched his head. How much stuff did those guys take away? How much treasure were they going to lose? This was hard to bear. Soon, the fleet arrived at the Blade Demon base. The fleet stopped at the space station. The commander said to his lieutenant, "Organize the army, go down and search." "Yes." Luze scanned his mental force across the entire planet. He didn't find any power signals there. He felt the blade demons were probably all gone. They were mainly going down to search for resources, not blade demons. Luze and the girls waited on the main ship. They didn't need to do this personally. Soon, most of the search was over. The lieutenant returned to the ship and said, "Report. The defense force here clearly left in a rush. They only took a portion of the easy-to-take resources and they destroyed another portion. The hard-to-destroy resources were left." Luze and the girls frowned. The blade demons destroyed some things they couldn't take away. The commander's face went cold. He pressed down the annoyance in his heart. It already happened. There was nothing he could do. He took a deep breath and said, "Gather the things that are still intact and check the resource destination." "Yes." The lieutenant nodded and left again. Luze suddenly had an idea. He looked at the commander and exclaimed, "Commander, do you have a star map of the resource points we're going to?" Everyone looked over. The commander quickly nodded. Yes, monarch of the new dawn. Luze smiled. That's great, give me a copy of the star map. Nangongjing asked, Ze, what's wrong? Luze grinned. I have a space transmission god art. I'm faster than the elders. I'll go check the other resource points. Perhaps I can find a few where the defense force hasn't been able to retreat yet. These were their resources now. If the blade demons took some, it would be a loss. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This was a great idea. The winged race cosmic system state gasped. Luze, you know space god art too. Space god art was so rare, and yet Luze didn't only have unparalleled talent but also had space god art? Luze nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? He felt having space god art wasn't something special. His space god art was only space transmission. He didn't learn anything about its offensive and defensive properties. The elders' mouths twitched. They didn't know what to say. Their hearts ached. Nangongjing and the others were used to it. The commander took out a small device and said, Monarch of the New Dawn, this has all the blade demon resource points marked. You can have a look. Luze took the disc and smiled. You guys stay and protect the saw. I'll look at other resource points. The girls nodded. They didn't ask to go along. They didn't have space god art and Luze was only facing high star state blade demons. Luze smiled. If there's anything, contact me. Nangongjing smiled. Okay, you can go. We'll guard here. Luze glowed in silver as he fused into space. Seeing that thin space ripple, the elders were shocked once again. This space god art. It was so natural. Luze went inside like it was water. Just how much mastery did he have? Luze appeared outside Gridos' system. He opened the disc and looked. There was a vibrant array of dots. Some were red but light, and some were deep red. The red dots were blade demon resource points. Luze soon found Gridos' system. Then he looked for adjacent red dots. About 1,000 light-years from here, he found a vibrant red light. Luze looked at it and disappeared from the spot. At the blade demon void border, there was a huge base. There were large numbers of blade demons transporting resources. 5-star state blade demons stayed in the air looking desperately. One of them looked at a female blade demon and said, Ye Lai Zixi, should we be going now? The blade demon fleet is at the border. The Gridos defense force left yesterday. Ye Lai Zixi frowned. No, we have to take these resources. If we leave here and have no resources, how will we cultivate? After we become a wandering race, we might not be able to acquire cultivation resources for a long time. But... Ye Lai Zixi waved her hand. Stop talking. We're different from the Gridos system. We are quite far from the border. The human fleet wouldn't arrive so fast. We just need one more day to take all the resources here. We should be able to leave in time. Suddenly, space twisted and a dark-haired human youth walked out. If the blade demons didn't see him walk out, they wouldn't even be able to sense his appearance. The blade demons froze as soon as he appeared. Ye Lai Zixi's voice became trembling. Lu. Lulululuze. No blade demon didn't know about this human super prodigy. The instant Luze appeared, they were filled with terror. They were immersed in it. Luze looked at the blade demons and smiled. I came at the perfect time. He breathed easily. Luckily he was smart. Chapter 956 All those who knew about it are dead. Luze looked at the 5 blade demons and smiled. He spoke in a gentle voice, Are all your people gone? The blade demons shivered. To them, Luze's voice sounded like the devil. Ye Lai Zixi screamed, You want to stop our fleet? Don't even dream about it. They're long gone. We're the last batch. We don't know where they are now. Luze raised a brow. He thought he would be able to find where the other blade demons were. He wondered if the elders stopped any. Just when Luze was thinking about the question, the 5 blade demons looked at each other and released all their powers. Their powers tore open space, and the entire planet was shaking. The blade demons below trembled and looked into the sky. What were the 5 masters doing? They were going to self-destruct? What a joke! At this moment, they saw a small figure. All of them were petrified. Their eyes were perplexed. Someone screamed, "Luze! That's Luze! Why is he here?" Luze looked bleakly at the 5 blade demons and raised a brow. A grey rune flashed in his eyes, and the 5 blade demons froze. Their spirit force was condensed too. Their difference was too huge. Luze's stone transformation divine art was enough to turn everything about them to stone. They slowly fell from the sky. Rumble. A series of rumbles sounded, and their extremely tough star-state bodies smashed into the base, creating 5 craters. After watching beings that were invincible to them just die like that, all the blade demons' hearts stopped beating. What could they do? At this moment, orange flames rose in Luze's eyes. All the blade demons burned to ashes. Luze looked at the resources on the ground. He would leave them here first. It would take too long for him to pack them up. He might as well go search for other resource points. Spirit light surged, forming a powerful barrier protecting these resources. Then, Luze disappeared from the spot. Half an hour later, Luze appeared above an empty base. He scanned the place and frowned. It was another empty base. With his current speed, he could cross tens of thousands of light years in an hour. In half an hour, Luze found 4 large resource points. The first 2 were empty. The third one had blade demons transporting resources. Luze caught them and annihilated them. The last one was also empty. Luze scratched his head. At least they could still excavate resources there. Luze looked at the device again. The next one was about 2,000 light years away. Luze fused into space and disappeared from the spot. At some resource point, the huge base was surrounded by tens of ships. The blade demons flying in the air looked at the ship in terror. The ship was dark green, burning with flames. It seemed very eerie and evil. Figures flew out. Their faces were pale and had green flames burning in their eyes. The leader was Edka, who helped the Blade Demon King hunt Luze. He was smiling. He felt great. All those who knew about him playing himself were dead. He also reported to his race that all the Blade Demon cosmic system states were dead. This was a huge contribution. Now, there was a group of tourists from his race coming here, and he was one of the tour guides. There would be abundant rewards waiting for him. He felt happy just thinking about it. Edka led a group of the powerful evil-eyed race before the Blade Demons. The leading star-state Blade Demon shivered under Edka's powerful chi. He only sensed such power on his king before. This was a cosmic system state. A very strong one. How could he face a cosmic system state? But there were no more Blade Demon cosmic system states. He went up and spoke respectfully, "Evil-eyed race lord, may I ask why you came over?" Edka grinned and studied the Blade Demon. It was just a few casual glances, but it made the Blade Demon shivered. The pressure of a cosmic system state was too much to handle. Edka said playfully, "Your king and elders no longer exist. You can't protect the resources here. Since we're all a race in the demon cosmic realm, we'll take them." The Blade Demons' hearts went cold. They guessed that was why the evil-eyed race came, but after hearing it personally from Edka, they still felt sad. Their king and elders only died a few days, and the Blade Demon race had fallen to such a degree. Not only did their generational enemies cross their borders, but their allies couldn't wait to take revenge from them too. All the Blade Demons were in despair, but there was nothing they could do. The Star State forced out a smile. "You're right, Master, these resources, he looked at the ground and gritted his teeth. We'll hand these resources to you, master. Please let us leave. Edka grinned. Go, go. We're all races from the demon realm, of course, we're not going to do anything to you guys, right? They've taken all the resources, and still say they wouldn't do anything? The blade demon forced out a smile. Yes, thank you for your generosity, master. We truly admire you. We'll leave now. He looked behind. Go. The blade demons dropped their resources and were planning to go back. At this moment, space rippled and a black-haired youth appeared. Luze immediately saw the large piles of resources and grinned. Haha, I came at the right time. At this moment, his smile was stiffened. He turned around and saw a group of the evil-eyed race looking at him. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Chapter 957 Cosmic Cloud State Battle? Luze was stunned by the green flames. Oh shit! Why was this race here? He looked at the fleet above. They even drove their ships here. They were here for a share of the pie? But how did they know the Blade Demon cosmic system states were dead? Only the humans and Blade Demons should know. The Blade Demons needed to transfer their resources, so they wouldn't say it. Luze was indeed confused. So was Edka. Why did humans appear here? After all, Daedalurdun and others were unlucky, got caught in a cosmic cloud state battle, and they died. They didn't even reach the human race. But the humans had been fighting with the Blade Demons for so long. They should have noticed the death of the Blade Demon King. But, why did just one person come? And this kid was extremely young, but he was a level 1 cosmic system state. This talent was too startling. Was this a human? He almost didn't dare to believe it. Even the evil-eyed race didn't have such a prodigy. Meanwhile, the Blade Demons were stupefied. Luze is here. Edgar raised a brow. Luze? He seemed to have heard of this name before. He thought about it and remembered that Daedalurdun mentioned this super powerful human prodigy. His name seemed to be Luze? Edka grinned at this youth. You're that Luze whom Daedalurdun mentioned. Luze was surprised and then looked at Edka. You know me. He had seen this race before, but this guy wasn't amongst the ones they killed. He felt this race looked quite cool. He didn't expect to encounter them here. Edka grinned. Ha ha ha, the unparalleled prodigy of the human race. Daedalurdun invited us to hunt your human cosmic system states and mentioned you. However, your race was lucky. Daedalurdun and the others were caught in a cosmic cloud state battle. Otherwise, haha? Luze wondered. Cosmic cloud state battle. What was going on? Didn't he kill the Blade Demon King and the other cosmic system states? Luze looked at how confident Edka was and almost doubted his memory. Edka and the soldiers were more certain seeing how clueless Luze was. The humans indeed didn't know about it. They were lucky. A level 5 cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race smiled. Ha, you don't know that the person before you is a being who survived a cosmic cloud state battle. Edka smiled even more cunningly when he heard this. That was right, he was the one who survived the cosmic cloud state battle. Luze. He didn't know what to say. Did they truly let one go? If that was the case, why did this guy think it was a cosmic cloud state battle? Luze even wondered if this guy dreamed about some cosmic cloud state battle. Edka exclaimed, I didn't expect to see you here. Daedalurdun mentioned you a lot. Never mind, I did know Daedalurdun. Since we took their Blade Demon resources, I'll help him do one last thing. I'll send you off. Luze? His face turned odd. He stared at Edka. Level 7 Cosmic System State, Cultivation Level. How good was his combat power though? He was so confident. Was he a boss or something? Luze scratched his head and grinned. Then, let's go. Let's go. Everyone was dazed. Was this guy that cocky? A level 1 cosmic system state challenging a level 7 cosmic system state didn't even dare to run. Did he want to fight instead? Ha ha ha. Edka, did you hear this human kid? He wants to fight with you. The evil-eyed race laughed. They patted Edka's shoulder like they heard some joke. If their cultivation level was similar, they wouldn't act so confident. However, the difference between level 1 and level 7 cosmic system states was immense. The two never considered Luze a threat. At most, Luze would run away using some artifact. Edka's face went cold as he sneered, in that case, I'll. Before he finished, he suddenly stopped. He gasped at Luze with great disbelief. What? This chi? Impossible. The two evil-eyed cosmic system states were dumbfounded. Luze's chi far surpassed their imagination. The rest of the blade demons were all dumbfounded too. Luze's chi was stronger than the two cosmic system states. Luze burned with spirit flames, as runes flashed across his eyes. He looked at the two cosmic system states, and they were stunned. Did he guess wrong? They weren't strong at all. He didn't have time to waste here. It was best to deal with things quickly. Therefore, Luze used stone transformation divine art at full power. Immediately, the level 5 cosmic system state evil-eyed Ran stiffened. Horror flashed in his eyes. His body felt cold as he screamed, "What is going on? What evil art did you use?" Luze was speechless. This guy looked evil himself. Edka also felt slowed. He immediately took out a grey rune and activated it. He was planning to leave. He pulled the level 5 cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race. He couldn't care about the remaining soldiers. Edka looked coldly at Luze. "I'll remember you, Luze." He would leave here first and get reinforcements. There were quite a few peak cosmic system states who came. However, at this moment, a silver light flashed in Luze's eyes. Space before Luze was distorted, and grey light flashed again. Edka and the petrified evil-eyed race appeared a few hundred meters away from him. When Edka saw Luze before him, his smile stiffened. Edka yelled, Luze! Chapter 958. Where did this monster come from? Didn't they run away through space transmission before? Why were they in front of Luze instead? This wasn't right. At this moment, Luze grinned and flashed before Edka. His fists glowed with spirit flames as he punched towards Edka's chest. Edka's body was immobilized. He tried to use all his spirit force to dodge, however, he realized in despair that he could only move a few steps. Eventually, Luze's stern fist struck Edka's armor. Rumble! A shockwave spread across all directions. The surrounding evil-eyed beings and blade demons were all swept back, spitting blood. Most of them died on the spot. Only a few rare star states survived. Edka's armor cracked. Powerful force surged into his body and tore apart his organs. Edka spatted blood as he fell back. His chi became extremely weak. Luze's eyes flashed green, as a gust of wind wrapped Edka and pulled him back. Luze vividly smiled. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "Edka." He spatted blood again. Luze scratched his head. "Don't get mad. This is bad for your body." What a joke. He still wanted to know more about the evil-eyed race from this guy. Edka. He didn't want to talk anymore. He tried to look at the other evil-eyed race. His body had become completely stiff. The flame in his eyes was extinguished. There was just terror left on his face. Luze tapped Edka's shoulder with sympathy. "Sorry, he's dead." "Edka." Edka spatted more blood. "How dare this bastard comfort him? He killed the guy." Luze scratched his head. If he continued talking like this, would this guy die of madness? It was best not to talk. Luze didn't use full power before just to keep this guy alive. He intentionally controlled the direction of the shockwave. The base was fine and so were the resources. Just the soldiers were all dead. His eyes glowed with fire and in an instant, all those blade demons and evil-eyed races, regardless of whether or not their bodies turned to dust. Edka was immersed in shock. It was probably a space god art that interfered with their space transmission rune. That punch was a body god art. Then, he used wind god art and now fire god art. Just how many god arts did this bastard know? How could he master every god art? Wait. This guy's cultivation level was only at level 1 cosmic system state? Yet, he demonstrated a level 7 cosmic system state combat power? Edka wasn't even sure if he was a level 7 cosmic system state since he lost so easily. He was even captured alive. A level 1 cosmic system state captured a level 7 cosmic system state so easily. Just what kind of monster was this? His eyes dimmed. He realized now why Daedao Erdun was going to annihilate the human race at all costs. Daedao Erdun was willing to give away the abundant resources the human race had. With such a terrifying prodigy in an opposing race, who could sit tight? Edgar rejoiced now that the evil-eyed race was a bit far from the human race. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to sit tight. Despite this, he would still try to contact his race to handle this monster as soon as possible. But he was captured alive now. Edka was worried about what Luze was planning to do with him. Luze opened his hand. The terrifying spirit force formed a defensive barrier again. Since there was an evil-eyed race here, the barrier was even more necessary. Edka. The defensive barrier was flashing with all sorts of god art. Lightning god art, wood god art, earth god art, water god art, metal god art, light god art, and a few god art he hadn't seen before. Edka believed that this guy was not human anymore. He must be a prodigy from some pinnacle race playing with him. Luze smiled. Okay, let's go. He was planning to let the fox demon use seduction god art to get some intel and see how many evil-eyed race came this time. Edka asked feebly, "Where are you taking me?" Luze smiled. Guess. Edka. Luze took the storage ring of the dead level 5 cosmic system state and burned him to dust. Then, Luze fused into space with Edka. Seeing this, Edka was certain that this bastard used space god art to interfere with his rune. What a monster! Nangongjing and the others just finished lunch on the main ship. Alice slowly spoke, "I wonder how the senior is." Lin Ling smiled. How long has it been and Alice already misses her senior? Stop, Sister Ling. Alice wriggled as she dodged Lin Ling's hands. I'm just worried about the senior's safety. She called, I don't believe that you guys aren't thinking about it. Nangongjing joined in on bullying Alice. I didn't. Kaihulyahesha smiled. Don't worry. Little brother Luze is so strong, and he has the summoning crystal. Even a cosmic cloud state can't do anything to him. Plus, we are in the territory of the Blade Demon race. What could happen? Lu smiled. Perhaps, that guy will come back soon. As soon as Lu said this, everyone panicked and ran out. Nangongjing smiled and asked, Lu, are you a fortune teller? Did that guy appear? Kaihulyahesha added, why did he bring someone back? Nangongjing smiled. Let's go check it out. In the cockpit, Luze appeared with Edka. The soldiers all smiled upon seeing Luze. They were about to salute, but when they saw the bloodied Edka, they were wonderstruck. The commander asked, Monarch of the New Dawn, this is... Luze threw Edka to the ground. He's from the evil-eyed race. He came over to steal resources from the Blade Demon race. I saw him, so I brought him back. Chapter 959 Good thing they ran fast. Luze looked around and saw that Nangongjing and the other 3 races were here, so he asked, "Where are they?" The commander looked away from Edka, and his cold face soon turned warm. He smiled. They had nothing to do here, so they went back to cultivate first. Luze nodded and asked, "How are the resources here going?" The commander replied with a sliver of excitement. "They have taken a lot of resources, but the location is fine. There are several graphlan crystals. It is an excellent material for making the motion system of ships. The soldiers even found numerous spirit materials. There is even a star state level." Luze smiled. He didn't know much about shipbuilding, but star state materials were very precious. Star states were the supporting pillars of a cosmic system state civilization. With these resources, the star states would progress much faster. At this moment, the girls came out. Just when they ran over in order to talk, Luze sniffed and frowned. He looked at them in disbelief. "You guys have eaten. You didn't even tell me. How could they not invite him?" At this moment, the doors opened again, and the 3 races came over. When they heard Luze's words, they looked at Luze in skepticism. It was just a meal. What was the big deal? The commander's mouth twitched. Was this the right time to talk about that? The girls looked away in embarrassment. Nangongjing mumbled, "We didn't know that you would come back this early." Lin Ling nodded. "Yeah," Alice came up and hugged Luze's arm. "I'll cook for you some more later, senior." Luze smiled. "You said it, Alice." Alice nodded. Seeing how excited Luze was, the girls rolled their eyes. The rest of them felt more awkward. At this moment, Alice blinked. "I seem to have stepped on something." She looked down and saw that she stepped on some kind of badly injured alien. Alice quickly moved away. "Sorry, I didn't see you lying here." "Edka." He spat blood once again. Manda spoke in surprise, "Evil-eyed race." Man Yang frowned. "Level 7 cosmic system state. Why would he be here?" Everyone looked at Luze. "A winged race cosmic system state asked, Luze, what is going on here?" The girls frowned. They didn't know the situation, but this alien didn't seem to be good. Luze answered, "I found him at a blade demon base. There was a fleet there. Other than this guy, there was another level 5 cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race. They were taking blade demon resources too, so I took him back for interrogation." The 3 races looked at each other. Luze so easily captured a level 7 cosmic system state and a level 5 from the evil-eyed race? That level 5 one was probably dead. Did they not know how to run? No way. Since when were cosmic system states easily caught? Nangongjing and the group didn't feel surprised at all. It was something typical. Kyuyuhesha flicked her hair and smiled. "Little brother Luze, you want me to interrogate him?" Luze smiled. "That's right Hesha, you're smart as always." Kyuyuhesha rolled her eyes. The 3 races were stunned. Interrogation. The mental force of a cosmic system state was very stable. It was very hard to acquire any information from them at this point. Did this girl have a powerful mental force god art? Kyuyuhesha uttered, "Let's begin." She looked at Edka as her eyes flashed with pink light. Then, she asked, "Speak, how many people from the evil-eyed race came?" "The 3 races." Just like that. This was an interrogation. At this moment, Edka answered weakly, 34 cosmic system states arrived. 2 cosmic system states led a fleet. 17 fleets came to the Blade Demon territory. The 3 races looked at Kyuyuhesha in perplexity. This female human manipulated a level 7 cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race so easily. Their skin was aghast. This was too outrageous. She was only a level 1 cosmic system state. If Edka was in his prime, Kayuhesha could only interfere with him, but now that he was heavily injured, his mental force became vulnerable. Her influence became much greater. Luze and the girls frowned. Luze asked, why would the evil-eyed race know that the Blade Demon cosmic system states are dead? He was very curious why the evil-eyed race thought there was a cosmic cloud state battle. Edka answered, we received Deodao Erdun's invite to hunt human cosmic system states. On the way here, I fainted due to an accident. When I woke up, Deodao Erdun and the soldiers were gone. I saw a demonic rune race on the battlefield. She said there was a cosmic cloud state battle. Demonic rune race. The three races gasped again. Manda hurriedly asked, cosmic cloud state demonic rune race. Edka nodded. Yes. Luze and the girls felt a tremble. Good thing they ran quickly. A cosmic cloud state boss came afterward. This was too dangerous. If he killed that person with the summoning crystal, he would fully offend the demonic rune race. The human race only had one Ying Ying. Ying Ying could easily annihilate that race, but she would catch the attention of a cosmic realm state. That would be very bad. The humans would probably become a wandering race too. Luze looked at Edka again. How strong are the evil-eyed race cosmic system states? Chapter 960 Seek Reinforcements, Peak Cosmic System State. Edka continued, there are 4 peak cosmic system states. The rest are from level 1 to the level 8 cosmic system state. Luze and the girls breathed with ease. This was quite powerful, but their alliance had 4 races. Their power would be much stronger. Luze continued asking, do you know the location of other fleets? Edka shook his head. Each fleet is solitary. We would bring resources back to our race as soon as we gathered them. We would only communicate with each other on special occasions. Luze's eyes lit up. How do you communicate? Edka took out a device. This is a special device belonging to our race. Use evil fire god art, and you can communicate with others. Luze and the girls were stunned. Only evil fire god art could use it. They didn't have such bewildering god art. It would be suspicious for Edka to ask the others directly. At this moment, Edka suddenly frowned, and his face turned hideous. Kayuhesha frowned and used her seduction god art at full power. Suddenly, Edka's chi erupted, and his life force disappeared shortly. Everyone panicked. Did he die just like that? Kayuhesha declared, he was resisting my god art the whole time. He broke free for a moment and committed suicide. Manda sighed. What a pity. Perhaps, he would be useful for other things. Luze smiled. We pretty much know all that we need to know. We can be prepared this way anyway. Yes. The round race nodded and smiled. Ze is right. We need to notify the others, and let them be prepared. The general nodded. Notify the other fleets. Suddenly, there was a piercing alarm in the cabin. A Shenwu army soldier responded immediately, report, we have received a reinforcement request. Reinforcement request. Luze frowned. There was just a desperate plea for help. Help. In the Carat 6 system, we have been attacked by an evil-eyed fleet. They have a peak cosmic system state. We are trying to defend, but we can't hold out for long. Please assist us. Everyone's face wondered. Fleet of the evil-eyed race? A peak cosmic system state too. As soon as we got news of it, a fleet encountered them. Everyone looked at Luze. Manda asked, Luze, kid, what do we do? Luze was the strongest here, and they came to help. Luze looked at the soldier and asked, where is the location? The soldier quickly projected a map. The soldier explained, the Carat 6 system is about 2,000 light-years from here. Luze felt relieved. This wasn't very far from Luze's location. He could get there in a few minutes. He continued to ask, which fleet is it? The soldier replied, 23rd Fleet. The leader is a level 8 cosmic system state from the barbarian race, Man Yang. Man Da's face creased. It's Man Yang. It might be very dangerous for him. Luze nodded. I'll go over and check it out. The girls agreed. We'll go over too. Luze rubbed Nangang Jing's head and smiled. You guys defend here. I can go over alone. Nangang Jing and Kaihu Hesha had a level 8 cosmic system state combat power with their armor pieces. Lin Ling was a level 7 cosmic system state. It would be fine for them here, as long as they didn't encounter a peak cosmic system state. They had too many god arts and divine arts. The girls looked frustratingly at Luze but said nothing. Lu Li mumbled, be careful. Luze nodded. Don't worry. Luze turned to the commander. General, please notify the other fleets. The general nodded. Don't worry, Monarch of the New Dawn, I'll do it right away. Luze nodded and disappeared from the spot. In the Carat 6 system, the human transporter fleet was hovering in space. There were bronze barriers outside the fleet. 6 barbarians were at the border of the barrier looking outside at 2 evil-eyed race. One of them was extremely strong. Even the other soldier couldn't handle the chi and kept away. The peak cosmic system state was continuously attacking the barrier. Each strike would make the barrier tremble, but it was rather still stable. One barbarian said, luckily, this evil-eyed race just reached the peak cosmic system state. His chi isn't even stable yet. Our barrier should be able to last around half an hour. By then, reinforcements would arrive. They are here to fight over resources. How did they know the blade demons were out of cosmic system states? The other barbarians were also confused. They scratched their heads and didn't answer. The level 3 cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race said, Brother Milo, this barrier isn't weak. What should we do? Milo exclaimed, I'll try again. The other evil-eyed race was a bit worried. Brother Milo, the barbarians are here too. There wouldn't just be these few. Perhaps, the human race has notified their allies. Now that all 4 races are in the territory of the Blade Demon race, there might be reinforcements coming. Maybe we should leave first. Milo turned around and said bleakly, are you saying I'm weaker than the peak cosmic system states of the 4 races? The other evil-eyed race shook his head. How can that be? I mean, this isn't our home field. If too many will attack, we will be in trouble. After all, our primary goal is to gather resources, while other races haven't noticed yet. We don't need to fight with humans. Milo fell silent for a moment and patted the evil-eyed race. Marin, you are right. I was too desperate. As a peak cosmic system state, he didn't just want to break the barrier to prove his power. He wanted the resources too. Marin breathed comfortably. He smiled. Brother Milo, you're thinking about the race. I understand. Haha, let's go. Yet, at this moment, Milo frowned. Marin looked over. Brother Milo, are the reinforcements here? He was in dismay. They only stayed here for a few minutes, and their reinforcements arrived this quickly? At this moment, a black-haired human youth appeared. Chapter 961 Legend. Luze left the warp dimension and looked into space. There were tens of burning green ships on one side and a fleet of human ships in a bronze barrier on the other side. At the border of the barrier, there were 2 beings from the evil-eyed race. One of them was only a level 3 cosmic system state, but the other one made Luze's face go serious. Peak cosmic system state. Luze grinned. It seems that I have made it on time. Milo and Marin were perplexed when they saw Luze. Milo frowned. Level 1 cosmic system state. What was a level 1 cosmic system state coming over for? Searching for ways to die? Marin was surprised. Are there no 4 races nearby here? only a level 1 cosmic system state came. They looked at Luze and smiled. Milo expressed, "He doesn't seem old, but his cultivation level isn't low. His chi is far beyond an ordinary level 1 cosmic system state. He seems like a prodigy." He held up his hand, and green flames spun. "Since he's here, then I'll turn him into a gift for the 4 races." Terrifying power spread out. The power of a peak cosmic system state stirred up a void storm. When the barbarians saw Luze appear, they gasped. Man Yang's face flashed with worry. Why did this kid come? Where are the others? Luze was the top prodigy of the human race. He was the hope of their uprising. They would surely not allow something to happen to him here. If something did happen, the alliance might even break. If it was before, it would be fine, but now the human race had 4 peak cosmic system states. This was quite a nice ally for the barbarian race. In addition, they didn't want something to happen with Luze. If the human race rose, it would benefit them quite a bit too. A barbarian next to Man Yang grimaced. "Brother Yang, what do we do? Luze came alone. He's facing a peak cosmic system state. Should we go out?" "Yeah, if Luze dies here." Man Yang gritted his teeth. He was just about to talk when a terrifying power surged outside the barrier. Their faces were astonished. Man Yang said, "I'll go out. You guys stay inside." He was a level 8 cosmic system state who could stall a peak cosmic system state for a moment and take Luze away. Luze shuddered. His eyes flashed with battle intent. This power was near that level 5 cosmic system state scorpion in the pocket hunting dimension. Luze surged with yellow light, as the sand beetle armor surrounded his body. Then, he released all his power. That clear spirit flame burned on the surface of his body. He clenched his fist as runes flowed in his eyes. His chi suddenly shut up. Level 5 cosmic system state, level 6 cosmic system state, until it rose all the way close to Milo's chi. Space trembled. Milo and the desperate barbarians froze in their tracks. They gasped as they looked at Luze. Man Yang's face shivered. His voice trembled. "This, is Luze? Is this a level 1 cosmic system state?" The barbarians, they wanted to answer, but they didn't know what to say. How could there be such a terrifying level 1 cosmic system state? The flames in Milo's hands burned for a long time, but he was so shocked that he forgot to attack. This youth's chi was too scary, after all. It was a bit weaker than his, but he was a peak cosmic system state. This human youth was just a level 1 cosmic system state. How could the difference be that immense? Milo spent 10,000 years breaking through to the cosmic system state and tens of thousands of years reaching the peak cosmic system state. Yet, this kid did it in way less time. His face snarled, and he roared, "Impossible! You must have used some trump card." He didn't believe Luze's power could reach this level. "Die!" He roared as the flames on his hands formed fire pillars. It instantly shut towards Luze. The temperature soared, and space crumbled wherever the fire passed. Luze felt the space around him condensed. He raised a brow. He could dodge it. But, this peak cosmic system state's chi was a bit weaker than he expected. He was going to fight with him, and see how strong he was now. He hadn't encountered an opponent that could use full power for a long time. Luze was very excited. His blood heat intensified. Perhaps, any warrior would be eager to fight such an opponent. He grinned, as he stepped forward and crushed space. He punched on the ground with his right fist. Rumble! It was like the ancient battle drums roaring through space. The spirit flame fist force instantly clashed with the green flame pillar. Rumble! Space was trembling. The planets in this system were quaking. The planets nearest to them exploded from the shockwave. Even the planets' orbits were becoming unusual. Man Yang and the henchmen were stunned at such a terrifying clash. Everyone gulped in disbelief. Level 1 Cosmic System State Luze truly clashed head-on with a peak Cosmic System State. Their difference didn't seem to be that huge. The Shenwu army soldiers also felt Luze's chi. They came to the window excitedly and cheered on Luze. It's monarch of the new dawn. He's fighting a peak Cosmic System State. Ha ha ha, no wonder he's the monarch of the new dawn. He is majestically strong. The humans watched Luze grow to this level with amazing speed. Luze was a human legend. At this moment, the spirit light disappeared. The flame pillar was still slightly stronger than Luze's earth-shocking blow. The last sliver of fire continued to shoot at Luze. Luze slapped it and extinguished it. Seeing this, Milo's face peeved. He was very jealous of Luze's talent and power, but such emotions weren't allowed in battle. He had considered Luze as an equal opponent now. Marin suddenly thought of something. Brother Milo. This human prodigy is probably here to stop us. There would be peak Cosmic System States coming. We need to retreat. Chapter 962 What? You're scared? Milo stopped and looked at Luze. He was confused. With the power this human prodigy showed, he was confident he could win, but it would take a long battle. It wasn't too pragmatic to kill him too. If the battle extended out, the reinforcements would arrive. If he was surrounded by a peak Cosmic System State, then even he would be in danger too. He might be able to stay alive himself, but his fleet and the resources they acquired would no longer be theirs. Milo couldn't accept that. Therefore, he roared. Let's go. Just when they were planning to go, Luze grinned. His eyes flashed with green runes as he instantly appeared next to Milo. Spirit flames circulated his right leg as he used earth-shocking blows again. His leg struck towards Milo's waist. Milo was wary of ambush attacks. Flames shut up around him as he blocked Luze's leg with his palm. Rumble. A shockwave spread out once again. This solar system was battered. A green beam was shot towards Luze from his eyes. Luze dodged it. Is this guy an Ultraman? Luckily, he was able to dodge that quickly, or he would be heavily injured. Luze smiled. Did I say you can leave? Milo's face dropped cold. His killing intent intensified. Young kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think I'm scared of you? Luze nodded. I believe you should be. Otherwise, fight with me until the end. Don't run. Milo's mouth twitched. Who doesn't know you have backup coming? Staying here would be stupid. He wasn't dumb. He sneered and spoke telepathically to Marin. Take the fleet and leave first. I'll stop this prodigy. After you guys are gone, he can't stop me. Marin nodded. Milo could leave whenever he wanted but was forced to stay to protect the fleet. As long as they were gone, Milo could indeed leave whenever he wanted. Thinking about this, Marin took a deep look at Luze. He was going to remember this dangerous prodigy and report back to the race. Then, he flew back towards the fleet. Luze had to focus on Milo since as he was already stronger than him. Milo grinned. What? You're not going to consider stopping my fleet? I'm not afraid to tell you that we got quite a lot of resources from the Blade Demon race. You don't want it? He sneered. Aren't you a prodigy? What? You're scared? Luze looked at Milo like he was an idiot. Did you forget something? Why do you think I came? He came for reinforcements, and they still had a few barbarian cosmic system states. Had they thought that they could just run like that? Milo's face creased. He thought of this issue too. Luze's power gave him so much shock that he forgot about the other barbarian cosmic system states here. If he was stalled by Luze now, those barbarian cosmic system states would be fearless. At this moment, 6 figures flew out. The barbarians could tell the situation too. The 6 of them dealing with a level 3 cosmic system state would be easy. Man Yang yelled, "Attack! Take over all the evil-eyed fleets!" Roar! The barbarians' chi surged. Seeing this, Milo's face turned hideous. "How dare you!" His chi exploded, as he took out a red formation rune and tore it apart. A red light flew into Milo's forehead, forming this eerie complicated red rune. The green flames around him burned like crazy and turned red. His chi was drastically confined. Luze and the girls were stunned. This chi was so strong. "Go away!" A red flame surged on Milo's arm and tossed towards Luze. This flame pillar even surpassed the level 5 cosmic system state scorpion in the pocket hunting dimension. Luze felt death from this flame. His face turned grievous as he used fire buff, darkness buff, green shadow chant, and all sorts of buff god arts and divine arts. He had to run. Luze's spirit force was rapidly depleting, but his speed reached a terrifying level. He dodged the flame pillar. Milo was stunned again seeing Luze's speed. He uttered a curse in a language Luze didn't understand. However, Milo gave up on Luze and went to attack the barbarians. The scorching flames were tossed towards Manyang and the soldiers. The temperature was very high, but their hearts went cold. Luze couldn't leave them to die. All sorts of runes flashed in his eyes. His speed weakened. He came before them and dragged them away. The flames shot past them, but the power still made the barbarians spit blood. Blood seeped out of Luze's lips too. He helped stop most of the shockwave. Otherwise, a few weaker barbarians would have died. Luze couldn't keep this speed up for long. If he really couldn't hold on, he would have to use the summoning crystal. It would be a huge waste. Milo tossed the flames towards the bronze barrier in fury. The barrier shook vigorously as cracks appeared. Luze's eyes wrinkled, and he instantly appeared before the barrier. Grey runes flashed in his eyes. Stone transformation divine art. The terrifying force of the red flames eased up. Manyang roared, "Help Luze!" The barbarians also attacked the red flames, weakening their power. Milo hesitated for a moment before flying back to the evil-eyed ship. The red flames turned back to dark green, and his chi drastically weakened. "Quick, go!" Marin quickly ordered their departure, and this fleet disappeared from the spot. Luze was quite surprised at Milo leaving. He had a huge advantage. Milo's trump card was probably used up. Chapter 963. Did she hear wrong? Luze felt relieved but eventually disappeared. He was able to save his summoning crystal. Peak cosmic cloud state power would be an insane waste to be used here. Although he was disappointed that he wasn't able to stop the fleet. There were considerable resources there. At the same time, he realized that he underestimated a peak cosmic system state. They didn't progress to a large cultivation state in a year. They had many years to collect trump cards. Their combat power wasn't as simple as it seemed. He almost died there. Luckily, he was able to run fast. Thinking about this, Luze felt appeased. One can only be triumphant if he ran fast. The flame beam was finally extinguished. Although there were many cracks on the barrier, it survived till last. The fleet was protected. The barrier flickered and disappeared. Everyone felt relieved. Their responsibility was to protect the fleet while collecting resources. At the same time, Luze's power was far beyond their imagination. A level 1 cosmic system state could fight so well with a peak cosmic system state. This wasn't usual. Manyang looked at Luze with a complicated expression. "I didn't think your power was this outrageous." His cultivation level demonstrated a level 8 cosmic system state, and yet his combat power was weaker than Luze's. Luze was only in his 20s. He felt that he had wasted these tens of thousands of years. The other barbarians felt the same. Luze scratched his head. I wasn't able to stop that guy. He was too weak indeed. Luze still wasn't content with this. They didn't want to talk to him anymore. At this moment, tens of Star Station Wu army soldiers flew out to them. They looked at Luze with enthusiasm. Luze was extremely amazing. He could even fight a peak cosmic system state. Monarch of the New Dawn. The soldiers saluted Luze. Luze nodded. Are the fleet and the soldiers okay? They're fine. A white-haired soldier replied. They're all excited to see your current power. The black-haired youth said, I'm excited too about that peak cosmic system state. The other star states smiled. Luze felt proud to hear their compliments. Then, Luze remembered Edka's intel and said, by the way, I encountered an evil-eyed race at another solar system. What? Everyone was dazed. Manyang asked, Luze, kid, what is going on? Why would they appear in the Blade Demon territory? Yeah, the big action with the Blade Demon race has only begun. Even if other races got the news of it already, it would take some time to organize a fleet to come. Luze exclaimed, the evil-eyed race is an exception. There was one from the evil-eyed race who went with the Blade Demon King. When he arrived, the battle was over, and we left. Therefore, he also knew that the Blade Demon race had no cosmic system states. Everyone's face stiffened. Luze beamed. Don't worry too much. They didn't tell other races. Their cosmic system state numbers are far less than ours. They only have 4 peak cosmic system states. We have the advantage. Hearing this, everyone calmed down. They just needed to collect as many resources as possible, quickly. Luze asked, by the way, have the resources on the Carat 6 system been collected? Manyang shook his head. As soon as we arrived, the evil-eyed race attacked. Now that they are not here, we can, but he turned around and saw the entire solar system was messed up. The planets were flying off randomly. Everyone. Their mouths trembled. Luze felt equally awkward. That battle was rather small. The power used at their level was rather high. They tried to contain their clashes. Otherwise, this solar system would have become cosmic dust. The surrounding tens of light years would be dust too. Luze coughed. Find the Blade Demon base first and collect the resources. Everyone conformed. Advanced spirit materials weren't so easily damaged. There should be some left. They soon found the base, and when everyone was about to go over, Luze looked at the distant space. It was torn open. A golden-haired, beautiful being from the winged race flew out. It was the peak cosmic system state Martha who led the winged race this time. She was the closest to here. She had wind god art. Hence, she arrived first. When she looked around and saw everything was fine, she was stunned. She flapped her wings and appeared next to Luze and the girls. Manyang and the soldiers felt relieved. They thought Milo came back with reinforcements. They quickly greeted her. Elder Marta. This woman looked truly beautiful, but she would almost be 100,000 years old. Luze gasped. It was good to be strong. At least girls could stay young forever. Martha nodded and looked around, frowning. Where is that peak cosmic system state? Luze rubbed his head. I couldn't stop him, he ran away. If he lasted a few minutes longer, Martha would have arrived. Martha inclined. Oh, as long as you guys are fine. She suddenly stopped. Did she hear it right? Couldn't stop him. He got away? Chapter 964 He was too handsome. Martha was really confused. Why was a peak cosmic system state running, facing a group of cosmic system states with the strongest being level 8? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Martha stared at Luze, bewildered. What did you say? That peak cosmic system state from an evil-eyed race, ran away. Luze nodded. Yet, he probably guessed that there would be reinforcements coming, so is it something strange? Martha. That did seem completely normal, but why did something still feel wrong? Man Yang couldn't endure it anymore. He replied, Elder Martha, Luze was the first to come here to help. His power is about the same as that peak cosmic system state. Wait. Martha frowned and interrupted. She rubbed her head and looked at the two. Are you two kidding me? Luze was a super prodigy. No one would deny that. But a level 1 cosmic system state prodigy had the same combat power as a peak cosmic system state? Who would believe this? This was the ultimate joke. Everyone fell silent seeing how serious she was. Man Yang smiled bitterly and shook her head. Elder Martha, I swear in the name of my ancestors that this is true. Martha. She deeply stared at Luze. The barbarian ancestor was the most high in the hearts of the barbarian race. They would never render blasphemy towards him. She believed him now. Martha inclined. Keep going. Man Yang explained, Luze was planning to stop that peak cosmic system state while he kills the other cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race. That way, we can get their resources. However, that peak cosmic system state from the evil eye race used to power up Arun and they got away. Martha was still skeptical. A level 1 cosmic system state forced a peak cosmic system state to use his trump card and run? Who would use it, unless they had no choice? Was Luze this fearsome? She gazed at the innocent-faced Luze and felt amazed. Luze scratched his head in embarrassment. He sighed deep inside. His damned charisma was forever shining bright. But although Martha was honestly beautiful, he already had a wife. He already had people he loved. Martha shook his head and said, I've received news that there are still evil-eyed fleets in Blade Demon territory. You guys need to be careful. If you encounter defense with powerful energy, ask for backup. Man Yang nodded. I understand. Thank you, Elder Martha. Martha nodded and smiled at Luze. Luze, I'll be relying on you in taking care of Eddie and Brenda. Luze quickly agreed. Don't worry, Elder Martha. Eddie and Brenda were his friends after all. Of course, he would take care of them. Martha nodded and left. Luze looked at Man Yang and the others and said, since everything here is done, I'm leaving too. He also needed to go back quickly. Man Yang smiled. Haha, thank you Luze kid. Please take care of Kun and Xiu as well. Luze nodded. I will. The Shenwu army saluted Luze, then he disappeared from the spot. Man Yang gasped. I didn't expect Luze, this kid, to have such powerful space god art. What an outrageous kid. The barbarians nodded. The humans were too lucky to have Luze. Kratos system, Blade Demon base. Luze appeared back in the cockpit of the main ship. It had been less than half an hour. The girls and the 3 races were still there. Manda gasped. Luze kid? You're back already? That was quick. Luze smiled. Yeah, it's settled. The commander said, Monarch of the New Dawn, we have pretty much collected all the resources at this base. The rest of them need to be excavated. It would take a long time. Should we head to another solar system? Luze agreed. He pointed at 2 red dots on the star map. I have killed the Blade Demon Defense Force at these 2 points before they were able to leave. Let's go there first. The commander immediately conformed with excitement. They had 2 advanced resource points now. Luze really wanted Alice to cook a good meal. After all, they have eaten without him. But thinking about how time was of the essence and they might lose resources, Luze said, then I'll continue to check out other solar systems. You guys go to those 2 resource points first. The girls mumbled, be careful. Since the peak cosmic system state couldn't even do anything to Luze, they didn't have anything to worry about. Luze nodded and fused into space again. Evil-eyed race fleet. Marin looked at the pale-faced Milo and was worried. Brother Milo, are you okay? Milo shook his head. I used a scorching sun blood curse. I just exhausted a lot of energy. I'll recover soon. Marin nodded. It's maddening. I didn't expect the humans to react that quickly and gather their allies. Milo frowned too. The evil-eyed race was rather great amongst cosmic system state civilizations. They were confident that they could acquire a lot by acting alone. Yet, the humans and their allies came so quickly. Milo painfully expressed, I really didn't expect the humans to notice the death of a blade demon cosmic system states this quickly. Marin bitterly smiled. Neither did I. They didn't even check the battle of cosmic cloud states and just came over with their allies. They are really lucky. Milo uttered, they're weak, so they know how to cooperate. Marin replied, Brother Milo, do you think that human before is truly the highest human? Chapter 965 Testing the Borders of Death. Milo fell silent. He was scared too. He was far more scared than Marin. He went from level 1 cosmic system state all the way to peak. He had never imagined someone could fight to that level at a level 1 cosmic system state. Milo nodded. He's indeed human. Otherwise, he wouldn't care if I attacked the barrier. If he purely wanted to stall us, we would be in grave danger. Yet, he chose to save the human fleet. Only a human would do that. Marin agreed. But why would the human race have such a prodigy? Milo. How would I know? He took a deep breath and shook his head. I don't know. Marin didn't know that he was near the border of death and said, Brother Milo, let's report the news back to the race. Milo. His mouth shivered. So, the news of him getting challenged by a level 1 cosmic system state will be reported back to the race? What difference was this from a public execution? But Marin was right. Luze's power and talent were too absurd. Which adjacent cosmic system state civilization wouldn't be worried about? It still had to get reported. Milo nodded and said, also, report back that the 3 human ally races are here as well. Our current power is too weak to face up to 4 cosmic system state civilizations. Marin agreed. You're right. We probably can't take the resources alone. We need to tell our allies about this. I'll report this immediately. Go. Milo's eyes dimmed. As a peak cosmic system state, he felt extremely insulted that he was easily forced to run by a level 1 cosmic system state. When he would have more backup, he would get revenge. In the void space, Luze kept using space god art to find resource points. Most of the bases were empty, but there were a few bases where the defense force hadn't left yet. Luze killed all the blade demons as usual and locked the base up with a barrier. Luze didn't go too far from his fleet, since he had to keep watch on the evil-eyed race. After searching all the nearby races, Luze spent a few hours getting back to the main ship. Luze took out the star map and pointed to 3 red dots. These 3 bases are complete. After you're done taking the resources from these 2 bases, you can head to these 3 next. The commander nodded. Sure. Luze looked around and saw that the girls were back, so he smiled. I have to go back to the suite first. The commander answered, thank you for your work, Monarch of the New Dawn. Luze went back to their suite. As soon as he came in, he smelled an intense aroma. The girls were sitting on the couch, while the table was filled with spirit foods. Luze's eyes lit up. He almost drooled. Wow! There is food on my return. That was great. Lu furled her eyes. The cooking was long done. We were just waiting for you to come back and eat. Luze felt deeply touched. He smiled. Look at how nice and caring his wives were. He went over and kissed Liu Li. But Liu Li pushed him away in embarrassment. The other girls laughed, making Liu Li blush even more. Luze tenderly uttered, "Everyone has a share." Everyone was perplexed and then glared at Luze. Lin Ling bawled, "Pft!" Kai Uyuhesha beamed. "We had no choice. If we had eaten first, someone would be complaining again." The girls laughed. Luze. "What can I do? Alice, Lin Ling and Liu Li's spirit food are exceedingly delicious. I feel extremely delighted eating them. It's not my fault." The three girls chuckled. Lin Ling teased. "So you're saying we're to blame?" Luze pulled Lin Ling into his arms and beamed. "Of course. To compensate, you better kiss me, or I won't let you go." Lin Ling stiffened. This satire repeats, but she still feels over-embarrassed. She decided to turn around but found Luze holding her very tight already. She couldn't break free. She sensed the fervent stare of the other girls and glared at Luze helplessly, before kissing him. Only then did Luze smile and let Lin Ling go. Lin Ling quickly ran to Nangongjing and panted. "Maniac!" Luze accepted Lin Ling's resentment modestly. Alice softly announced, "Okay, let's eat. Don't leave the food for too long." Everyone went to the table. After the meal, they rested for a while before going to Ying Ying's room to feed her. Her little hands were clenched into a fist. She was still holding the chicken bone tightly. They couldn't even take it from her. The starlight around her now was much more vibrant and profound than when she fell asleep the first time. While they were improving, so was Ying Ying. Her every sleep was accepting the heritage of the star spirit race. Luze and the girls went back to their rooms and planned to enter the pocket hunting dimension. The fleet was in warp dimension now. They would be going to the bases Luze pointed out these few days, so they didn't have much business to do. Luze pulled the girls into the pocket hunting dimension and had their fun as usual before entering the desert. Luze looked around. "If we encounter a single level 5 cosmic system state beast, we can try slaying it." Nangongjing curiously asked, "Is there any chance that we can slay it now?" Luze agreed. I fought with that peak cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race today. I can pretty much handle beings of this level. If I have you guys, we do have hopes of slaying it." Lin Ling yelled, "Then let's try it out." Chapter 966 Heart-achingly experienced. 4 hours later, the group was searching for prey in the desert. Because they had Lin Ling's spirit eye god art, their hunting skills were much higher. They slew 4 waves of sand beetles in 4 hours. There were 8 level 4 cosmic system states. That was 40 drops of red and purple level 4 liquids. As Luze's cultivation level went up, he could digest the liquid faster, but it was still 3 a day. They also got an equipment crystal, a sand god art orb, and 2 chi concealing god art orbs. This was a great harvest. Everyone was smiling. They stopped at a dune. Lin Ling's eyes glowed as she looked around. "Didn't find any chi?" Luze nodded. "Then let's continue searching." Sand beetles appeared in groups. There were about some level 1 and level 2 cosmic system states. This allowed Lin Ling to find their chi rather easily. Since she didn't find any chi here, it meant that there was nothing. Everyone moved on. A few hundred kilometers later, a chi suddenly rose from a distance and tossed a dark green beam at them. The terrifying power distorted the space. Luze's face creased. He used green shadow chant at full power and took the girls away. Almost instantly, the beam penetrated the same spot where they were before they got away. Bzz. Luze and the girls looked at the region shot but the green beam. The sand was being eroded. A dark green mist spread. Seeing this, Luze felt his back go cold. Kai Uyuhesha feebly whined, "So close." The others couldn't agree more. At this moment, a figure flung out from the sands. With a sharp shriek, sand arrows hurled at them. This energy level reached the peak cosmic system state. Luze's face tensed up, but he also had some fun. It's a level 5 cosmic system state scorpion. Let's see if we can beat it. Spirit flames surged around him that shocked the space. The spirit flames formed into fists and smashed at the arrows. The girls retreated at the same time. Lin Ling started finding its weakness. The other girls used stone transformation divine art. They just needed to support Luze from the back. The scorpion's chi weakened and so did the sand arrows. The two attacks clashed. Rumble. Spirit flames splashed everywhere, while sand spilled across the sky. Luze heaved towards the scorpion. He appeared on its back as spirit flames gathered on his foot. He was planning to stomp it, when a terrifying chi rose from behind him. Luze quickly disappeared from the spot. At that instant, a green tail penetrated Luze's figure. Seeing this, Luze's eyes narrowed. That tail looked truly venomous. Luze didn't want to try it. Luze used stone transformation divine art instantly. Immediately, the scorpion paused. Luze appeared before the scorpion's head and punched. At this moment, the scorpion recovered. Its huge pincers blocked before its head and took Luze's fist. Rumble. The two brawled away. At this moment, Lin Ling's weak voice sounded, "Ze, its defenses would be weaker at the root of its tail." Luze gasped. "Got it, dot. The root of the tail." Luze's mouth twitched. It seemed quite dangerous. Regardless, he'll try. At this moment, Alice's fire clones appeared and attacked too. It was weak, but it could interfere with the scorpion. The girls used stone transformation divine art again, and the scorpion stiffened. Luze appeared at its tail and found the pale green armor connecting the tail and the shell. He punched in between. Rumble. A crack appeared. Luze's mouth twitched. Even the weak spot was that tough? The scorpion shrieked. A dark green mist emerged covering its body. Luze smelled this sweet and bloody air. Then, he felt a huge pain in his body. He flashed away from the scorpion right before the sand arrows penetrated where he was. Luze panted and felt the pain slowly disappear. This poison was so strong. Even though he wouldn't be able to last long. Luze bit his lips. Battle intent heightened in his eyes. He would try again. Luze charged up. Rumble. Luze burned all of his spirit force and used all sorts of god arts and divine arts. He brought his combat power to the extreme. The scorpion's power is stronger than Luze, but it was weakened by the girls. The two clashed in the desert. The sky was painted yellow. In another clash, Luze fell back. His sand beetle armor was covered with cracks too. His face was pale as well. He inserted spirit force and the armor started to regenerate. He only realized this now. The pocket hunting dimension armor could be repaired with spirit force. This was rather timely. Luze looked at the scorpion. Its injuries were lighter than his. The vital crack was at the root of its tail. The green light on it even dimmed, but it was a less serious injury. It charged at Luze again. Luze fiercely greeted back. Rumble. After another 10-second clash, Luze dodged the pincer and reached the tail position again. The scorpion stung at Luze with its tail. Luze grabbed the tail in his hand. That terrifying mist entered his hand and rapidly spread throughout his body. However, he didn't let go. He had to fight with his life, or he wouldn't win. His other hand punched at the tail root. The injury deepened, but Luze's consciousness was fainting. He kept attacking the wound through a pure will. He didn't remember how long it had been, but the scorpion finally died. Luze fell back too, but he fell into soft warm arms. He barely opened his eyes and saw Nangongjing and the girls here. They were also looking like they were about to fall. Luze's mouth twitched. This is problematic. His left hand had turned dark green and was in severe pain. His organs were slowly invaded by the venom. Luze's mouth shivered. I think I can last till this body turns to dust. How can you still banter? So what, it's just dying of poison. Luze replied. Why was this guy so accustomed to dying? Chapter 967. How are these guys running so fast? A few seconds later, the venom had spread across Luze's entire body. He felt that his consciousness was turning blurry. All that was left was pain. This was definitely the most painful way of dying. When the body finally turned to dust, he spoke in an almost indistinguishable tone. Pick the drops up. Alice immediately ran over to pick the drops up. Luze weakly glanced at them. There were 5 vibrant drops of red and purple liquid in a dark green god art orb. Luze felt relieved and relaxed. Luze woke up back in the room and fell back down. Kyohesha quickly hugged him and rubbed his face gently. Little brother Luze, are you okay? Luze was sweating cold but he still smiled. I'm fine. It was painful, but he wasn't going to die. The other girls came over. They were just exhausted back from the pocket hunting dimension and came out after Luze died. Therefore, they didn't feel the pain. They all desperately tried to ease Luze's pain. The pain was on his soul, and massages didn't help that much, but they still pleased Luze. He felt great. This was painful, but it was worth it. After a while, Luze finally sat up. Kyohesha's pajamas were drenched by Luze's sweat. She smiled. Go have a shower. Luze's eyes lit up. I want us and the girls to shower together. The girls wanted to say no, but Luze already took them away. After the shower, they went back to the room. Luze looked at the drop, and his mouth twitched. It doesn't seem to be very worth killing this scorpion. It only gave 5 liquid drops and a god art orb. It was probably a poison god art orb. It was useful, but Luze couldn't use the level 5 liquids. It was too powerful. Luze killed himself trying to kill this scorpion. If he didn't die, they could hunt for more sand beetles. Luze could kill a level 4 sand beetle with one punch. Everyone fell silent. Luze rubbed his head. The next time we see the scorpion, let's run. The girls' heads bobbed. Luze then distributed the spirit liquids and unlocked the crystal. It was a breastplate. Nangongjing had one, so Kyohesha took it. After that, everyone went into cultivation. In the next few days, the fleet just ran between the bases Luze pointed out. At the same time, they kept hearing about other fleets encountering evil-eyed race. However, the evil-eyed race knew that the Alliance had way more powerful beings than them, so they chose to retreat at every encounter. The human fleets planned to chase, but the evil-eyed ships were faster. Elder Nangong, who went to Blade Demon Ancestral Planet, also sent back news. The ancestral planet was empty. Some resources were taken and the rest were burnt. Only some hard-to-destroy resources were left. However, they were resources collected by the Blade Demons for thousands of years. There was an abundance of resources. Even Elder Shenmue came to take the resources. It took 2 entire fleets to take them all. Elder Nangong and Elder Shenmue took these back to planet Shenmue first. 6 days later, Luze came to a resource solar system. His mental force swept the place, and he frowned. He fused into space and disappeared again. Luze appeared at a planet base. There were tens of burning green ships flying above there. They were collecting the resources. Luze's eyes flashed cold. They were from the evil-eyed race again. They were very vigilant. A level 4 cosmic system state spotted Luze. When he saw who it was, he gasped. He roared. Run! Abandon this base and resources. That human prodigy is here. Immediately, everyone flew back into their ships and didn't even take the resources. A level 5 cosmic system state charged out from the ship and stood with the level 4 cosmic system state staring at Luze in horror. Luze. Why did they react like this? His eyes flashed with orange flames as the air twisted. The two cosmic system states immediately felt their bodies petrified. Brother Milo was right. This human prodigy with space god art was a monster. They felt death from this chi. The level 5 cosmic system state said, "We can't wait anymore." The level 4 nodded. The level 5 took out a dark green flame rune. They both pressed the rune. Immediately, the green flames expanded around the surrounding ships and took them away. The remaining soldiers of the evil-eyed race came out from the base and saw that disappearing green flame. They were abandoned just like that? As soon as they had such thought, their bodies were wrapped in red flames, and they died. Luze stared at the resources on the ground. Not much was taken away. It was difficult to chase the speed of that peak cosmic system state. He didn't chase them. Luze covered the base in a barrier before taking out the star map to search for more resource points. When the two cosmic system states saw that Luze didn't chase up, they felt relieved. The level 5 cosmic system state grinned. Good thing we dropped the resources there, or that monster would come after us. The other one agreed. Yet, Brother Milo said that he has a very strong space transmission god art. We might be fast, but we might not be able to get away. The two rejoiced again. Ever since Milo brought the news back, every fleet received an acceleration rune. It was for them to run away. It could speed them up to peak cosmic system states speed. They didn't need to be this nervous facing peak cosmic system states, but Luze had space transmission and that was a different story. At this moment, a blood battleship flew out. The three blood claw race saw this and were stunned. One said, "It's an evil-eyed race. Their intel is faster than ours. They came over already." One of them grinned. "Why are they running so fast? Did they find something nice?" The middle one said, "There are quite some resources at the Blade Demon base. We don't need to have a conflict with them. Let's search in another direction." The other two nodded and flew towards the base Luze found. Chapter 968. Do you think we're idiots? Luze was looking at the star map above the base. Each fleet had a region they were responsible for, and so did Luze. He had gone through the large resource points in this region. The resources left were the middle to small-sized ones. As for the Blade Demon Defense Force, he couldn't see any more these few days. At this moment, Luze suddenly turned around. Space rippled and a vibrant white light flashed. A fleet of blood ships appeared. They were flying straight towards Luze's base. Luze grimaced. This style of ship? He hadn't seen it before? A new style of evil-eyed race ships? Or was it from another race? Luze watched the fleet come close and raised a brow. Blood Claw Fleet's main ship. The three cosmic system states were in the cockpit looking at a huge star map. There were some glowing dots on there. A peak star state from the Blood Claw race smiled. "Lord Bobby, Iraq, and Kalun, we're about to reach the Marison system. This is a large resource point of blade demons." The three cosmic system states consented. Iraq said, "The evil-eyed race seem to have left from here. I wonder if they've taken everything." Bobby rebutted, "Looking at how much of a rush they were in, they probably just came and didn't search." Before he finished, Bobby suddenly looked into space. Kalun and Iraq also glanced. Luze appeared where they were looking. The alarms immediately sounded. The star state grimaced. "What's out there?" Bobby replied, "Julia, just keep on doing your thing. It's a cosmic system state. You guys aren't needed." Kalun conformed. "Hehe, a level 1 cosmic system state is daring to stop us? It seems our reputation isn't too useful in this area. Iraq confidently said, don't worry, we can use this opportunity to let the races here know how to make away when the blood claw race is here. Bobby declared, let's go out and see. He tore open space and disappeared from the spot. The other two did the same. Julia sneered. This person wants to die. Hee, General Julia, let's look at that guy, a soldier of blood claw race said. The others made fun of it. Ha ha ha, Lord Julia, this is a rare opportunity to see Lord Bobby and the soldiers attack. Yeah, let's see which cosmic system state is unlucky to mess with us. Julia snarled. Project the scene. Yes. Luze saw the three soldiers from the blood claw race and was dazed. He had seen this race before. They came to hunt Elder Nangong and the group. This race had a peak cosmic system state. To be able to send a peak cosmic system state, this race was probably stronger than the evil-eyed race. Luze keenly scrutinized them. 2 level 5 cosmic system states and 1 level 7 cosmic system state. Luze was disappointed. Their powers were much weaker than he had expected. Meanwhile, the three also diligently analyzed Luze. They were shocked and confused. This guy's cultivation level was a level 1 cosmic system state, but his spirit force was much stronger than that. He was very young too. Such prodigies were rare. They didn't expect that it was a human who dared to stop their ship. They weren't threatened with weakling races like the human race. The reason they knew was that 2 Blade Demon Elders asked them to help kill human cosmic system states before. This was fine, but those 2 soldiers from the Blood Claw race were still gone up till now. Then, they realized that the entire Blade Demon race fled. This was something they never expected. The problem seemed immense. They had 2 goals coming to the Blade Demon race. One was to take the Blade Demon resources, but most importantly, the other goal was to find the 2 missing cosmic system states. The 3 wanted to ask this human where they were gone. Kowloon beamed. Human kid, if you don't want to die, tell me where the Blade Demon cosmic system states went? How come you humans dare to come inside? Luze knew they wanted to know where the 2 cosmic system states from the Blood Claw race went. Luze's eyes lit up. He suddenly came up with an interesting idea. He said, you're talking about those Blade Demons? They encountered a cosmic cloud state battle and were wiped by the shockwaves. Luze pressed the like button for Edka. What a great idea! Bobby's trio. They were caught in a cosmic cloud state battle? This was too unlucky. No way. Bobby's eyes turned red. Little thing, how dare you to kid with us? I think you haven't seen cruelty yet. Luze was challenged, if you don't believe me, you can ask the evil-eyed race. They know it as well. The evil-eyed race knew? They thought of that green light. They were wondering why the evil-eyed race knew things earlier. Bobby replied, we'll confirm whether it's true or not when we see them again. Now, you can come with us. The humans were here for the resources. He wasn't going to let them go. Luze smiled and waved his hand. My junior has cooked dinner for me. She's waiting. I won't go with you guys. Bobby. Iraq sounded hostile. You think we're idiots? Who at a cosmic system state still ate dinner? Iraq's chi surged before Luze could explain. Bobby and Kowloon just stood there. They weren't worried at all. Chapter 969 You didn't die. Iraq flashed in red since his huge blood claws gathered purple runes that spread in all directions. Iraq's chi grew stronger. Luze was a bit surprised. This guy had something upon his sleeve. This power was nothing to Luze, but Iraq's spirit force and god art power were much stronger than the other level 5 cosmic system states that he had encountered before. Luze narrowed his eyes. He realized something. The stronger a cosmic system state civilization was, the stronger their cosmic system states were. That evil-eyed cosmic system state was stronger than the blade demon cosmic system state. But this was very usual. More powerful civilizations have more time to improve their cultivation heritage. They had more abundant resources as well and had stronger divine art. At the same level of talent and effort, the environment would create a difference. This was unfair, but this was the reality. Luze sneered in contempt. Luze was surprised. Don't think about getting away. I will let you know true despair. Luze. He rubbed his head as clear spirit flames rose around him. He used his body god art and his chi instantly soared to a terrifying level. It was even stronger than Iraq's. The three cosmic system states were terrified. They glanced at Luze in great disbelief. Luze smiled. You think too much, I wasn't planning on running. Luze disappeared from the spot. Green shadow chant. Almost at the same time, Luze appeared before Iraq and punched with earth-shocking blow. Die! At this moment, a blood light flashed and a figure stopped before Iraq. It was Bobby. His hideous claws stacked towards him, forming a light shield. Bobby's heart shook, deeply sensing Luze's powerful punch. He roared, "Defend!" The fist force and the shield clashed. Space went silent for an instant. Then a terrifying explosion rang through space. The cosmos was shaking. Crack! The blood light shield started to have cracks that intensified. In a brief instant, the shield cracked, and the remaining fist force struck on Bobby's blood claws. Crack! The fist force penetrated the claws and went into Bobby's body. Blood came out from Bobby's huge claws. Sensing a lethal danger, Bobby roared as he flashed in blood light which covered his hands. It stopped Luze's remaining power of the earth-shocking blow, but he also fell back and crashed into Iraq. Iraq spat a mouthful of blood and the two fell back a few hundred kilometers before stopping. Bobby's hands fell softly. Hideous wounds appeared on them. Blood kept flowing out. His face was pale as he panted. He looked at Luze with shock and extreme fear. Too strong. This human was too strong. They were top prodigies in the blood claw race. He even learned planetary state divine art of the blood rune shield to perfect mastery. This was extremely rare amongst all the cosmic system states in the blood claw race. Yet, his shield straight up crumbled, and that punch almost killed him. That divine art was a cosmic system state divine art? Or peak star state divine art? What level was his body god art at? What monster was this? Iraq was also covered in blood and heavily injured. Although Bobby took the hit with his head on, he still couldn't handle it, when Bobby crashed into him. Iraq panted as he looked at the deadpan Luze. This human was too terrifying. They thought they could do what they pleased with Luze, but Luze suddenly transformed into a prehistoric beast. Kalun sweated cold and didn't dare to move. He was scared that if he moved a bit, it would catch Luze's attention. If that punch came, what would he do? He hoped he was cosmic dust right now. Luze looked at his fist with equal shock. He looked at Bobby. You didn't die. Oh shit, this guy was strong. He was just a level 7 cosmic system state but defended against his attack. The three didn't feel very well. This level 1 cosmic system state guy was extremely stunning. How was he able to halt a level 7 cosmic system state? What did he go through? This guy probably killed a great number of cosmic system states to bravely say this. Bobby dared. Human, don't think you've won. He took out a blood crystal, crushed it with his mouth, and ate it. Immediately, blood light circled his hands. The blood that flew out was drawn back and his wounds were rapidly healing. His chi grew stronger. Luze frowned. This guy seemed to be a bit strange. Kalun gasped. Bobby. You used your blood demon crystal. Bobby said nothing. His eyes were purely red now. He smiled eerily at Luze as he licked his lips. Ah, such beautiful tasting blood! He disappeared from the spot. Luze shifted to the side, and a figure slashed past him. The sharp chi made his face hurt a little. Bobby instantly chased up and kept attacking him. Luze was annoyed. He put on the sand beetle armor, and his speed intensified again. He instantly appeared before Bobby and punched. The blood rune shield formed on Bobby's hands again. Crack! Luze's power rose drastically after putting on the armor. The shield cracked once again. But this time, the remaining fist force was very weak. Bobby was only sent falling back tens of kilometers. Iraq and Kalun gasped. How is this possible? Bobby, after using the blood demon crystal, has peak cosmic system state power. Yet, he still lost to the human. Luze frowned. These past few days, his power wasn't bad amongst the peak cosmic system state. Yet, he only sent this guy flying? This guy's trump card was more absurd than Milo's. Chapter 970 Heart Gone Cold. Luze disappeared from the spot once again. He appeared before Bobby and grinned, then his fists burning with spirit flames punched out. Rumble! Terrifying shockwaves spread in space. With every punch, Bobby overturned like a ball. He was just sent around in space. The other two soldiers from the Blood Claw race were astonished. Bobby was no match to this human, even after using Blood Demon Crystal. They gasped. Just who did they mess with? The distant fleet kept rocking under the shockwaves. But no one there could care about this. They were sweating cold as they watched Bobby getting pummeled. They felt every strike on their hearts. Even Lord Bobby was no match to this human. Luze smashed Bobby's blood rune shield once again and sent him flying. In the meanwhile, Bobby bled, and he overturned extremely far. Bobby was covered in wounds and looked pitiful. Luze nodded, grinning. This guy could really take a beating. He still wasn't dead. Another round of attacks should be able to blow him up though. Luze didn't know if this guy had any other moves left, but he didn't dare to underestimate these cosmic system states from powerful cosmic system state civilizations. This Blood Claw guy could stop his attack at level 7 cosmic system state. Even though that wasn't his full powered attack, this Blood Claw guy was still just level 7 cosmic system state. This guy could also bring his power to a peak cosmic system state with his trump card. Seeing Bobby's chi advance deterioration, Luze loaded up again. Suddenly, Bobby's eyes sparkled with blood light. The blood mist around him densed. Seeing this, Luze knew this guy had more moves. Bobby grinned, revealing his white teeth, then the smile on his face turned gruesome again. He licked his lips, and the blood stench around him became more intense. Iraq and Kalun's eyes flashed with horror. Kalun shouted, "It's here!" Losing sanity after turning into a blood demon. He dragged Iraq away from the battle region and seemed ready to run at any moment. Luze kept watch of the other two as well. He was dazed when he saw this. Why did they seem to want to run but hesitant? At this moment, Bobby suddenly transformed into a blood mist and spread out, covering the fleet. Blood light flashed from the ship. Blood mist surged out from the ship and rapidly covered the fleet. The Blood Claw race inside the fleet saw blood mist flow out of their bodies along with their life forces and powers. Their eyes were horrified. What is this? Lord Bobby is attacking us. Arg! Pitiful howls sounded. Soon, all of their life forces and powers were drained. They dissipated into dust. Luze was perplexed. He looked at the blood mist and frowned. He burned in demonic flames which shot at the blood mist. When the flames touched the blood mist, the mist heated up, trying to resist the demonic flames. Kalun and Iraq rejoiced. Kalun exclaimed, "Good thing I ran away, or we would be over." 2. Iraq nodded in fear. In a few short seconds, the blood mist formed into Bobby. His injuries had recovered and his chi was slightly stronger than before, but not much. This was probably because he was devouring planetary states and star states. The quantity couldn't make up for quality at the cosmic system state level. Bobby was still trapped in demonic flames. He seemed to be in pain, but he roared. Luze kept the demonic flames running while loading before Bobby. His hand ignited with spirit flames again, then he punched at Bobby's head. Bobby's blood claws stopped before his head, and the blood rune shield formed once again. Rumble. The shield cracked, and Bobby overturned. This time, he overturned even less. Luze frowned. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Kalun and Iraq. If this guy devoured those two, would he be even stronger? He wasn't going to allow that. Kalun and Iraq shivered coldly. Iraq yelled, "Kalun, let's go." Kalun worriedly asked, "Are we going to leave Bobby?" Iraq vexed. He devoured that much blood essence. He's going to stay in that state for longer. Returning now is suicide. Kalun agreed. If they went over now, they might get devoured too. Kalun took out a blood rune. It flashed red and teleported the two away. Luze grimaced. He was going to interrupt it with space god art, but the rune strengthened space as well and prevented his interference. If his space god art was stronger, he would have been able to stop them. Luze stared at Bobby. If Bobby devoured those two, he would be the one running. Roar. Bobby charged up again. This guy was crazy. Luze grinned. He charged up too, and the two clashed. A few minutes later, Luze smashed the shield again. Bobby spat blood and the blood mist around him started to disappear. The blood light in his eyes also waned. His chi instantly weakened, but he also regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion. When he saw Luze, he remembered what was happening, but Kalun and Iraq were gone. Those two bastards left him? His heart went cold. At this moment, Luze appeared before Bobby and punched him in the chest. Rumble. That power tore open Bobby's defenses and went into his body. Bobby died on the spot. Luze felt relieved. His face was a bit wan. He picked up Bobby's equipment and storage ring. He dragged the Blood Race fleet to the Blade Demon base before leaving. Time for dinner. 10,000 light years away, a blood orb appeared revealing Kalun and Iraq. Iraq fidgeting. Quick, we need to inform our race. Kalun nodded. Chapter 971 Awake Ying Ying. Luze returned to the main ship. The commander immediately saluted. Monarch of the New Dawn, welcome back. Luze had been very busy traversing space and collecting resources. The soldiers have been seeing this. With Luze's cultivation level, these resources were useless to him. These resources were for star states and below. Despite this, Luze worked so hard. This made them respect Luze even more. A barbarian elder grinned. Luze kid, you're back. Luze nodded and asked the commander. How is resource collection going? The commander smiled. We've finished collecting all the bases you have pointed out. Our fleet is about to fill up. Luze raised a brow. He was so excited. If this entire fleet was filled, that would be plenty of resources. He smiled. If we're filled, then let's contact Elder and send the resources back. During this period, Elders Nangong and Chenwai have been sending resources back to the Federation, after visiting the Blade Demon ancestral planet. They just had to hand their resources to them. The commander wagged. We're probably the fleet to have filled up the fastest. He then looked at Luze with admiration. The other soldiers were also delighted. Even the barbarians looked at Luze with respect. If Luze didn't have space god art and didn't run around so much, it wouldn't be this easy. Luze scratched his head in embarrassment. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face turned serious. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you guys. Everyone waited in wonder upon hearing this. Manda asked, "What happened?" Luze took out Bobby's body immediately, blood stench filled the space. The remnants of the cosmic system state power still made those weaker people feel sick. Everyone gasped at the body. Manda mumbled, "Is this a blood claw race soldier? They're here too." Their race didn't have a cosmic cloud state before, but they were also very strong. Luze nodded. "Yes, I saw them at a base. They probably just got here. I searched their fleet. There were no blade demon resources inside." Space rippled and 3 wormholes appeared. It was the girls, winged race and round race. They all felt Bobby's remnant power and came out. Hearing Luze's words, their faces worried. A winged cosmic system state said, "It seems that the fleeing of a blade demon race was noticed by the other races." The round race cosmic system state nodded. "Blood claw race is probably just the first to come. There would only be more." Manda agreed. The situation is going to be chaotic. Everyone felt heavy at heart. These races would be coming to fight for blade demon resources. Battle was unavoidable. Luze smiled. "At least, we've already had this many days collecting resources. We've swept clean those large resource points. What's left are just some medium and small resource points." Everyone nodded. A winged race said, "Luze kid is right. Our alliance has benefited a lot from this. Ha ha ha, this is all because the human race took the early advantage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so good." Luze agreed and looked at the commander. "Commander, contact the other fleets, and tell them about the blood claw race." The commander nodded. In a resource system, a human fleet was stopped at the blade demon base. Man Yi and the others were looking casually at the Shenwu army soldiers working outside. With Man Yi's power, it was no threat to this fleet even if someone came. "Beeb." The communications soldier immediately reported, "Commander, it's a message from the monarch of the New Dawn's fleet." Man Yi and the others glanced curiously. The commander quickly said, "What news is it?" The message was displayed, and the soldier's face deformed. He said, "Monarch of the New Dawn said that he just encountered a blood claw fleet coming to Blade Demon territory. They're probably here for resources too." Man Yi and their faces turned serious. The evil-eyed race got an early message too, but the blood claw race was different. This meant that there would be more races coming. Man Yi asked, "Did they say the fleet's power and if they need backup?" Luze and the girls might not be able to stop the blood claw race. Man Yi even felt he needed to go help. The soldier replied, "The monarch of the New Dawn annihilated the fleet. There was a level 7 cosmic system state who got slain and 2 level 5 cosmic system states escaped." Man Yi and the others. Man Yi coughed. "It's good that he's fine. Let's be careful of our situation too. Finish up here and head to the next solar system. Hurry up and finish collecting the large resource points and take the resources back." The commander outcried, "Yes." All the fleets received the news. Those with peak cosmic system state people were rather calm, but those level 8 cosmic system state people were hesitant. Some thought about it and decided to send the resources they have collected back to Elder Nangong first. Some decided to delay it. Luze and the wives were feeding Ying Ying drops of spirit liquid. It was soon wrapped in starlight and brought inside Ying Ying. With this, Ying Ying's starlight illuminated even brighter, then abstruse chi circulated the room. Luze and the wives were shocked seeing this. They were cosmic system states, but they felt dizzy by just looking at the light. Alice rubbed Ying Ying's face. "I wonder when she will wake up." At this moment, the starlight flowed like water. Then, Ying Ying opened her deep blue eyes. Chapter 972 didn't even get any soup. As Ying Ying opened her eyes, the starlight dissipated. She blinked her eyes in confusion and then sat right up. She gazed around in vigilance. It was as though she was wary of something. When she sighted Luze and the girls, she felt relieved. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and showed a subtle smile. Chicken drumstick. She raised her right hand and opened her mouth. At this moment, her smile was bleak. Where did the drumstick go? Luze saw Ying Ying stare at the bone left in her hand. He acted the usual but felt quite proud on the inside. This time, he finally won in the food contest. He stole food from a cosmic realm state. The girls looked at Luze. With their knowledge of him, of course, they knew what he was thinking. Was this guy feeling proud? Even Alice's face puffed up, much less the other girls. Luze sensed these gazes and scrutinized them. When he saw the 5 girls, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He forgot about these 5. With how much they spoiled Ying Ying, he would probably be over. Luze acted like he was in danger and thought rapidly of a solution. Worst comes to worst, he would sacrifice his splendor at night for them to keep the secret. Luze felt that this idea was quite plausible. He was truly handsome. If he sacrificed his splendor, these girls would easily soften. At this moment, Ying Ying's eyes sparkled with starlight. Everyone was perplexed. Luze didn't understand Ying Ying. Was she going to sleep again out of anger? Suddenly, the starlight surged, forming a screen. On the screen, Luze was sneaking up onto Ying Ying's bed. He tried to snatch the drumstick away, but Ying Ying didn't want to let go, no matter what. Therefore, Luze let go and then used wind god art to cover the meat part of the drumstick and ate it. The girls stared at him with contempt. Luze. Oh shit! He forgot that Ying Ying has such capability. The first time they met Ying Ying, she formed a screen, and showed Ting Ting. Was he caught? Ying Ying's cheeks puffed up. She looked at Luze, and her deep blue eyes reflected some anger. Luze, you baddie! You stole my drumstick! Luze! He looked away with guilt. The girls felt that this was completely odd. This guy felt so fearless when he stole the food. He even forgot who he was. Now, he was scared. He carried aghast guilt for stealing food from little kids. It isn't like Alice wouldn't cook for him. At this moment, Alice rubbed Ying Ying's round face saying, "Okay, little Ying Ying doesn't get angry at brother Luze. I'll go cook for you." Ying Ying's eyes lit up, and her anger dissipated instantly. She stared at Alice full of hope. "I want chicken drumsticks. And Ying Ying craved so much food that she was drooling while mentioning them. Even Luze was drooling. It seemed that Ying Ying wasn't angry anymore. Great. Luze felt he was still fine. Alice smiled and nodded. She rubbed Ying Ying's little head. "Okay, I'll go cook for you." Before going, Lu Li and Lin Ling still glared at Luze. Nangongjing rushed up and started hugging and rubbing Ying Ying. "Little Ying Ying, I haven't seen you awake for so long." Ying Ying went to school before and then fell asleep, but then the insectoids came. Kaiyuhesha went up as well. Ying Ying's face squeezed flat. Her face threw a horrifying look. At this moment, Luze grabbed Ying Ying away from the 2 girls and said, "Didn't you see Ying Ying's face being squeezed flat? Control yourselves." Ying Ying looked like she wasn't angry at him, but he was still a bit worried. He decided to be nice to Ying Ying, and make her forget about him stealing her food. Luze showed an extremely gentle smile. "Ying Ying, are you tired? Can I give you a massage?" Then he allowed Ying Ying to sit on his legs, while he gently massaged her little arms. Luze took out a computer and played cartoons. "Ying Ying, let's watch your favorite cartoon." Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. They felt this was funny, but felt a little jealous since they hadn't even received any treatment as such. Ying Ying suddenly said, "I want to eat." "Luze, have you stored food?" "Luze." His massaging hands halted. The 2 girls tried to hold back their laughter. He was so nice to her, but she still wanted his stored food? No, that was his little gold depot. He quickly beamed. Your sister Alice is about to cook food. Let's watch cartoons first. Ying Ying blinked her eyes and bobbed her head. Oh. Luze finally felt relieved. He got through with it. After a while, Alice came in. Ying Ying, let's eat. Ying Ying dropped the computer and jumped away from Luze's legs. Luze wanted to run over too, but he remembered that he messed up with Ying Ying, so he didn't argue with her. He went out with Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. The table was lavishly filled with food. Luze gulped heavily. The feast tonight was so abundant. An hour later, Luze dropped his head on the table lifelessly. He was about to cry. He wasn't able to eat anything. Ying Ying took everything. He even wasn't able to taste a drop of soup. He would never mess up with her again. Chapter 973 New Drop, Dark Green Ball. After dinner, the girls sat on the couch playing with Ying Ying. Luze was annoyed at her. She didn't leave any food for him. After a while, they went back to cultivate. They entered the pocket hunting dimension. These few days, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had completed a set of 4 pieces. Lin Ling had 2 pieces, while Lu Li and Alice had 1 each. As their equipment increased, so did their combat powers. This brought Luze great help. After entering the desert, Luze and the girls concealed their chi and searched for their prey. 5 hours later, they killed 7 waves of sand beetles. They acquired large amounts of drops, including an equipment crystal. After flying a few thousand kilometers, they passed a patch of dunes. At this moment, the power suddenly surged up into the sky. The distant dunes exploded, painting the sky dark. A dark green beam blasted at the group. Was it the sand scorpion? Luze and the girls had seen way too many bosses these few days, but they didn't see any sand scorpion. Now, they encountered another sand scorpion again. Luze took the girls away. The beam blasted into the sand and corroded it, forming a dark green poisonous mist. Hiss! A huge figure came out of the sands. It waved its 2 huge pincers and tossed at Luze and the girls. Luze grinned. Let's fight it again. The girls smiled. They weren't the same as a few days ago. They were stronger now. Luze tossed at the scorpion. The sky was instantly covered in dark mists. The scorpion slowed down. It felt the aim and spread out more poison. Hiss! At this moment, Luze appeared outside the mist. Now, things were different. A dark green light flashed in his eyes, and he also glowed dark green. He had a poison god art now as well. It wasn't very strong but enough for him now. He wasn't going to use it to fight people. He just needed it to stay alive. As he used the poison god art, the poison he inhaled before was cured. He charged into that mist. Luze felt some pain again. At the same time, his head felt dizzy. However, it was much better than last time. His combat power wouldn't be affected at all. Luze used stone transformation divine art as well. The scorpion paused for a brief instant. However, it was too easy for Luze to grasp such an opportunity. He appeared at the scorpion's tail and punched. Rumble! There was a slight crack. Violent power surged inside the scorpion, and it howled. Its body overturned, and its chi weakened. It was injured. Luze used stone transformation divine art again and then pursued earth-shocking blow. Rumble! Another punch, then the smashed scorpion flew. Blood was flowing out from its tail. Its chi weakened again. Luze didn't hesitate or didn't give it any chance. Luze resumed the attack. In the black mist, the flying scorpion's body kept on getting struck. The wound on its tail was growing worse too. Blood dripped like a fountain. After dozens of attacks, the scorpion's chi became so frail that it disappeared completely. At this moment, Luze's skin was completely dark green. His organs were showing signs of corrosion. Even though he had poison god art, a beginner like him couldn't be compared with a master like a scorpion. However, a dark green light flashed. Sizzle! Green smoke came out from Luze's body. His skin slowly regenerated until normal. As long as he had enough spirit force, he could slowly remove the poison. The girls flew over. Their faces were pale too, but much better than last time. This meant that they were also stronger. Li asked, "Luze, are you okay?" They saw Luze die of poison last time. They were truly concerned. Luze smiled. "I'm fine, let me just cure the poison." The girls felt relieved. The body had turned to dust. He looked at the drop and smiled. "Pick things up first." The group came before the drops. There were the usual liquids and a dark green small orb. Everyone's eyes lit up. Alice said, Senior, this is a new thing." Luze nodded and picked it up. "Let's see what it is when we go out." Everyone nodded. The group kept searching for more prey. Chapter 974 Means to mass-produce cosmic system state peak. Another hour later, the group passed a dune. Lin Ling's eyes glowed as she scanned the surroundings. Then, she smiled. She pointed at a place. "There's chi moving there." This meant that there were sand beetles. Luze smirked. "Let's go over." Everyone headed. As they got close to that region, the sand exploded and a terrifying chi rose. This chi was a peak cosmic system state and even close to a cosmic cloud state. That shocking pressure instantly condensed space. The group gasped. What was going on? Weren't they sand beetles? Why was there such a powerful beast? At this moment, figures spewed out of the dunes. They were sand beetles. Behind this was a flashing gold sand beetle. It was about 5 meters tall, and its cultivation level was only level 5 cosmic system state level. But its chi was extremely terrifying. It slowly crawled out and stared at Luze and the girls. This sand beetle wasn't ordinary at all. It was faint gold. It looked like a boss. This level 5 cosmic system state beetle was completely different from that level 5 cosmic system state scorpion. It was much stronger. The golden beetle shrieked, and the sand around them began swirling and surrounded them. Before they could even retaliate, they died. The group woke up in a room. Their eyes were still shocked. It was a super beast indeed. They couldn't even dodge that last attack. Luze's mouth shivered. It was probably a divine art. Kyohesha mumbled, "I didn't expect the sand beetles would have such a super beast." The sand beetles were the weakest beasts on the 5th map, and yet they still had such a powerful beast. What about the stronger beasts then? Thinking about this, their hearts ached. They might die much more on this map. Half an hour later, the group sat up. The girls were eager to see Luze open the crystal and the dark green orb. Luze laughed and took it out. He opened the crystal, which revealed a pair of wrist guards. Luze smiled. "Lee has one already, so Alice can have it." Alice took it happily. Lee already had a wrist guard, while Alice had shin guards. Lee was slightly frustrated. Luze kissed her and said, "The next one will be yours." Lee blushed and glared at him. She wasn't prepared at all for the kiss. The other girls laughed at this. Luze felt it was best that he didn't play with her anymore or she might explode. He quickly changed the subject. "Okay, let's have a look at that new drop." Luze took out that orb from his mental force dimension. Everyone looked at it curiously. Luze scanned with his mental force, and information appeared in his brain. Luze was excited. This was a treasure. Seeing this, the girls were more curious. Nangongjing wondered. "What is it, Ze?" Luze beamed. "It's a one-time divine art rune, but this one contains God art instead. Use your spirit force to activate this ball. It can release a poison God art attack the same level as the scorpions. The girls were stunned and then smiled excitedly. The scorpion's poison beam was a peak cosmic system state. It was poisonous too. It might really be able to poison a peak cosmic system state to death. Luze was barely a peak cosmic system state power but died from the poison. It only required a small amount of spirit force to activate the orb, and they get an attack. This was great. Alice, in great marvel. I wonder if the other scorpions have such an orb. The group became excited that a peak cosmic system state move. It can be mass-produced, too. It was beneficial to them now, but what if they gave it to other people? It would be a battle royale a few days soon when other civilizations arrive. If every human fleet carried a few of these balls. Kyohesha smiled. It seems that we need to hurry and find more scorpions in the next few days. Everyone agreed. Lin Ling, in deep despair. However, with my current power, I can't find scorpions yet. Otherwise, it would be easier hunting them. Luze patted her head. The battle royale will probably last a while. We can take it slow. Don't worry. Nangongjing nodded. We've only taken the stored resources of those large resource points. There are still medium to small ones and not yet excavated ones. The Blade Demon region will be chaotic for a while. Lin Ling nodded. Luze smiled. Look, we're all sweating. Let's go get a shower. The next day, Luze opened his eyes. He chose to learn Qi concealing God art first. He looked on the side, Nangongjing and Kyohesha were learning the sand God art. Lin Ling, Lu Li and Alice were probably cooking. Luze stretched and went outside. He saw Ying Ying laying on the couch and watching cartoons. His heart ached. Would Ying Ying allow him to have breakfast today? Chapter 975 He's a level 1 cosmic system state. After breakfast, Luze still laid on the table, vapid. Ying Ying, this little shit didn't give him a single bite. A cosmic realm state boss was bullying a noob like him. Luze couldn't accept it. Nangongjing and the girls were sitting on the couch and were laughing at Luze. He was so nasty that he stole Ying Ying's food. Now, he would probably never do such a thing. After a rest, Luze got up. There was no giving up in his dictionary. He would beat her the next time. Time to cultivate. This time, Luze didn't go find other Blade Demon bases. He had found all the large resource points. Those remaining middle to small ones were scattered. It would take too much time for him to go check them out one by one. The fleet was almost full now, so there was no need to find more. The most important thing was to progress his cultivation level and kill more scorpions. In a few days, there would be a large wave of cosmic system state civilizations coming. He had to get prepared for the battle royale. Back in the room, they started cultivating. Luze used the level 4 red liquid. He felt some pain, but it was much better than a few days ago as he digested more red liquid. Luze's body was growing stronger. The level 4 liquid was just about right for him. Soon, he would be able to start using level 5 liquid. At some region in the Blade Demon territory, a blood-colored fleet was moving in space. In the middle of the cockpit, there was a large star map glowing, with Blade Demon resource bases. They were flying to one right now. 2 soldiers from the Blood Claw race stood before the star map. Their powerful cosmic system state outpoured. The people operating the ship were shivering and didn't dare to make a sound. There was a star state Blood Claw next to the 2, and he shrugged his neck, not daring to talk. After a while, one cosmic system state said, "We didn't find any resources from the 2 bases." The tone of the voice sounded like a volcano that was about to erupt. Beep beep. The alarm broke the tense atmosphere. The 2 cosmic system states looked towards the communications side. The Blood Claw race responsible for this shivered. This was a death gaze. However, he still picked it up. When he saw in the news, a blood claw race soldier's mind went blank. How is this possible? Everyone. This guy wanted to die? One cosmic system state asked coldly, what is it? The cold voice woke this blood claw race up. He quickly said, Lord Boris. Lord Bobby is dead. The fleet is destroyed. Only Lord Kalun and Lord Iraq escaped. They're searching for a fleet. Hearing this, the two cosmic system states were shocked. They gasped and their chi suddenly soared up. The entire ship was shaking. Only when they noticed this did they control their chi. The other cosmic system state asked, Bobby is truly dead? How? The blood claw shook his head. It didn't say, Lord Lucius. The two cosmic system states gazed at each other. Bobby was considered an extremely talented prodigy amongst the blood claw cosmic system states. Although it was extremely unlikely for him to reach cosmic cloud state, perhaps he could build on God art and divine art and reach cosmic cloud state combat power. That would make him one of the strongest in the race. Yet, he died just like that? Boris asked, where are Kalun and Iraq? They need to know what happened. The blood claw said, we're the fleet closest to Lord Kalun and Lord Iraq. We're just 200 light years away. He marked Kalun and Iraq's location on the star map. Boris bravely ordered. Send news back. Tell them to come here. We'll rest up here and wait for them. Yes. 10 minutes later, a wormhole formed. Kalun and Iraq appeared. Lucius and Boris saw that Iraq's face was pale, and his chi was extremely weak. They both frowned. This was a serious injury. Lucius asked, Iraq, what happened to you? Bobby is indeed dead. Iraq sadly replied, my injury came from a bump by Bobby. Lucius and Boris were dazed. What? Why would Bobby bump him? Iraq continued. We encountered a human, he's very terrifying. He wanted to attack me, so Bobby stopped his attack but was overturning. Bobby crashed into me, and I was heavily injured. Human. The two were surprised. After a while, Boris frowned. Are you talking about the human race next to the blade demon race? Iraq nodded. Everyone. A weakling race like the humans had such powerful beings? Were these two kidding? Lucius frowned. I didn't expect them to have a peak cosmic system state. It seems they've got something powerful from the blade demon race. Kalun's mouth twitched. That guy is a level 1 cosmic system state. Chapter 976 Very touched. In the main ship, the control room. The blood claws looked at Kalun and Iraq in great disbelief. Boris's mouth twitched. You. What did you say? That human, what is his cultivation level? He assumed that he might have heard it wrong. Kalun's mouth shivered. That human is a level 1 cosmic system state. Everyone. Lucius screamed, impossible. A level 1 cosmic system state soldier? How could he have the power to kill a level 7 cosmic system state soldier Bobby? No one dared to believe this. Iraq spoke helplessly. Kalun is right. That human is indeed a level 1 cosmic system state. Everyone. No way. At this moment, Lucius suddenly thought of something. Nonetheless, Bobby has a blood demon crystal. If he used it, he would have a peak cosmic system state power. How could he lose to that human? Iraq replied, Bobby used the blood demon crystal and was still no match to that human. Everyone was speechless. Boris urged, that human's combat power is a peak cosmic system state. Was this even a human? A level 1 cosmic system state with combat power of a peak cosmic system state? Lucius asked, do you guys know why the humans would appear here? Boris nodded. We found a few blade demon bases and all the resources were taken. Was this done by humans? Kalun answered, the resources here should be taken by the human race and the evil-eyed race. Evil-eyed race? Boris and Lucius have dazed again. Didn't they expect them to be here as well? Kalun nodded and then continued. I also got news from Johnny and the soldiers who went to attack the human race. Lucius quickly asked, where are they? Boris also miserably stared at Kalun. Kalun's mouth shivered. He couldn't bear to tell them about the befall of those people. But he knew that he had to tell them. Kalun felt a headache. He spoke pathetically. Johnny and the soldiers are dead. Dead? Peak Cosmic System State Johnny was dead? They were wondering if they were dreaming. The other blood claws were petrified as well. The death of a peak Cosmic System State was too much of a shock for them. After some silence, Boris's face turned hideous. How did he die? Which race did it? Our blood claw race can't be easily mocked. We're going to annihilate them just like the human race. Lucius nodded. They must pay for mocking the blood claw race. Bobby was dead and so was Johnny. One was a peak cosmic system state and the other was a prodigy who had hopes of drawing near the cosmic cloud state. Their death was unbearable even for the blood claw race. The two just wanted revenge now. Kalun mumbled, Johnny and the soldiers were accidentally caught in a cosmic cloud state battle where they died. Boris and Lucius have dazed once again. Lucius forced his mouth to open. Cosmic cloud state battle? Are you sure? Kalun tensely nodded. Yes, apparently an evil-eyed race knew about it, that's why they came to the Blade Demon territory earlier than us. We can confirm with the evil-eyed race. Boris coughed. Regardless, we can't let the human race go. We must get revenge for Bobby. Lucius agreed. Johnny and the soldiers died because they aimed to kill humans. They wouldn't have gotten caught in a cosmic cloud state battle. The humans should be responsible. Kalun and Iraq cannot agree more. Lucius, in a fierce decision. Okay, report this back. We need to ask for reinforcements. 5 days later, Luze woke up on the bed. The girls woke up too and curled into balls. Luze gasped and shivered in sweat. He almost cried. We faced a super beast right when we got in. The girls felt bitter too. They didn't even start fighting and were sent out. Lin Ling, still in high spirits. Good thing we collected plenty a few days ago, we still have cultivation resources. Everyone nodded delightedly. Nanggong Jing added. We have 7 poison orbs now. These are 7 peak cosmic system state attacks. Kai Uyuhesha augmented. If used unexpectedly, it can even kill a peak cosmic system state. Lu Li replied, too bad, it doesn't have a high drop rate. They had killed 80 scorpions these past few days. Luze rolled his eyes. This is not bad. It's about a 10% drop rate. Luze reminded the girls. Keep 1 each to protect yourselves. I'll give the other 2 to the elders. Luze didn't take any since his attack was not any weaker than the orb. He didn't need to waste it. The next morning, they had breakfast. Luze almost cried. Finally, Ying Ying decided to have his first meal after all these days. Chapter 977 Desert Cave. After breakfast, someone knocked at their door. Alice opened it and saw the commander behind the door. Alice asked, Commander, what is up? The commander replied, we've finished collecting all large resource points here and the fleet is full. Should we go back now? Luze nodded. Let's go back now then. The commander confirmed. There's another thing. We've received news that the other fleets have encountered pale scale races. Up until now, the pale scale race, red ghost, blue ghost, black smoke race, dark metal demons, and so forth, appear in Blade Demon territory. Luze raised a brow and bobbed. I understand. If we encounter foreign races, we will intervene. The Blade Demons have no cosmic system states left. Even the planetary state and star states as well, since the prodigies have fled. The remaining blade demons here are all those below planetary states. Some of them could run, but some of them couldn't at all. Even if they fled the galaxy, it was extremely unlikely they would survive in space. They were abandoned. For the race to survive, the powerful beings took the elite and prodigies and fled. It was cruel, but they had no choice. The remaining blade demons were playing humans, like animals to be slaughtered. If the human cosmic system states all died, this would happen to the human race too. The universe was too vast and this sort of thing was happening constantly. The commander nodded. I won't disturb your rest then. He turned around and left. Luze got up from the couch. Okay, let's go cultivate too. There were too many races that came. There was more than one powerful race, such as the Blood Claw. The four-race alliance still faced great pressure. Luze needed to hurry and reach a level 2 cosmic system state. Then his combat power would be rather powerful amongst the peak cosmic system states. Of course, it was more important to collect small poison orbs. The girls nodded, and they went back to their rooms. At night, they went to the pocket hunting dimension again. They concealed their chi and looked around nervously. When they saw no powerful orbs, they finally started moving again. Half an hour later, they saw a wave of sand beetles. There were 20 of them and 3 level 4 cosmic system states. Luze killed all the beetles with one punch and collected the drops. 6 hours later, a dark mist poured out and covered an area of a few hundred kilometers. Shocks sounded throughout the mist. The sands were swept up into the sky. Luze was attacking a level 5 cosmic system state scorpion. He would send the scorpion flying with every attack. Every time a scorpion does a counterattack, it would freeze instantly and get pummeled by Luze. Half a minute later, the scorpion's humiliating battle finally ended with its life force dissipating. Luze used poison god art to cure the poison, while the body turns to dust. The girls flew over. Luze grinned. It's easy to kill a scorpion now. Nangongjing mingled. We're growing stronger. The others beamed. They could see their progress every day. This feeling was great. Moments later, the poison was gone and the drops were revealed. There was a dark green ball. This was the second scorpion they killed today. Not only did it have the poison orb but also the poison god art orb. Luze felt too lucky. He quickly picked things up and the group went off rambling once again. Another 10 hours later, the sun was still shining high. It should have been nighttime but the temperature was instead getting higher. Even Luze's group felt scorched. They moved fast. The sands gradually turned into wind-hardened stones. Some stones were a few hundred meters tall, and some were just their height. Looking at the stones, Nangongjing frowned and asked, Luze, should we go in? They hadn't been in this region before. Luze thought about it carefully and nodded. Let's go see it. Perhaps there would be new prey for them to hunt. They moved in. Their shadows mixed with the light, and scary-looking rocks seemed horrible. They gradually went deeper and deeper. After half an hour, they found no beasts. At this moment, Lin Ling looked in a random location. She pointed at somewhere. There seems to be a lot of sand beetles there. Luze and the girls immediately looked over. There was nothing. Luze raised a brow. How many are there? Lin Ling precariously answered. About a few hundreds. Kaiuyuhesha gasped. That many? She rubbed her skin. Luze asked, how is their power? Lin Ling replied, the strongest is level 4 cosmic system state. I can't sense stronger beetles anyway. I didn't sense the chi of the golden one from the last time. Luze thought about it and said, wait for me here. I'll go check it out. Chapter 978 Did you rupture their home? The girls nodded. If there were golden sand beetles, they wouldn't be able to help, so they might as well stay here. Luze disappeared from the spot and moved deeper into the rocky region. Soon, he came to the bottom of the stones, and there were many caves. Luze went into a random cave. It was very dark, but it didn't scare Luze. The path was crooked. This reminded him of when he entered the rabbit holes on the first map. Luze sighed. The pocket hunting dimension was so harmonious at that time. Luze continued deeper. At this moment, he felt a subtle qi. Immediately, he concealed his qi more carefully. Good thing he already used qi concealing god art before going in, or he would have been noticed already. He looked at the cave entrance and carefully walked over. The end of the tunnel was empty. There were sand beetles everywhere in this space. A few hundreds of them. Luze's skin was aghast. He kept observing. These beetles seemed to be resting and were very quiet. It was probably because it was so hot outside, they didn't want to go out. At the very center, there was a faint golden sand beetle. It was also resting. Luze looked around. There were tunnels everywhere. They seemed to be linked to other exits. At this moment, Luze's gaze paused. He looked at this cave before him. There was a faint earth spirit light. Luze's eyes flashed. What was that? He tiptoed over and then drifted out. Luze rapidly went closer. He didn't use the spirit force. He just used his own body's power. Perhaps, due to the temperature, these beetles were sound asleep. Soon, Luze came before the glowing object. These beetles were still deeply asleep. Luze panted and smiled. He looked inside the cave. It wasn't big, just 100 meters wide. There was a pile of earth crystals in the center. They were glowing. Seeing this, Luze's lips grinned like crazy. Did they seem to be resources? He came up and took a crystal. He wrapped his mental force around it and tried to take it away. Immediately, it disappeared. Luze could feel it floating in his mental force dimension. Luze smiled excitedly. Indeed. These things could be taken. He quickly sat down and picked the crystals up and sent them to his mental force dimension. Outside the crystal room, the golden sand beetle slowly opened its eyes. It gazed at the crystal room and roared. Immediately, a terrifying qi surged that woke up all the sleeping sand beetles. Luze felt this paused and without hesitation, he grabbed a large bunch of crystals and disappeared from the spot using space transmission. The boss was awake. Run! The golden sand beetle felt that Luze's qi disappeared and fainted. It quickly came before the crystal room. When it saw only about half of the crystals were left, it exploded on the spot. Someone dared to steal their treasure. Hiss! All the sand beetles roared and charged out of the cave. 2:11. Luze appeared next to the girls. When they saw his desperate face, they were just about to ask him, but they suddenly felt the terrifying qi rose. Kyuyuhesha asked, "Little brother Luze, what did you do? Did you rupture their home?" Luze didn't answer. No time to explain. I believe we need to leave here now. Luze flashed in silver light and wrapped the girls wanting to flee. At this moment, space froze and Luze felt that it became very hard to enter the warp dimension. Just when he was about to talk, the girls already used stone transformation divine art. Luze felt the space pressure rested a bit and immediately used space transmission at upholding full power to leave. The next moment, they appeared in another rocky region. Luze reminded the girls. Conceal your qi. We haven't run too far. Soon, there was a terrifying qi behind them. The group kept running off. After half an hour later, the qi finally disappeared. Luze sat on the ground but quickly sprung up holding his ass. So hot. Even though he was in a cosmic system state, he couldn't handle this heat. What was this weather? The girls were about to sit too, but seeing Luze, they calmly stayed up. Lu Li asked, Luze, what did you do to those beetles? Nangongjing mingled. Did you rapture their home? It was pure luck that they were able to escape that. Luze replied, am I that sort of person? The girls rolled their eyes. Luze giggled. I found some good stuff there and brought them out. Alice, softly engrossed. What did you bring out? Luze replied, I don't know yet. We'll see once we're outside. Let's continue. In the next 5 hours, they slew 6 more waves of beetles and 5 scorpions. However, their luck seemed to have been used up. The scorpions didn't drop the poison balls. Half an hour later, the group concealed their chi since they saw a dark green, rocky region. Chapter 979. How were they bad? Luze rubbed his head. I'll go check it out. The girls were ready for it, but their mouths twitched. After this guy comes back, there might be another pile of scorpions chasing them. They were much stronger than the sand beetles. They could already imagine death. Luze smiled. There were good things in that cave, perhaps there would be better things here. There was no reason that the sand beetle cave had treasure, but the scorpion cave didn't. The girls agreed helplessly. Nangongjing patted Luze's back. Okay, go then. We'll stay further away. Luze rubbed Nangongjing's pretty face and nodded. Soon, he came outside the dark green mist. Luze smelled an intense aroma just by being near it. He felt pain and dizziness. He had used 6 poison god art orbs during this period. Yet, the poison here was still this strong. He was poisoned before going in. But, perhaps there would be small poison balls here. It was too useful for them right now. Luze had no reason to give up. He walked in and quickly felt huge pain. He couldn't last long in here even with the poison god art. He quickly ran towards the caves and went inside. It was also twisted and convoluted. Just staying in here a few minutes made him feel even greater pain and dizziness. At this moment, he sensed some chi outpouring ahead. He clenched his teeth and carefully pushed forward. Soon, Luze was at the end of the tunnel. He saw a very deep hole below there. It was similar to the sand beetle cave. There were also quite some scorpions resting there. Their pincers would move from time to time like they weren't completely asleep. Luze's skin was aghast seeing the dense cluster of scorpions. The weakest were level 4 cosmic system states. Most of them were level 5 cosmic system states and some level 6 cosmic system states. At the center, there was a pale green scorpion. It was probably a boss too. It was also resting, but the chi it released frightened Luze. This was cosmic cloud state power. Luckily, he chose the right time to come or he would have been found before he even came close. Luze flashed in white and transformed into a small scorpion. This was safer. He looked at the cave. There was also a smaller cave at the bottom glowing with dark green light. Hopefully, it was a treasure. Luze flew across the scorpions and came into the small cave. Soon, Luze found many small dark green balls on the ground. Luze's eyes flashed with excitement. It truly was the poison balls. He saw 10 of them on the ground. He didn't get these many balls after all these days of hunting. Luze took one into his mental force dimension. He didn't stop and quickly collected the other balls. Hiss! An extremely powerful chi rose that froze Luze. This chi was definitely in a cosmic cloud state. Luze didn't care and kept collecting balls. He probably couldn't get away from such a powerful boss. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well collect all the orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After collecting 7, he felt a huge power outpouring, and he died. There were 3 balls that he couldn't collect. Shit! Luze's heart was aching. Meanwhile, the girls also disappeared from the pocket hunting dimension after sensing that terrifying chi. Luze woke up in the room. The girls looked at him worriedly. Kyohesha asked, "Little brother Luze, are you okay?" Luze, vulnerable in pain, answered, "No, I need to lay for a while." Then, he fell back into Kyohesha's soft arms. Kyohesha didn't expect this. She blushed instead, but gently hugged Luze and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The other girls glared at him. Luze, this bastard! Were the fox demon's arms winsome? They looked at their breasts. They weren't bad at all. Only Alice looked at her flat chest and looked down. Half an hour later, Luze was recovered, but he didn't want to leave. Li asked, "Luze, you've pretty much recovered, right?" Luze acting out a painful look. "Arg, it's still hurting a bit. This time, the enemy is a cosmic cloud state. I need to recover some more." Seeing Lule's smile turn dangerous, Luze asked, "How about, I lay in your arms for a while?" Only Alice seemed keen. Nangongjing pinched Luze's waist. "I think you can get up." Lule and Alice pulled Luze out of Kyohesha's arms. Lin Ling asked, "Ze, you found treasure in the Scorpion Cave?" Luze composed. "Of course, look at who I am." The girls rolled their eyes. Only Alice showed an admiring look. "Senior is so amazing. What treasure did you get?" Luze grinned and took out the earth crystals and poison balls. Chapter 980 Huge Shock. "What is this?" The girls looked curiously at the earth crystals. Luze gasped. "This? I don't know either." The girls glared at him. Luze laughed dryly. "Cough, don't. I can have a look now." Luze swept the crystal with his mental force, and information started to pour into his mind. Moments later, Luze opened his eyes and smiled. Nangongjing was keen and asked, "How is it?" Luze said arrogantly, "This is a good thing. After digesting this, your body's defense would be amplified by Earth God Art. It would also improve your Earth God Art mastery." The girls smiled. Luze continued. "I got this crystal from the Sand Beetle Cave. I took 12. We can use it for now. I'll grab more next time. Other than this, I also got 7 poison orbs." The girls' eyes lit up. "Then we have 9 extra poison orbs." Lin Ling smiled. "MHM. They would be great trump cards if used well." Lule agreed. Although the other races just entered the Blade Demon region, the situation was still very chaotic. Conflicts might occur at any time. If they attacked the 4-race alliance, they would feel confident with these cards. Luze smiled. "Let's bring these things to them when we see the elders." The girls nodded. "Let's cultivate." Luze used a yellow crystal. It turned into a band of light and flew into Luze's body. Dense earth elements surged into his body. Abstruse power flowed in Luze's body. Luze could feel his body growing stronger. It was quick. 12 hours later, Luze finished digesting the power of the crystal. There were faint yellow hues on his body. Luze smiled. It was truly effective. It didn't increase power much, but it was a rather great improvement to defensive power. His defenses were 10% better than yesterday, and this was just 1 crystal. If he used a few more, perhaps, his body would be enough to handle level 5 cosmic system state red liquids. Then, his cultivation speed would go up a level. Luze felt great. Luze looked around. The girls were still cultivating. They hadn't finished digesting the crystal yet. Luze smiled and headed to the living room. Ying Ying was lying on the couch watching cartoons. She looked up and looked eagerly towards the room. When she saw it was Luze approaching, she exhibited a disappointed look. "Luze! What was this? Did she dislike him that much? He walked up to Ying Ying and hugged her. He watched cartoons with her. Half an hour later, the two stared at each other in silence. Luze asked, Ying Ying, are you hungry? Ying Ying nodded. Luze, Ying Ying, Luze found a serious problem. Alice, Lu Li and Lin Ling would probably need quite some time. It wasn't plausible for them to wake up and cook. This was very hard. Luze laughed dryly. Didn't your sister Alice cook you some drumsticks a few days ago? Ying Ying's eyes flashed with vigilance. What do you want? Luze gasped. It wasn't too easy to trick this child. Luze said, I'll go cook some noodles. Do you want some? Ying Ying looked with disdain. No. Luze. Whatever. He went into the kitchen and cooked noodles. After he came out, he saw Ying Ying wiping oil from her mouth. She quickly put her hand behind her when she saw Luze. Of course, Luze saw the drumstick in her hands. Luze. She didn't give him any chances at all now. Luze had a break and went back to cultivation. 3 days later, some human fleets have stopped at the Blade Demon Void space border. Fleets were appearing and joining the fleet group. Someone knocked on Luze's door while they were having breakfast. The commander was out there and said, Monarch of the New Dawn, we're at the border. Luze smiled. Is the Elder's fleet here too? The commander nodded. Yes, we're connecting. Lord Jinyeo says he wants to see you guys. Luze nodded. Okay, we'll go over now. The commander then went to knock on the doors of the other 3 races. The prodigies had much stronger kais. During this time, they would come to eat with Luze when they have fine opportunities. It benefited them greatly. They greeted each other. Mande, in great admiration. Luze kid, you guys are out. It seems you guys have progressed quite a bit lately. Luze scratched his head. Nothing extraordinary, haha. At Elder Nangong's main ship. Elder Nangong, Elder Shenwu and a few other cosmic system states were sitting there. At this moment, space rippled and Luze's group came over. The 2 saints smiled and came over quickly. Elder Nangong patted Luze's shoulder. Good job kid. You even killed a peak cosmic system state of the blood claw race. Shenwu laughed. You're indeed the pride of the human race. The 3 other cosmic system states looked at Luze with admiration and disbelief. The cosmic system states of the Alliance all knew about this. They were completely shocked. That was a peak cosmic system state. If he went higher, it was a cosmic cloud state. How old was Luze? Chapter 981 Series of Surprises. Luze smiled in embarrassment. The girls behind him smiled with pride. Luze was their man. At this moment, space rippled and a few cosmic system states of the winged race arrived. The one leading was a peak cosmic system state named Martha. She glanced across everyone and took a few extra looks at Luze. Elder Nangong greeted. Elder Martha. Martha was an elder to them both in terms of power and age. Martha nodded and smiled. The rest of the races aren't here. Elder Nangong nodded. Yes, but they should be coming soon. Many more races have come to this territory. The Alliance has taken most of the large resource points. If other civilizations knew how much resources they collected, it would be hard not to want to and come after it. Therefore, the Alliance fleets have decided to return to the Federation and store the resources there. Only then did they feel secure. Then, a portion of the cosmic system states will stay, to guard the Federation while the rest will continue to fight for resources. Martha nodded and sat down to wait. Eddie, Brenda, and the cosmic system states of the winged race went over. Luze and the girls sat back down with Elder Nangong. Lu Xiun smiled and nodded to Luze and the girls. Lu Xiun had a complicated look. A while ago, he thought he would be the first prodigy to break through to a cosmic system state in the human race. Yet, Luze reached this level in his 20s. After hearing that Luze killed a peak cosmic system state with combat power of the blood claw race, his feeling was extremely difficult to understand. A few hours later, waves of human fleets came to the border. The cosmic system states gathered in the main hall of the ship. Every cosmic system state would take a few extra looks at Luze. After all, his battle history was too scary. Luze was numb from all of these looks. When all the fleets had gathered, they left the border region together and went into warp dimension flying towards the Federation. Then, the elders began discussing their next moves. After all, with more cosmic system state civilizations coming, the alliance would no longer have several advantages nor combat power advantage. They had to arrange things. In a suite, Luze sat on the couch with fatigue. Compared to these discussions, Luze liked hunting in the pocket hunting dimension more. It was too hard for him. His brain cells were dying. He preferred to fight straight up. He wasn't good at playing tactics. Nangongjing seemed to be having a headache too. The others didn't feel much. They rolled their eyes. These two were missing a screw. At this moment, Ying Ying appeared. Ying Ying had been following them, but no one could see her if she didn't want to be found. She was about to watch cartoons, but Kaiulahesha immediately came up and hugged Ying Ying, rubbing against her. The other girls joined. Ying Ying's face immediately turned vapid. After a rest, they went back to cultivate. Luze planned to bring up the poison ball thing after they were back in the Federation. There wasn't much now, anyway. 5 nights later, the group suddenly opened their eyes. Pain flashed across their faces. They leaned against each other, gasping. Luze sighed. We found that rocky region and got 6 poison balls and 16 earth crystals. The girls smiled. The death was painful. They were surrounded and sprayed to death by a gang of scorpions. But they did get a lot. Nangongjing said, that way, we have 20 extra poison balls. Everyone rejoiced. This was too important for the human race right now. Kaiulahesha smiled. The earth crystals from last time have been used up. Yet, we got more this time. The death was worth it. Luze was the happiest. If he just used a few more of those crystals, he would be able to use a level 5 cosmic system state liquid. Lu said, by the way, I feel like I might break through a cosmic system state today. Alice giggled. Me too. The group smiled. If that happened, their overall power would increase again. Luze thought about it and said, we'll be arriving at the Federation tomorrow. Breakthrough after we're back on planet Jinwu. The two girls nodded. This would be a huge fortune for the humans. Nangongjing grinned. I'm going to break through a level 2 cosmic system state tonight. Kaiulahesha rejoiced. Me too. The group celebrated again. There were a series of surprises tonight. If they broke through, their combat power wouldn't be far from him anymore. It would be a huge boost to hunting skills. In at most a week, he would be breaking through a level 2 cosmic system state. By then, his combat power would be the peak in a cosmic system state. Luze was quite keen. Half an hour later, the group recovered and Luze distributed the loot. There were just 2 equipment crystals. It was a breastplate and a pair of boots. He gave it to Lu and Alice. Now, everyone's sand beetle set was completed. The next morning, Luze woke up. He felt how strong his body was and smiled. He grew much stronger, but the effects of the crystal were declining with use. The third one was only half as effective as the first one. This was still pretty good. Luze felt he only needed one more to try using a level 5 cosmic system state red liquid. Luze walked out of the room and then their suite was knocked. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang was standing at the door. Luze smiled. And Sun Huang, why did you come over? Zhuoqiu Sun Huang came in and said, we're about to reach the border, so I came to notify you guys, little Ying Ying. She left Luze behind and went to hug Ying. Ying. Ying Ying, Luze. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang looked around curiously. Where are Jing Jing and the other girls? Luze replied, they haven't gotten up yet. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang nodded with satisfaction. Oh, I understand. Luze. Chapter 982 What sort of bullshit luck was this? Sun Huang played with Ying Ying for a while and left. Luze went to cook himself some more noodles before going back to cultivate. At night, the group was having dinner. Food was abundant while Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had broken through a level 2 cosmic system state. This was a festive celebration. Luze was indeed happy. The only annoyance was that Ying Ying kept stealing his food. At this moment, the scene outside the window distorted from warp dimension to dark space. The group looked outside and saw a huge planet spinning. Ships flew up and landed from the planet. It was very prosperous. The group felt relieved seeing this. They were finally back to planet Shenwu. They had been out for a month. There were few battles, but home was always better. The fleet flew towards the Shenwu army. The army and the guests on the planet rejoiced. The saints and monarch of the New Dawn's fleets are back. They are all back. I wonder how the harvest went. It should be good. Although you see several fleets of other civilizations going to the Blade Demon territory in void space, we collected from there that much earlier. Yet, when we went there probably wasn't even anyone to fight over with. Everyone was excited. The Shenwu army's resources would increase a lot. The guests were stunned. Yet, probably a lot more than us. The guests didn't join the Shenwu army for freedom. If they were lucky, they would get more resources than the Shenwu army. Of course, it would still be more dangerous. They were prepared for this. Cultivation was about fighting for resources and progressing. The situation was different now, though. The Federation collected large amounts of resources from the Blade Demons. Based on distribution, it would probably be given to the most powerful prodigies and then the people of the army. The guests would be able to exchange for some using reward points, but it would be much less than the Shenwu army. Some of them wondered if it was a good choice to join the Shenwu army. Meanwhile, at the base of the Shenwu army, the soldiers watched the fleet with excitement. Marshal Shenwu and the soldiers are back. The monarch of the New Dawn is back. Hehe, I wonder how much resources have we brought back this time? I don't know, should it be a lot? Greatly keen. The fleet soon stopped at the space station. Luze and the girls followed the elders off the ship. Then, a large wave of soldiers started to unload the resources. The distant soldiers watched the cartons of resources being carried out and gasped. So much! This is great! The elders grinned and said nothing. This would only excite and boost their morale. Then, Elder Nangong said to Zhuoqiu Sun Huang, go, take some people to help. Sun Huang nodded. Then, she left. Elder Nangong smiled at the cosmic system states of the three races. Everyone, you did well. Please take a rest, and then we'll split the resources, yet. Man Yi laughed. Sure little Nangong. All thanks to your race, we have gotten much greater advantages and benefits. The others smiled. They earned a lot this time indeed. Elder Nangong smiled. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to take back that much. If it were just the humans, who can know how much danger they would have suffered. But now, it was a win-win situation. Everyone smiled and left the space station to rest. It would take some time to unload the resources here and more time to distribute them. Luze and the girls quickly returned to the top floor of the cultivation building. It was still the same since they modified it. Luze said, oh, we forgot to tell the elders that Lu Li and Alice are about to break through the dangerous gear. Lu Li rolled her eyes. A lot of people have come near the planet Shenwu during this time. Plus, the cosmic system state phenomenon range is big. It's fine. How can people make it over with such a short period? Luze felt she was right. Everyone went back to the spirit gathering room and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, Luze felt a magical wave appear. He opened his eyes and saw endless light appear in space. A few seconds later, the light intensified and multiplied. Knowledge about God art started to appear in Luze's mind. He used a purple liquid and a blue crystal to start learning. The girls did the same. Ying Ying saw this light in the living room and ended up dazed. She closed her eyes and dropped to the couch as starlight wrapped around her. The other three races opened their eyes, and the light struck their resting area outside the cultivation building. They looked at this vibrant light with shock, especially those peak cosmic system states. Man Yi's mouth twitched. This is phenomenon. The other barbarian race cosmic system states were also doubting life. Was the phenomenon supposed to be this scary? The winged race cosmic system states were also speechless. Only those who stayed with Luze were rather calm. Manda and the group felt happy seeing how shocked their peak cosmic system states were. At this moment, the three elders flew out. This was their human race prodigy. Man Yi asked, "Little Nangong, what is going on?" Elder Nangong waved his hand. This is probably caused by their breaking through. Elder Man Yi, you know that other than Luze, those few kids are also favored by that master. He pointed at the sky and smiled. What sort of being is that master? How can the people he favors be ordinary? Gasp. They thought that the master might just be a peak cosmic cloud state or just reach the cosmic realm state. But now, it seems more. Was he a peak cosmic realm state or even a cosmic monarch state? Their skin was aghast. Those types of beings were rare in the entire universe. Yet, there would be someone to spend so much effort preparing a few human prodigies? How lucky was the human race? Chapter 983 The Overlord of the Fifth Map. Meanwhile, the guests and Shenwu army soldiers sat down and began cultivating peacefully. After all, they've gone through phenomena several times up to this time. Then, the other cosmic system states went back from their resting rooms and started cultivating. Even Man Yi, Martha, and the other peak cosmic system states were no exception. This level of phenomena was a rare opportunity even for them. After nearly a day, a vibrant light disappeared from space. Dense earth color surged around Luze. The powerful force twisted the surrounding space. Then, Luze opened his eyes. He clenched his fist and a strand of yellow light appeared around his fist. Luze smiled. With the phenomenon, blue crystal, and purple liquid, Luze's defenses have tremendously improved. He should be able to use level 5 cosmic system state red liquid, right? Luze's eyes flashed with hope. However, he didn't start cultivating right away. Now that Li and Alice were able to break through, there would be delicious food. Luze would eat first. Ying Ying must be truly asleep now. There was no one to fight over food with him. Luze felt festive. He came out of the room and into the living room. He saw that Ying Ying was profoundly asleep on the bed. He beamed and carried her onto a bed. At this moment, Nangong Jing, Kaihu Yahesha, and Lin Ling came in. They weren't surprised to see Ying Ying asleep. They had experienced multiple phenomena that could make Ying Ying fall asleep deeply and quickly. Was it probably the knowledge in the phenomena that would allow Ying Ying to accept her legacy? Lin Ling rubbed Ying Ying's little face and smiled. Ying Ying had been sleeping several times. I wonder how strong her power would be. Everyone was nearly keen. The soldiers from the star spirit race would thrive stronger with every sleep. Ying Ying should be much stronger than at first. Luze beamed. Our opponents are considerably weak. There's probably no one who could make Ying Ying use her full power. It's hard to ascertain the depth of her power now. The three unanimously agreed. Kaiuyuhesha said, "That's a good thing. If Ying Ying used her full power, it would imply that the opponent was at least a cosmic realm state. The human race was too weak in the wake of such beings. Feed Ying Ying some more." After a while, the doors opened. Lu Li and Alice appeared. Nanggong Jing grinned. "Li, Alice, congratulations. You guys are cosmic system states now." Lu Li said in wide glee, "We're a month later than you guys. You and Sister Hesha are level 2 cosmic system states already." Luze spoke, full of hope. "Alice." Alice immediately smiled. "Senior. I know, I'll go cook." Luze. He didn't even say anything and she knew. She was his little angel in such a manner. Luze felt deeply touched. Alice, Lu Li and Lin Ling went to cook dinner afterward. Il-11. After dinner, the group went into the pocket hunting dimension. Nanggong Jing and Kaiuyuhesha had peak cosmic system states power now too. Alice and Lu Li were also cosmic system states. Their hunting skills have greatly improved. In 6 hours, they slew 10 level 5 cosmic system state scorpions. They acquired a poison ball and 2 poison god art orbs. They collected 2 chi concealing god art orbs too. They also slew more sand beetles. They even encountered a level 6 cosmic system state scorpion, but running away was easier. They just got away. After killing another scorpion, the group moved on. A few minutes later, Luze grimaced. He asked, "Why is it getting hotter?" The girls were also sweating. They looked ahead. The air was distorted. Kaiuyuhesha asked, "There seems to be something hot there." Lin Ling replied, "Should we go take a look?" Luze nodded. "Let's check it out. There might be something good like the stony part of the desert." Everyone headed. As they moved more forward, the heat intensified. It surpassed the hottest moment of the night. Their skin was burning red. Sweat vaporized immediately on their skin. Luze frowned. Alice asked in great panic, "Can we handle this, senior? Most of the metals in the universe would probably melt here instantly." At this moment, a faint glow of red light flashed. Luze and the girls gasped. There was a distant sea of flames burning. That terrifying temperature crumbled the space, which kept regenerating itself. A bird call sounded above the sea of flames. A huge bird burning with red feathers flew across the sky. The flame waves strayed in all directions. Luze and the girls couldn't even move. The bird's chi was too powerful. This was their first time to see such a terrifying beast on the 5th map. Eventually, they could only watch while the flame waves devoured them. The group woke up in the room. Luze feebly asked, "Could that be an overlord-level beast?" Ordinary cosmic cloud state beasts weren't that powerful. They had never sensed such a terrifying beast in the entire 5th map. They had to face such a beast in the future? That would be cumbersome. Chapter 984 Cosmic System State Level 2. Half an hour later, the pain disappeared. Luze distributed the loot. He acquired 2 more equipment crystals. They were both breastplates. They all had this. Luze planned to give these to the elders. Then, Luze came to the spirit gathering room. He wanted to see if he could use a level 5 cosmic system state red liquid. Luze sat down and used a red liquid. It immediately went inside his body and surged with tsunami-like power. Luze felt piercing pain around his body, and blood seeped out. However, Luze felt relieved since the wounds were rather insignificant, although a bit painful. This was frivolous for Luze, who died every day. Luze started digesting the liquid power. His body rapidly stabilized. The stars and planets in his cells grew brighter. When they were perfected, Luze could shatter the 2nd star ring, a breakthrough to a level 2 cosmic system state. 8 hours later, Luze stopped. He was well pleased with his cultivating speed. At this rate, he would be able to break through 2 days later at the latest. This was 9 days faster than he imagined. Luze came to the resting room. All the girls were there. The group had breakfast and rested on the couch. At this moment, Zuoqiu Sunshang came knocking on the door. Luze smiled. Auntie Sunshang, what brought you here? He let her in. She smiled and subtly asked, don't you sense something different about me? The group was dazed. Nangongjing got up and slowly scrutinized her mother Zuoqiu Sunshang. Mum, you reached a cosmic system state too. Luze beamed in great joy. Congratulations, Auntie Sunshang. The aunt has been very nice to him. Luze was happy for her that she reached a cosmic system state. She smiled. I thought it would take some more time. I was able to break through using Lu Li and Alice's phenomena. Ha ha ha. She felt majestic thinking about how surprised those star states and Lu Xiun were. It was rewarding having a good son-in-law. Luze looked helplessly, and Zuoqiu Sunshang rubbed his head like a madwoman. She was the alcoholic's mum, but she acted like a child. Nangongjing tumbled her eyes and slapped her hand away. Mum, you came over just to tell us this. She replied, that is just one thing. Another thing is to notify you that we'll be going back to the Blade Demon territory in about 2 days. Rest well now. Luze and the girls nodded. Understood. Only then did Zuoqiu Sunshang notice the starlight in the room. Ying Ying is asleep again. The group bobbed their heads. Sunshang smiled. We don't need her to intervene right now. She can sleep. She came to Ying Ying and rubbed her little face. She's really cute. At this moment, Luze thought of something. He said, by the way, since you're a cosmic system state now, I'll give you cosmic system state cultivation resources. They didn't need the red and purple liquid for level 1 and level 2 cosmic system states now. Even Lu Li and Alice used level 3. Sunshang giggled. She rushed up to Luze, then she slapped his shoulder. My son-in-law is so amazing. Luckily, Jing Jing met you. Nangongjing couldn't bear it. How could her mum speak about her daughter like that? After chatting for a while, everyone went back to cultivating. 2 days later, in the spirit gathering room, Luze finally gathered enough spirit force. The spirit liquid surged into the second star ring until it grew brighter. At its maximum brightness, the ring cracked. Luze felt intense pain, but he continued to digest spirit liquid. The cracks grew bigger, and then in a world-creating rumble, the second star ring crumbled into stardust. It neared the stars around the outer cell. Luze used another level 5 cosmic system state red liquid. He pulled even more spirit force into his body, which was digested by the stardust. It grew brighter until the stardust formed more stars. They were much smaller stars than the stars at the very outer ring. Luze slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Level 2 cosmic system state. How about his combat power now? He was very curious. The girls and Sunshang were in the resting room. Luze was dazed. Auntie Sunshang, you're here too. She rolled her eyes and replied. We're about to head off, but you guys didn't come over. The elders sent me over to check. Luze scratched his head. Ahaha. I was breaking through. Sorry, I didn't notice the time. Sunshang gasped. You're a level 2 cosmic system state. How can this kid be that fast? Luze grinned. Didn't Jing Jing tell you that I was breaking through? Chapter 985. Why is this too careless? The elders and everyone were waiting. Alice didn't go cook breakfast. Luze could only leave and wait to get on the ship before eating. Everyone came to the space station. They found that the elders and the others were already waiting there. Man Yi and the foreign race peak cosmic system states stared at Luze in shock. Man Yi gasped. Level 2 Cosmic System State? Luze kid? You broke through again. The other cosmic system states were stunned. They were wondering what Luze's combat power would be. Their skin was aghast. Luze and the girls were also stunned. Luze already used his chi concealing god art, but they could still tell that he broke through. He didn't intentionally try to hide it. But to be able to see his cultivation level, these peak cosmic system states were stronger than he imagined. After all, they did live for tens of thousands of years. They've probably stayed at a peak cosmic system state for a long time. Luze smiled and nodded. I broke through in the morning. Sorry for making everyone wait. Everyone gasped. This cultivation speed. Everyone took in a cold breath and recalled the phenomena that Elder Nangong spoke of. They were even more certain now that the master who took Luze in was probably a cosmic monarch state. Or, even more? Otherwise, there was no reason for him to progress so fast at a cosmic system state. That level of being would appear in a place like this? Everyone was extremely shocked. Elder Nangong beamed. Okay, everyone, let's head off according to our initial arrangement. Man Yi spoke seriously. This time, everyone needs to be careful. There isn't just the evil-eyed race. The situation over there is rather chaotic. Get ready for battle at any moment. Luze was reminded of the little poison ball. He quickly said to Elder Nangong, by the way, Elder, my master gave me something that I felt might be useful. Everyone looked over instantly. They knew Luze probably had some new treasure. All the things that he gave were excellent. Elder Nangong asked, what is it? Luze took out a poison ball. Everyone looked at this dark green ball with curiosity. Luze explained, my master gave me this one-time use weapon. It can release a peak cosmic system state poison god art attack. Everyone held their breath. The peak cosmic system states stared at each other with dread creeping on their skin. Poison god art was a rather troublesome god art. Without the effective remedy, even a peak cosmic system state with combat power near a cosmic cloud state wouldn't be in a safe and sound situation. Ordinary peak cosmic system states might die. Man Yi grinned. With this, we can debilitate one or even multiple peak cosmic system states. Martha smiled. He's indeed a master, the things he casually gives are these strong. Martha and Man Yi were completely struck. Such means were extremely rare even in their race. They weren't willing to use it. The elders were annoyed. Luze was too careless. These sorts of treasures could be used as trump cards for their race. It was such a loss to use them at this time. But they couldn't say much now. Luze scratched his head. My master gave me 19 of these little poison balls. There were truly 25 more, but Luze planned to give the remaining 6 to the 4 elders, Auntie Sun's Huang and Lu Li Ziyu. He could get more any time, but right now, Blade Demon resources were more important. The atmosphere fell silent. Elder Nangong's mouth twitched. Zi, how many did you say there were? Luze replied, 19, they're all the same and can release a peak cosmic system state attack. The human cosmic system states. Why was this kid so stupid and honest? Did he take out everything just like that? Meanwhile, Man Yi and the soldiers were extremely shocked. If used well, these were the lives of 19 peak cosmic system states. This was too terrifying. Elder Nangong couldn't resist speaking telepathically with Luze. You stupid kid! Why not keep such things to our race? Even if we use these to exchange for resources, it would be a loss. Then, Elder Lin and Elder Shenwu's voice sounded, Kid, this is being stupid. So, kid, tell them that what you said was a mistake. You only have 9. Zi, you're usually really smart. Why are you dumb today? We need to use these things for ourselves. Luze explained, Elders, I can get more of these things. Don't worry, there's plenty. When he grew stronger, he would get a few hundred, a few thousand for the human race. By then, when the human prodigies leave the galaxy, who would dare to mess with them? The elders. So there was a lot? That was fine then. Elder Nangong coughed. Everyone, since that master gave us treasures, it would be disrespectful if we don't use them. Let's take these. We'll be safer too. The other three races looked at each other. These belonged to the human race after all. If the humans didn't mind, of course, they wouldn't. Man Yi grinned. Little Nangong, these are valuable. They're peak cosmic system state cards. Elder Nangong waved his hand. That master gave us these things clearly for this time. If we don't use them, it would be ungrateful. Zi also said that the master is nice to him. There would be more. Chapter 986 Oasis. Luze split the poison balls amongst the cosmic system states. This time, a portion of the cosmic system states needed to stay on planet Shenmue to guard the resources. This included Elder Lin and Saint Lindong. Those heading to the Blade Demon territory included Elder Nangong, Elder Shenmue, and most of the level 5 cosmic system states and above people from the three races. There were 10 teams of cosmic system states. Each team had a peak cosmic system state. Elder Nangong left 9 poison balls for the people guarding the resources and gave 1 each to the 10 teams. After this, everyone went to their main ships. The fleet left the space station and entered the warp dimension. Luze and the girls boarded the same fleet exactly as to where Mankun and the soldiers stayed on planet Shenmue. The ensuing battles would be very intense. They couldn't join. If they died, it would be devastatingly painful for the three races. They were rare prodigies. Luze and the girls returned to their suite before Luze went to pick up Ying Ying from the cultivation building. The group then went to cultivate. IL-11. At night in the pocket hunting dimension, they went off hunting. Luze was excited because this was his first battle, after reaching level 2 cosmic system state. He wondered what he would get. The sand beetles weren't a threat for them now. But, if it was the golden sand beetle, they still wouldn't be able to beat it. In a few hours, Luze and the girls killed 5 waves of sand beetles. There was everything. In the desert, a terrifying chi suddenly rose from the distance, stirring up the sands. Its cultivation level was level 6 cosmic system state, and its chi was extremely ferocious. Sensing the scorpion's chi, Luze raised a brow. If it was like the previous encounter, he would run instantly, but now, he isn't the same as before. Luze felt he was stronger. He could try fighting this sand scorpion. Rumble. Spirit flames blasted around Luze. He disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared before the sand scorpion. Hiss! The scorpion waved its huge pincers towards Luze. At this moment, its chi suddenly feebled and its actions slowed. Luze grinned mischievously. He blinked past the poison mist and appeared before its head. He clenched his fist, forming a spirit force fist, and punched it heavily. Rumble! The sand on the ground was stirred up, and shockwaves scattered in all directions. A large trench formed around Luze and the scorpion. Crack! Dark green blood dripped from the scorpion's head. A violent power smashed it, then flew away. Luze disappeared from the spot and chased up the scorpion. The scorpion tried to stabilize, but Luze's attack was no longer a novice. He appeared before the scorpion. Rumble! Moments later, the rumbling stopped, and the scorpion's wounded body fell heavily on the ground, turning to dust. Luze was nearly exhausted. His face was pale. Although it seemed easy, this was after everyone used the stone transformation divine art, and there was Kaiuhesha's seduction divine art. Luze was using full power unceasingly as well. He used more than 2/3 of his power. If he was alone, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. The girls flew over equally exhausted. Despite this, they were overjoyed watching the body of the enemies turn to dust. They dropped 5 red, 5 purple liquids, a poison god art orb, and a concealing god art orb. Luze raised a brow. The god art orb drop rate was higher than a level 5 cosmic system state scorpion. There were 2 of them in one blast. Pity, there was no poison ball. Luze smiled. Let's continue. Everyone bobbed their heads and began moving. They would be able to recover to full power in a few minutes. 15 hours later, the desert turned extremely hot. Even though they were wearing boots, they felt their feet were burning. Despite this, they bravely flew up to the sky. They had seen countless weak beasts and bosses getting caught and tossed up in the air. At this moment, the group looked ahead in disbelief. On the horizon of the desert, there was a boundless forest. Luze reluctantly asked, "Are we back to the 4th map?" They didn't expect to see a forest in the desert. Lu wiped her sweat and beamed. "Then we can go back to the 3rd map and avoid the heat." Nangongjing gasped. "It's too hot indeed. Let's go." Luze nodded. "Let's go over there then." As they were close to the forest, the sand slowly turned into barren land and then mud. They reached the border of the forest. They looked inside the dark forest. Nangongjing was curious. The natural setting didn't seem to have changed. "It's still the 5th map, right?" Lin Ling blinked her eyes. "There seems to be a strong qi inside. There shouldn't be such powerful beasts on the 4th map. Is it an oasis in the desert?" Everyone was confused. This oasis was too vast. Luze walked into the forest first. The girls followed in. Upon entering, the surroundings dimmed instantly. There were rotten leaves on the ground, and they were wet. After entering some distance, Luze's hair sprung upon his back. He suddenly sensed a dangerous threat. The group disappeared from the spot. Immediately, a dark green beam penetrated where they were. The group gasped. Sand scorpion. However, they didn't sense any qi. At this moment, more beams were tossed at them. The power of the attacks was all peak cosmic system state. Chapter 987 Terrifying Learning Speed. Beams of dark green rays drew near. Luze grimaced. He blazed in spirit flames as a powerful force rose. The girls also used their god arts and divine arts. Rumble. Spirit force attacks clashed with the dark green beams. A rumble swept through the forest and shook the tall trees. At this moment, Luze pulled the girls and disappeared from the spot. Amidst the rumbling, the dark green beams exploded. Poison mist perfused. The group appeared a few kilometers away. If they were struck headlong, they would be poisoned. At this moment, the qi around the forest moved. The trees wobbled, then dark green vines drew near the group. These vines were very subtle in their movements. Only now did the group realize what was attacking them. They didn't expect that vines there could shoot poison beams. Their kais were all peak cosmic system states and felt very terrifying. They surrounded the tree trunks. They didn't know where their roots were. At this moment, they started embodying the group from all directions. Luze shouted, "Run!" Luze found a nearly closing spot and quickly dragged the girls to that exit. He used all sorts of speed buff divine arts and god arts. Screech! Beams rapidly blasted towards them, but the girls used stone transformation divine art and seduction god art to interfere with the attacks. In a short instant, Luze took the girls tens of thousand kilometers away. The vines wriggled their bodies. Leaves fell and the 1,000-kilometer forest seemed to have transformed alive. It was extremely scary. The group looked back. The scene was truly frightening. They kept fleeing for a while, long before stopping. Luze's face was severely pale. He used all sorts of god arts and divine arts in running away. The spirit force consumption was nerve-wracking. His spirit force has exhausted now. Luze found a tree to sit down on and held his breath. Lin Ling barely uttered, "They don't seem to have chased us." That was tens of peak cosmic system state poison vines. They were truly dangerous. Luze ascertained. Those vines probably have roots. They can't move around freely. There was a certain range in which they could move. Now that we're out of it, we should be fine. Li rejoiced. Good thing we weren't surrounded, or we would have probably been slain. After a break, the group proceeded deeper into the forest again. This time, they concealed their chi and were further careful. Half an hour later, they found a bright region in the forest. They looked at the white light. Luze exclaimed, "Let's go over." This was a flowery region of a few hundred kilometers wide. They could still see the blue sky above their heads. The temperature was still high, but there were all sorts of flowers blooming in the flower sea. Even Luze and the girls could sniff the scent. The girls gasped. At this moment, Luze saw a tree filled with flowers in the center. It was emitting blue light. Luze's eyes lit up. There seems to be a treasure. He sensed around carefully to make sure that there were no beasts. Look at that tree in the center. I'll go check it out. The girls hesitated but consented. Luze appeared above the huge tree. It was a few hundred meters tall. It had an ocean blue color. There were no leaves, just blue flowers. Luze appeared before a flower. It was the size of a human head. There was a drop of blue liquid in the center. Luze rejoiced and quickly took it into this mental force dimension. It worked. There was treasure here. Before Luze realized the latent danger, the flowers suddenly started dancing. Then, all sorts of beams tossed at Luze. There were elements of fire, wood, wind, earth, and so on. The terrifying chi whipped the space, making Luze unable to move. This terrifying chi was a cosmic cloud state. Oh shit! How could these flowers attack? He could only watch thousands of attacks strike his body. Luze opened his eyes in the room. Luze tumbled into Lule's arms. Lule rolled her eyes but didn't push him away. After the pain had eased up, he sat up and shared the goods. They began to cultivate, and Luze used the blue flower dew. He felt a vivid stream penetrate his body, and his mind turned extremely clear. At the same time, the spirit force affinity of his body rapidly went up. Luze rejoiced. It was effective. He felt his learning capability has improved many times. He could feel all sorts of secrets revealed easily and clearly. Luze used another blue crystal, and his learning capability tremendously improved again. This level of learning capability continued to amaze him. If he could use it to learn star-state divine arts, it would probably take only a few days to achieve perfect mastery. This was too foreboding. He quickly took out Chi Concealing God Art and began acquiring skills. Chapter 988 I Feel I'm Being Discriminated Against. 8 hours later, Luze opened his eyes and smiled. During this time, he used 2 Chi Concealing God Art Orbs, 1 Poison God Art Orb, and 1 Sand God Art Orb. He acquired the skills about 1 every 2 hours. This speed has improved many times. If only he could keep learning at this rate. Luze gasped. Nangongjing and the other girls went out. They went down in different directions. 4 days later, the fleet arrived outside the Blade Demon border. According to previous discussions, the fleet wouldn't split off far from each other. Their target was a region containing 6 large resource points. The range wouldn't be over 10,000 light-years. Even if one fleet was attacked, the others would be able to help quickly. Soon, the fleets split off. Luze and the girls headed to one large resource point. In a large solar system, a fleet of the Pale Scale race and a fleet of the Black Smoke race were floating in space. There were 5 Black Smoke race beings and 4 Pale Scale race beings at a deadlock. The 5 beings from the Black Smoke race had peak cosmic system states, but they turned feebler facing the 4 beings from the Pale Scale race. This was because these 4 beings from the pale scale race were peak cosmic system states and 3 level 7 cosmic system states. They were all elevated levels of cosmic system states. Meanwhile, the black smoke race deviated. Up until now, they only had 3 peak cosmic system states. They were only slightly above average amongst cosmic system state civilizations. The pale scale race was rather powerful. They were incomparable with blood claw race and half-demon race but were almost the same as evil-eyed race. Peak cosmic system states from the pale scale race were stronger than peak cosmic system states from the black smoke race. Due to this, the soldiers from the black smoke race didn't dare to attack first. They weren't sure if they could win. The leading soldiers from the black smoke race spoke bleakly. "Pale scale race, you're crossing the line. We reached this resource point here first. We've started excavation." They felt very bad right now. The Blade Demon race was their ally and now they were gone. What was the Black Smoke race and Dark Metal Demon race supposed to do? It would take time to earn trust in forming a new alliance. Daedao done, a cosmic system state, that bastard tricked away didn't come back either. They had sent a quarter of their power to help the Blade Demon race. Their hearts were broken. The cosmic system states from the pale scale race snarled. "Who got here first? Your peak cosmic system states and you're still so naive. No wonder the black smoke race is such a weak race. An unclaimed resource point is decided by who is stronger. If you don't agree, let's settle through a fight. Will it be a group fight or one-on-one? I'll let you choose." Black smoke race. The soldiers from the black smoke race were furious. However, they didn't retreat at all. It was difficult to find an abundant resource point. The large resource points were pretty much all held by those powerful races. How could they give up on this so easily? Worst comes to worst, they would fight. They had already notified the Dark Metal Demon race to arrive. The 2 races were going to excavate together. Just when the atmosphere was about to intensify, and their cannons were charging, a bright flash appeared in space. A fleet of ships flew over. Seeing this, the soldiers of the black smoke race were stunned. Human race. They had never expected the human race to appear. The pale scale race rejoiced. It's the human race. They were different from the black smoke race. They heard from the soldiers of the blood claw race that the humans seemed to have accumulated a lot of resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't be leaving early. They were considering putting pressure on the human race, for them to hand over some resources. But they were hesitant since there were the barbarian race and winged race. The cosmic system states from the pale scale race narrowed their eyes. The humans weren't satisfied with what they got. On board the ship, everyone was stunned seeing the deadlock. Luze looked amongst the peak cosmic system states there. A cosmic system state from the winged race asked Luze, "Luze, what should we do?" Luze smiled. "Wait here, guys. I'll say something for them to leave." Luze took Nangongjing and the other girls away. 11. They just left like that? They were facing 9 cosmic system states. They should be careful at least. Space rippled. Luze and the girls appeared. One cosmic system state from the black smoke race fearfully asked, "You're Luze?" They remembered the blade demon prodigy who challenged Luze. Luze's power was worthless to him at that time, but Luze advanced to the cosmic system state swiftly in a year. That cosmic system state from the pale scale race acted like he was challenging a strong enemy. "You're Luze." He knew what happened to that peak cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race. The soldiers from the black smoke race were confused seeing the fighters from the pale scale race act like this. Chapter 989 Why are these humans' glances so strange? Luze wondered how these fighters from the pale scale race knew of him, but it didn't matter to him anymore. He beamed. This solar system's resources belong to the human race. Before the fighters from the pale scale race could speak, the peak cosmic system state from the black smoke race answered, How cocky you are, human brat. You think we're here for a show? That captain from the pale scale race didn't regard him seriously, and now this little kid did the same. The cosmic system states from the pale scale race were rather vigilant. They knew how strong Luze was. However, Luze wasn't allowed to underestimate their race easily. White spirit light flashed, and a scale armor appeared on the peak cosmic system state from the pale scale race. He didn't even speak and just blasted at Luze. Luze raised a brow. He liked this. Rumble. Luze burned with spirit flames. A chi surged, which was considerably stronger than the peak cosmic system state from the pale scale race. He smiled. The peak cosmic system state from the pale scale race was dazed. He was in disbelief. He was made to believe a lie. That demon from Blood Claw race said he was scared of reinforcements, that's why he ran. With Luze's power, that Blood Claw demon might not even be able to beat him. A spirit force punch was already striking towards the captain. Sensing that terrifying power, he felt a dangerous threat. Greatly dangerous. He could only cross his arms before his chest and then formed a light barrier. Rumble. Crack. Luze's earth-shocking blow crushed the shield and struck the captain's hands from the pale scale race. Rumble. The dominant force sent the peak cosmic system from the pale scale race overturned, leaving behind blood and pale scales. The captain overturned a few hundred kilometers before stopping. He looked at Luze with shock. The captain from the pale scale race was afraid. That powerful force made him feel death. Luckily, their race's pale scale god art was an extremely strong defense god art. Otherwise, he would be disabled from that attack alone. Despite this, he looked at his trembling hands. Cracks happened. His hands were half gone with just a single punch. The atmosphere turned extremely silent. The other fighters from pale scale races gasped at Luze. They knew how strong their captain was, especially in defense. Yet, one strike severely hurt him to that extent. The other fighters from the black smoke race felt dread crawling in their skin. If that punch landed on any of them, he would be barely alive. Luze smiled. Any objections now? If not, don't be a nuisance here. We're going to work. Luze didn't intend to kill them. After the battles with cosmic system states, he knew that they had trump cards, especially peak cosmic system states. Most importantly, they were cosmic system state civilizations after all. The human race didn't need more enemies now. When Luze reached the cosmic cloud state, then the entire Blade Demon territory would be theirs. The two races were disgruntled. No one would be glad about giving up a large resource point, but they could not beat Luze. At this moment, white light flashed, and a dark red fleet appeared in space. A peak cosmic system state from dark metal demon race. Human fleet? Wipe it away. Yes. The fleet's cannons glowed with dark red light. 1. Everyone was dazed. They were this impulsive. The peak cosmic system state from the black smoke race was intensely frightened. His smoke started drifting away. Don't attack! He roared like crazy. However, the cannon already spewed attacks towards the human fleet. At this moment, a barrier appeared and surrounded the fleet. The barrier remained completely immobilized when the attacks struck. These cannon attacks were just peak star states and barely cosmic system state level. A peak cosmic system state from the dark metal demon race snarled. A level 7 cosmic system state? Interesting. The other peak cosmic system states and 5 above level 5 cosmic system states also snarled. It's not the human race, it's the barbarian race. So what? They do not own the galaxy here. As long as those old barbarians aren't here, we don't have to be afraid of them. Leave, we're going to take the resources in this solar system. At this moment, they heard the peak cosmic system state from the black smoke race. The dark metal demon was dazed. Ying Wen? Don't attack the human race? What does that guy mean? Let's go out first. Wormholes appeared next to Luze's battlefield. They were dark metal demons. Pale scale race, humph. They were still weaker compared to the pale scale race. Both their natural god arts were defensive. They would occasionally have conflicts. Then, they looked at the human side. Level 2 Cosmic System State? Level 1 Cosmic System State? Humans had new cosmic system states? But how did they dare to stay here? Why did the humans look at them with great strange glances? Chapter 990 You're toxic. Luze looked bleakly at the dark metal demons. He didn't want to fight, but the beings wanted him to fight with them. Rumble. Luze burned with spirit flames. The girls behind him were also bleak-faced. The dark metal demons attacked the human fleet immediately upon the humans' arrival. How could they grasp that? Nangongjing's and Kaiyuhesha's chi also reached the peak cosmic system state. Lin Ling, Alice, and Lu Li's chi reached the level 8 cosmic system state. Facing their powerful chi, the three races gasped. What monsters were these humans? This was what everyone thought. The dark metal demons felt a bit cold. The murderous intentions of the humans were deliberately for them. They knew that their actions offended the humans. But they didn't know that the humans were fierce fighters. Before they finished thinking, the girls used their god arts and divine arts on the dark metal demons. Luze appeared before the leading dark metal demon and punched. Rumble. The spirit flame fist swept across the sky, shaking the space. Sensing such powerful chi, the leading dark metal demon stiffened. Even though he was a peak cosmic system state, he was still weaker than Luze. However, he felt he would be able to defend it. His skin turned dark red, then runes appeared. Overwhelming force surged, then a 5-meter-long sword appeared in his hands. He roared, "Hold it!" At this moment, the leading dark metal demon suddenly felt his mental force weaken. So did his spirit force and chi. He gasped, and then his power weakened repeatedly. At this moment, Luze's fist battered that huge sword. Clank! Luze's powerful force struck the dark metal demon's arms and body. The dark metal demon spat blood. It was flung in the distance. At this moment, another peak cosmic system state from the dark metal race appeared next to Luze. Die! He swung a large long sword and hacked at Luze. The attack of this peak cosmic system state didn't startle Luz. He chased after the injured one instead. Nangongjing appeared behind Luze, then her beautiful black hair turned golden. Her black overbearing eyes turned golden as well. Her pale gloves pummeled towards the blade of the sword. Rumble. Nangongjing and the dark metal demon both overturned. Nangongjing halted after tens of kilometers, but the dark metal demon was pushed back a few hundred kilometers more. His chi also turned weaker. Nangongjing advanced to a level 2 cosmic system state. Her power was at an average level amongst the peak cosmic system states, but the other girls intervened as well. The two battles turned every being to doubt their lives. Since when could a level 2 cosmic system state defeat a peak cosmic system state in a fight? Just what kind of humans were these? Luze caught the dark metal demon now. His foot lifted up in spirit flames, then stomped him at the chest. The dark metal demon's eyes flashed with fear. Luze roared and released a red rune stone. He crushed it, and a red light penetrated the dark metal demon's body. The demon's eyes went red, and his chi soared. Luze raised a brow. This guy had a trump card indeed. The dark metal demon dodged Luze's kick. He appeared behind him, slashing at Luze's waist. Luze ducked down, and the sword swept past his head. He turned and kicked towards the dark metal demon's chest. The dark metal demon parried with his left hand. Rumble. The dark metal demon overturned a few hundred meters before attacking Luze again. Luze grinned and counterattacked. This time, Luze's fist turned slightly green. Dark green mist also circulated him. Poison god art. The dark metal demon was keen to notice this. But when he felt the piercing pain and dizziness in his body, his face became perplexed. He gasped at Luze. "You're venomous." Luze didn't give the dark metal demon any chance to breathe. He fired at it. The dark metal demon quickly released a pale ball and swallowed it. His spirit light glowed white instantly. Luze raised a brow. Something like that contained light god art? Could it cure poison? Luze appeared before the dark metal demon. The dark green mist and milky white spirit light clashed, creating some kind of sizzling sound. Luze punched at the dark metal demon again. The dark metal demon slashed down his huge sword at Luze. Rumble. The clash sounded repeatedly. This time, the dark metal demon's face was confused. He felt that pain in his body again. What level of poison was this? This light orb was something he makes use of from destruction. It could cure all sorts of injuries and poison, except that it does not work against mental force. The dark metal demon overturned repeatedly. His chi was enfeebled again under the poison god art. The dark metal demon looked around. The other peak cosmic system state was fighting a human girl. The woman was glowing golden and dark green. He was stronger than the female human after using a scorching sun blood curse, but not that much stronger. The woman could also poison her opponent. The two probably couldn't settle the verdict anytime soon. As for the other dark metal demons, he gasped. 20 fire clones attacked the dark metal demons. They were starting to use their trump cards. He roared at the soldier from the black smoke race. "Yingwen! Help!" The battle went on for a few seconds only. The other two races were gazing at the battle in shock. The soldiers from the black smoke race hesitated. The dark metal demons had used their trump cards, but they were still losing. However, they would be betraying an ally if they run now. The true danger wasn't over. If they betray their allies, their reputation would be impaired. It would take a greater price to find a new ally. But if they carry on, could they win? Yingwen roared, "Let's attack too." Yes. Chapter 991. You can't play like that. The fighters from the pale scale race looked at each other. One of them asked, "Lord Jeremy, what do we do? Should we attack humans?" 2. Jeremy's eyes flashed. He grinned. "No need to rush. Let's wait a bit. The dark metal demons aren't our allies. If humans can take care of them, it would be an advantage for us. Let them fight some more, and we'll handle the rest." Everyone nodded. Meanwhile, on the human fleet, the three races saw the battle. Manda frowned. "Let's go up and help too." The others agreed. They tore open space and disappeared from the spot. Luze frowned. How could these guys dare to fight? A dark green ball appeared in his hand. Then, the dark green light instantly exploded. A dark green beam shot at Yingwen and the soldiers. This was a level 6 cosmic system state scorpion poison ball. It was much stronger than the level 5 ones. The terrifying poison god art even demolished space. Yingwen and the soldiers were stunned. They felt that the dark green beam drew near them. They were in great disbelief. They didn't expect Luze had such terrifying cards. They felt a lethal threat. Yingwen roared, then the spirit force around him went crazy. He released a blue runic scroll. Water flowed, and the rune turned into a giant bluefish, a few kilometers long. The fish was completely made up of water. Its mouth was extremely big. The fish devoured the poison beams. Yingwen and the soldiers felt relieved. Yet at this moment, the fish slowly turned dark green. Poison mist seeped out. Seeing this, Yingwen and the soldiers' faces were perplexed. Yingwen roared again and flew off with the dark green fish. 10,000 kilometers away, the dark green fish transformed into smoke and disappeared. Poison mist surged and covered over 1,000 kilometers of area. Dread crawled their skin. If this poison exploded amongst them, they would be in danger. But now, Ying Wen turned to Luze and snarled. The fighters from the pale scale race also looked at this in fear. One of them said, "Lord Jeremy is indeed clever. If that was used on us, we would be in great demolition too." Jeremy rejoiced. It felt great that the black smoke race was fighting for them first. He smiled. They have no more cards. It all depends on who can last longer now. I favor the dark metal demon race and the black smoke race on this. That human kid is frightening, but his cultivation level is inferior. His spirit force recovery shouldn't be able to match the peak cosmic system states. Luze wasn't too surprised that the poison ball was blocked. He sighed and released another poison ball. When they saw Luze release the same poison ball, they roared, "Impossible, there's more." Luze inserted spirit force into the poison ball, and the dark green light flashed again, shooting a poison beam at the soldiers from the black smoke race. Ying Wen roared. "Stand firm! Block it!" The soldiers from the black smoke race used all their trump cards and formed barriers ahead. The poison beam struck the defenses. Screech! A sizzling sound happened. In a short instant, the poison god art demolished the barriers like they were thin papers. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the poison god art reached the last barrier. This was Ying Wen's barrier. Ying Wen's smoke had receded, revealing his skinny black body. However, his chi rose a level. This time, the barrier reacted heavily and wasn't demolished immediately. Seeing this, Ying Wen and the soldiers rejoiced. They could stop it. The dark metal demons also attacked Luze. Luze grinned. Explode! Rumble! The poison beam flashed and exploded. The explosion made cracks befall on the shield. Then, the poison mist penetrated the barriers. The soldiers from the black smoke race attempted to run, but the two weakest soldiers dissipated instantly. Even Ying Wen felt a huge pain from inside. His head went dizzy. He gave up his defense barrier and flushed away. He couldn't even help the others. Then, more soldiers from the black smoke race died. A few hundred kilometers away, Ying Wen appeared. Seeing the intense dark green mist, he panted heavily. Luze! He roared and looked at Luze. He didn't realize that Luze would have more. He tried to strike at Luze, but he fainted. Luze dodged an attack. He released another poison ball and smiled. Ying Wen. This was the smile of the devil. Even the leading dark metal demon refrained from attacking. He looked at Luze's poison ball. Just how many of these did this guy have? That was treacherous. Jeremy shouted. Let's go. Give up this solar system. Group up with the Red Ghost race. Yes. The other fighters from the Pale Scale race immediately complied. They really couldn't beat all those poison balls. The fighters from the Pale Scale race stared at the soldiers from the Dark Metal Demon race and Black Smoke race while slowly dying. They rejoiced in their deaths. These guys were over. Chapter 992 Living is too tiring. Luze didn't stop the Pale Scale race fighters from escaping. If possible, he just wanted all these beings to leave peacefully, but those dark metal demons attacked them uprightly. Luze released a level 5 cosmic system state poison ball this time. He only had a few of those level 6 ones. He used the ball, and the dark green beam tossed at Ying Wen again. Ying Wen was initially impaired by the poison mist, and his chi became weaker. He didn't even have the chance to dodge the attack. He gritted his teeth and roared. The black smoke around him intensified. Screech! Argh! Ying Wen's chi surged and clashed with the dark green beam. Rumble! Moments later, the dark green beam exploded. Ying Wen's body was flung away, then he spat black liquid in space. The liquid flashed with dark green light and transformed into smoke. Yingwen gradually turned weaker, and his black skin slowly turned dark green. Luze could barely feel Yingwen's qi and didn't look anymore. The depths of his injuries were beyond recovery. The dark metal demon looked at Yingwen, and his body went stiff. He wanted his soldiers to break free from this situation. Instead, they were in greater despair. Luze's poison balls crushed his mental barrier. At this moment, he sensed a gaze and stared at Luze vigilantly. Luze smiled. "Don't be so nervous, I'm not a demon." The demon realm races looked more like demons. The dark metal demon could feel his scorching sun blood curse waning. Should he run? Luze didn't attack instantly. The previous battle seemed easy, but Luze used extra energy. He spoke a few more words with this dark metal demon to recover some power. In a few seconds, some of his power had recovered. He could fight much longer now. At this moment, the dark metal demon's face turned hideous, and he sliced down at Luze. A few hundred meters long blood sword ray swung towards Luze. Luze raised a brow. Just when he attempted to stop it, the dark metal demon released a space rune. Run! The other peak cosmic system states were fighting. Nangongjing forced her back and also released a space rune. As for the other dark metal demons, only one level 8 cosmic system state remained. It didn't even have the opportunity to use the space rune. Seeing the dark metal demons wrapped in silver light, Luze's eyes flashed with cold light. They attacked the human race and wanted to run? Were they dreaming? He patted the sword ray away. The two dark metal demons' space runes were crippled. They were confused. Why didn't the rune work? The runes in their hands were extremely dim. How is this possible? Luze and Nangongjing charged up again. Luze burned with spirit flames, and he punched the dark metal demon holding the huge sword. The dark metal demon tried to stop the attack first. Yet, his face was suddenly ruined because his power rapidly waned. The scorching sun blood curse was disappearing. His eyes flashed with horror, and he roared. No! After he emancipated the roar, Luze's powerful fist landed heavily on his chest. Rumble! Luze's power penetrated the dark metal demon's armor and pierced his body. Crack! A dense cluster of bone-cracking sounds whined. Luze's powerful force tore apart his organs and shattered his bones. His huge body overturned, leaving puddles of blood in space. The dark metal demon peak cosmic system state finally died. The scorching sun blood curse was detrimental to the body. Luze also attacked with full force, then the dark metal demon was killed instantly. The other peak cosmic system state's eyes flashed with horror. He attacked Nangongjing like crazy. Nangongjing sneered with contempt and struck back. She didn't need to fight a trapped beast. Pity, it couldn't get away anyway. Seeing Nangongjing dodge, the dark metal demon quickly turned around and tore open space trying to escape. At this moment, his qi rippled rapidly. His blood spirit light flashed and went chaotic. His extremely tough dark red skin cracked and blood surged out. The scorching sun blood curse was about to end. Now, under the influence of Kaihoyahesha's seduction god art, he was heavily injured and the curse ended. He felt his qi rapidly drop. The dark metal demon stared at Nangongjing with undue frustration. He used his last bit of power and slashed. Nangongjing was deadpan. She dodged the attack and punched the dark metal demon's chest. Rumble! The sword fell out of the dark metal demon's hands. The dark metal demon also tumbled into a cold body. In another region, the level 8 cosmic system state was attacked by more than 10 level 7 cosmic system state fire clones. There was also Lin Ling, who was pretty much level 8 cosmic system state. The demon had to dodge with full power or defend every bit of Lin Ling's attacks. He was miserable from the start to the end. Seeing that both of their peak cosmic system states were killed, this dark metal demon didn't feel gratified. This dark metal demon just closed his eyes. Come! Before he could finish, a green beam flashed and penetrated his armor. Powerful wind god art tore apart his organs and wiped away his life. Chapter 993 This is awkward. At this moment, Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha went to Lin Ling and the others. Luze felt that he only had a bit of spirit force left. Luckily, he collected a few poison balls before. Otherwise, it would be troublesome when those soldiers from Black Smoke races came over. Fighting 3 peak cosmic system states at once was very tiring. At this moment, the 3 allied races flew over. They looked at Luze and the girls with extreme shock. They just appeared from the wormhole and were trying to help, but they saw Luze release those little poison balls and threw them out. Dread made their skin crawl. Just how much of those things did that master give Luze? Why did it feel like they were free? Luze's and the girls' powers also shocked them. Manda and the soldiers knew about Luze's power, but in a few short days, their power had a huge surge again. This was terrifying. Manda and the soldiers exclaimed, "Luze, kid, your power has increased significantly again. It embarrasses us old guys." Luze scratched his head. He smiled. "You compliment us too much, our powers are worthless." The girls also nodded. They were still so weak on the 5th map. They could only show off outside. In the pocket hunting dimension, they were the ones being hunted. The adjacent civilizations weren't too strong. A truly powerful civilization was at least like the elf race level. Their mouths twitched. If their powers were worthless, what about them? They smiled awkwardly. Luze said, "Okay, the beings here have been sent off. We can start collecting the resources, right?" Manda and the soldiers nodded. "Yes, let's hurry and do that." Luze and the girls returned to the fleet. The commander and the soldiers stared at the group with admiration. They were too strong. They could kill all those peak cosmic system states. The human race has improved strength than before. If it was before, they would have to avoid peak cosmic system states. The commander ordered, "Head to the resource points immediately. Excavation team, get ready." Yes. In space, a pale-scale race fleet was moving rapidly in warp dimension. Jeremy and the fighters looked outside the window and didn't talk. The atmosphere was tense. Another pale-scale race fighter asked, "Master Jeremy, who are those human prodigies?" Jeremy was also confused. When they saw with their own eyes how strong Luze and the girls were, they were dumbfounded. This power was so much more absurd than they had imagined. Jeremy was speechless. How would he know? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't even have an impression of the human race. There were too many of these ordinary cosmic system state civilizations in the demon and elf cosmic realm. Jeremy shook his head in desperation. "We don't know the human race too well. I've never heard they had such prodigies. They either hid them and only allowed them out now, or they kept some secrets." Everyone frowned. After a while, a fighter from the pale-scale race asked, "If it's a secret, what would it be?" Every race had fortunes in their ascension. They also had their secrets. No one knew. However, the human race's prodigies were too powerful. If they had some secrets, it wouldn't be mediocre. However, even if they wanted to investigate, they would need to be careful. Otherwise, they would encounter a powerful enemy for no reason. After some silence, Jeremy said, "We'll discuss this issue back at the race." The others nodded. It wasn't that the pale-scale race was afraid of the human race. They don't have any idea about the human race's true power. They had to be vigilant. In another solar system, Elder Nangong glowed like gold. There seemed to be an ancient beast inside his body. Golden scales appeared on him. Before him stood a peak cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race. This being's eyes flashed with disbelief. "Human cosmic system state? How can you be this strong?" Elder Nangong's chi was so strong that they felt immense pressure. Their impression of the human race was based on what Edka said. Although there was an encounter with a peak cosmic system state from the blood claw race, they thought it was just one prodigy. However, the old guys in the human race also had such powers. These powers were rather strong in a peak cosmic system state. At least, they were stronger than him. Elder Nangong grinned. How strong the human race is none of your business. We're going to take the resources in this solar system. The evil-eyed race demon's face snarled. You think I'm scared of you? The human was just a little stronger. It wasn't incomparable. At this moment, their faces were suddenly dazed. They stared at the dark green ball on Elder Nangong's hands. The terrifying chi coming from it made dread creep their skin. Oh shit! Was he going to use a trump card? Was this worth it for these little resources? There were so many cosmic system states here. If they died, it would be more of a loss. The evil-eyed demon released a rune. If you want to fight with your life, our race. Before he could finish, Elder Nangong released another green poison ball. They wanted to compare who had more cards? He was about to speak when Sun Huang also released a poison ball. The power from the three balls distorted space. The humans were going to use 3 peak cosmic system states cards in one move? Since when were they this wealthy? The peak cosmic system state from the evil-eyed race coughed. We'll let you have it this time. Just you wait. Let's go. The demon didn't dare to risk whether or not the humans would use powers upright. If they did, it would be a huge loss. Chapter 994 How dare they underestimate us like that? Luze led the fleet into the solar system. According to the fleet commander, there would be a few planets in here that produce star-state material and ores. There were even 1 middle-sized and 3 small-sized rhodacia crystal ores. Rhodacia is not an ordinary cosmic system state material. It was rather rare to have so much of that in one solar system. That's why there would be so many cosmic system state civilizations fighting over this region. Regardless, that material was precious for cosmic system state civilizations, it now belonged to the human race. The fleet split off in the solar system. The main ship and a few transporter and excavation ships came to the middle-sized rhodacia crystal planet. In their room, Luze and the girls just had lunch and were resting. Luze was lying on the couch against Lin Ling's legs. We seem free. They were just the ones responsible for fighting over other cosmic system states. Without battles, they didn't need to be watching every day. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Then go cultivate. Nangong Jing said, better break through your combat power to cosmic cloud state, so we can control the entire Blade Demon territory. The others nodded. Perhaps the very pinnacle of the cosmic system state civilizations would have cosmic cloud state trump cards. But they wouldn't use such means over resource fighting. It wasn't worth it. If the humans had cosmic cloud state combat power and someone like Luze who had space transmission ability, it wouldn't be hard to control the Blade Demon territory. Luze nodded. That's right. He got up and said, okay, let's go cultivate. Lu opposed. Clean up the dishes first. At this moment, someone knocked at the door. Kaiuyuhesha wondered. Did some other race come? She got up to open the door. The fleet commander was outside. He said desperately, bad news, Lord Shenwu is being attacked by the demons from the Blood Claw race and Green Ghost race fleets. Everyone's face turned bleak. Luze quickly asked, where is it? I'll go over now. How dare they gang up on Elder Shenwu? Did they not want to live? The commander quickly took out a star map and marked a dot. There. Luze looked at it. It was just 4,000 light years away. He said to the girls, you guys, stay here. Contact me if there's anything. I'll go take a look. The girls nodded. Other than Luze, only Nangong Jing and Kaiuyuhesha were peak cosmic system states. They had to stay here and watch over. Alice mumbled, "Be careful, Senior." Luze smiled and rubbed her head. "I know." Then, Luze disappeared from the spot. Outside a large solar system, 3 fleets were fighting in space. One side was the human fleet and the other side was the Blood Claw and Green Ghost fleets. Far away from the spaceship battlefield, there was a region where intense power waves surged. Even the ships were rattling despite being so far away. Saint Chenyu was facing the attacks of a Blood Claw and a Green Ghost. The other powerful beings of the Alliance were also attacking demons from the 2 races. Rumble. After a clash, Saint Chenyu overturned. Blood dripped on the corner of his mouth. He looked coldly at the 2 peak cosmic system states before him. It was a Blood Claw and a Green Ghost. The Green Ghost was very shocked. "The human race has someone as strong as you? I thought that Prodigy was the only one worth taking seriously." The Blood Claw didn't feel glad hearing this. Milo was from their race, and he got beaten up by a level 1 cosmic system state human. This was extremely humiliating for their race. He coughed. The Green Ghost realized he said the wrong thing. He quickly waved his hand. "Alphonse, I don't mean it that way. I'm not humiliating your race." Before he could finish, Alphonse interrupted him. "Enough, Ambrose, I know what you mean. Let's kill this human first." Milo is a young guy who just advanced to the peak of the cosmic system state. He doesn't mean anything. If Luze dares to come, we can kill him too. Ambrose grinned. "I'm hoping that Luze comes. I'm eager to see how strong he is." Luze had been absurdly exaggerated lately. Saint Chenyu looked at the 2 strangely. If Ze was still a level 1 cosmic system state, he might not be too much of a threat to these 2. But if Luze advanced to the level 2 cosmic system state, even he wouldn't know how strong Luze would be. He suspected that Luze's combat power would surpass him. Yet, these 2 dared to say such things. He didn't know what to say. Luze made his way over in just a few minutes. He saw Elder Shenyu and waved. "Elder Wu, are you okay?" He sensed that Elder Shenyu was just a little exhausted. He wasn't heavily injured. Saint Chenyu smiled and patted Luze's shoulder. "You came over so quickly." "I'm fine, just some minor injuries." He pointed at the 2 peak cosmic system states. "They were talking about wanting to see your power. You just arrived in time." Luze gazed at the 2. They weren't bad, but they seem weaker than that dark metal demon holding the huge sword. He nodded. "Oh, I'll heal you first." Green and white light surged into Saint Chenyu's body and his chi regenerated instantly. Luze only looked at them once and ignored them. How dare he underestimate them like that? They were furious. Alphonse snarled. "You are Luze." Chapter 995 seemed to have found the reason. Milo had shown them what Luze looked like. Alphonse immediately recognized Luze. Luze looked at Alphonse. Blood Claw race. He thought of how the first one ran away. It was a pity. He had to keep this guy. Luze smiled. "I'm Luze. Hello. Hello." Alphonse grinned. "Human kid, I hope you can keep smiling until later." He disappeared instantly from the spot and slashed Luze with his blood claws. Ambrose also flapped his bat wings and struck heavily against Saint Chenyu. Luze raised a brow, and he lit up with spirit flames. Rumble. He stomped on the ground and battered Alphonse. Earth-shocking blow. Luze punched. Sensing Luze's terrifying power, Alphonse's eyes narrowed. What? This power? He was in great disbelief. Luze showed much more power than he imagined. His body stiffened as he felt the lethal threat. So strong. Ambrose also looked at Luze in shock. He didn't have the effort to care about other things because Saint Chenyu had appeared before him. Dark spirit force formed in his hands and thrust at him. Alphonse roared and quickly used a blood rune without hesitation. His chi was instantly blown. Alphonse crossed his hands and tried to block Luze's right fist. Rumble. A shockwave spread in all directions. However, Alphonse's body was very steady. He didn't retreat at all. He smiled, then his hands flashed with blood light. Luze's face was perplexed as he flew back. At this moment, a beam of blood spirit force targeted Luze's chest. Luze crossed his hands and formed an earth shield. At the same time, crystal light glowed around his body, forming a membrane. This was earth shield and dark metal body divine art. He used stone transformation divine art on the blood beam. The blood beam was enfeebled. Rumble. The beam blasted into the earth shield. Crack. The earth shield crumbled, and the blood light heavily struck Luze's hands. Luze was pushed back, and his chest felt heavy. After being thrown away for tens of kilometers, Luze still didn't stop. Yet, Alphonse had composed power. Luze used stone transformation divine art again. Alphonse paused for a moment. Luze flashed in silver light and disappeared. Luze appeared behind Alphonse and kicked towards his waist with spirit flames. At the same time, he pointed with his finger and a dark green beam was tossed towards the demon. Alphonse dodged the beam and parried the kick with his arm. Rumble. Alphonse was flung away. Blood dripped from his left hand. Luze harnessed power again with the wind. He formed a dark green energy ball and smashed it towards Alphonse. At the same time, Luze quickly used stone transformation divine art. Alphonse felt his body slow down. The demon formed a blood orb and shot it at the dark green orb. Rumble. The shockwave stopped Luze and brought Alphonse overthrown even further. The two paused to look at each other. Alphonse stared at Luze with fierce disbelief. His power was too terrifying. He thought that Luze was just about as strong as Milo. Milo only just advanced to the peak cosmic system state. Meanwhile, the demon had remained a peak cosmic system state for 1,000 years. His spirit force built up God art and divine art learning was far superior to Milo. His power was very strong after using a scorching sun blood curse. Yet, he was still overpowered by Luze. Luze didn't even use any trump cards. Also, Luze knew so much God arts and divine arts. He was so experienced in every single one of them. Each one was enough for a cosmic system state to study for 1,000 years. But this human learned about these prolifically. Did he have some terrifying enlightened body? Alphonse didn't understand it. In his knowledge, there was no fast way of learning God arts and divine arts. The only explanation was that this prodigy was too superior and gifted. He wanted to escape. If this human used some trump card, he might not even be able to get away. Most importantly, perhaps, some powerful beings favored this prodigy. Then, everything could be explained. Luze thought that if he had the girls to support him, this guy would be over soon. He only had half of his power left. If he kept on fighting, he wouldn't be sure who would win. In a few seconds, Luze felt his power rapidly regenerate. At this moment, Alphonse swiped his claw at Luze. 10 sharp blood claws sliced at him. At the same time, Alphonse wanted to escape. Everyone! Run! Luze! Alphonse painfully took out a silver cube and threw it at Luze. Luze retreated. He didn't know what it was. This silver cube expanded and bound the space a few kilometers around Luze. Luze punched the cube. It shook and a sliver of crack appeared. Seeing this, Alphonse tore open space and instantly escaped without hesitation. Ambrose was fighting with Saint Chenyu. When he saw Alphonse run, he was very confused. Chapter 996. Don't even think about it. After Alphonse ran off, Ambrose looked at the trapped Luze. Without hesitation, he forcefully pushed Saint Chenyu away, tore open space, and disappeared. At the same time, the other cosmic system states saw their bosses leave. They all retreated from their opponents and left. The cosmic system states of both races disappeared from space in an instant. The remaining ally forces looked at each other. Saint Chenyu didn't prefer to chase. He immediately headed to Luze. He was still trapped in that silver cube. He punched the cube. It shook. Few small cracks happened. It would probably take some time to break it. He flew over and asked, "Ze, are you okay?" Luze shook his head. "I'm fine, just trapped." Saint Chenyu nodded. He helped strike the cube and it broke faster. The other three races also flew over, including Mandali. He asked, "Old Wu, how is he?" Saint Chenyu shook his head. "Ze is fine here. Go take their ships first. Don't let them get away. There should be some resources there." Everyone's eyes lit up. The cosmic system states, those two races got away, but their fleet wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Mandali grinned. "Sure. We'll go over first then." On the spaceship battlefield, the Star State and Planetary State ships were fighting. At this moment, everyone looked at the cosmic system state battlefield. They felt the battle there eased. Immediately, the Blood Claw and Green Ghosts snarled. "Ha ha ha! Our Lord Alphonse is extremely awesome. He's not someone that humans can easily withstand. There's also Lord Ambrose. It seems we've won. Ha ha ha, now, you're the only ones left." The Shenyu army soldiers frowned. They were worried. Was Lord Shenyu defeated? That quickly? At this moment, beams drew near the battlefield, turning into figures. When they saw that they were the barbarian race, winged race, and round race, the blood claw race demons and the green ghost race beings were stunned. How was this possible? Where were their cosmic system states? The Shenyu army was dumbfounded and then laughed. "Ha ha ha, it seems we've won." The cosmic system states glanced across the enemy spaceships. One being from the winged race burned with flames, and then terrifying pressure and red spirit light flashed. All the blood claws and green ghosts were surrounded by flames and transformed to dust. He then used wind god art to sweep the ashes away, leaving behind equipment and storage rings. He smiled. "Okay, collect the loot." All the Shenyu army soldiers went excitedly amidst the ships to extract resources. On the cosmic system state battlefield, Luze and Saint Chenyu attacked for 10 seconds and finally crushed the cube. Luze's mouth twitched. He didn't feel too great. If he was alone, he would need some time to break this thing. He let another blood claw escape. Saint Chenyu felt relieved. He rubbed his wrist. "This thing is quite tough. My hand is hurting. My old bones can't compare with young people like you." Luze grinned. "What are you talking about, Elder Wu? The human race is still ruled by elders like you. If these elders retired, then they would have to oversee the human race. He didn't have that much time. He might as well cultivate or have fun with the girls." Saint Chenyu rolled his eyes. With Luze and the girls' power, they should be learning to lead the human race. But these little kids pushed everything to him. He shook his head. "Go back." Luze nodded. Saint Chenyu inspected the situation in the fleet. "How is it? Did we suffer any losses?" One Peak Star State Shenyu army soldier replied, "We lost a ship and a few strong men. A few people were severely injured." Luze raised a brow. "Where are those severely injured? Bring them to me for treatment." His healing ability was at a cosmic system state level. He could save star states and planetary states as long as a strand of breath is evident. The soldiers rejoiced. "Thank you, Monarch of the New Dawn. Luze shook his head. It's my job. Star states and planetary states were the elites of the human race. There were about 9 of the star states and 10 of the planetary states who were severely injured. Some were nearly dying and some were about to die. Luze waved his hand which flashed with white and green spirit light. He wrapped all the injured up, and they began to heal rapidly. They looked at each other. My hand is healed. My injuries are healed? I remember my organs were shattered. Mandali exclaimed, a cosmic system state healing cultivator is powerful. At least, if a star state didn't die on the spot, he would be healed. This would save considerable losses. The others nodded and looked at Luze with green eyes. Saint Shenwu grinned and slapped Luze's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Ze, you did great. These are all the elites of the Federation. The soldiers spoke unanimously. Thank you, Monarch of the New Dawn. Luze smiled and nodded. No need to be polite. Luze suddenly had a daring idea. He seemed to have a large pile of good god art orbs. Should he prepare a few powerful wood god art cultivators? Then, the Shenwu army's survivability would be greatly increased. Chapter 997. After curing several heavily injured soldiers, a Star State Shenwu army soldier flew out from a blood claw ship. His face was very excited. He appeared before Elder Shenwu and said, Lord Shenwu, we found some resources in the blood claw ships. There are even cosmic system state resources. Then, more Shenwu army soldiers flew out from the ships. These soldiers all wore excited smiles on their faces. We have found a lot of resources here too. Same here. There are some here too. Everyone felt great. Saint Shenwu laughed heavily. This is a surprise. Great. He patted Luze's shoulder. Luckily, you came in time. Luze scratched his head and smiled. You compliment me too much. Saint Shenwu ordered, gather the resources in the ship and then go excavate the resource points in the solar system. Yes. Everyone smiled. Who didn't like to collect loot? Luze smiled. Elder Wu, since everything is fine here, I'm going back. Saint Shenwu smiled. You can go back. Luze nodded to the 3 races and left. Mandali slapped Saint Shenwu. Old Wu, I'm envious of the human race. You have a prodigy like Luze. The others didn't say anything, but they felt the same way. Who didn't want a prodigy with boundless potential in their race? This was a prodigy that could lead the race to a stronger future. Luze was such a prodigy. Saint Shenwu felt excellent. Before, the human race was the weakest of the 4 races due to having such a short history. Even the round race had a peak cosmic system state. Now, it was finally their time to shine. This feeling was too exuberant. A few minutes later, Luze appeared in his fleet. The girls saw him come back. Lu sweetly smiled. You're back. ROA. Luze saw the group was still in the living room and asked, why didn't you go back to cultivate? The girls rolled their eyes. Kyohesha replied, if something happened to you, we would be able to go over immediately. Luze smiled. So they were worried about him. You guys, don't you know how strong I am? How can something happen to me? The girls were speechless. Lin Ling said, yes, you're the strongest. Luze wondered. Lin Ling, why do I feel like you're not being sincere about it? You could tell? Amazing. At this moment, Alice was pushing Luze towards the room. Senior, let's go cultivate. Alice, don't push me, I need to let Lin Ling realize my power. Yes, Senior, you are the strongest. In a distant space, wormholes appeared. The soldiers from the Blood Claw race and the Green Ghost race appeared subsequently. Alphonse was severely injured from the battle. So that Luze was unable to catch up with him, he forced himself to travel tens of thousands of light years in the warp dimension. One could imagine how bad his condition was now. The blood claws around him helped. "Lord Alfonsi, are you okay? Such severe injuries, let's hurry up and meet up with the other squads." Ambrose frowned. "Alfonsi, what's wrong with you? Is Luze that strong?" He only watched the battle at the start. Then, his battle with Saint Chenyu got so intense that he didn't have the chance to watch the others. At the cosmic system state level, the slightest distraction could cost you your life. Alfonsi coughed and said, he was really strong. Just these few words made everyone look at each other. "Truly that strong?" Alfonsi said, "He didn't use his trump cards, but I've pretty much exhausted all my means. Only then did I fight evenly with him. If the battle continued, and the backlash of the scorching sun blood curse was released, I probably wouldn't even be able to escape." Everyone gasped. Ambrose was in disbelief. Luze's power is truly that strong. This was something he had never expected. Alfonsi nodded in great frustration. "He's so much stronger than what Milo described. Milo, that bastard almost got him killed." "Everyone," Ambrose requested, "let's go meet up with other squads. Alfonsi needs to recover." At this moment, space rippled and a pale scale race fleet arrived. They didn't expect others here. Ambrose and Alfonsi frowned. Ambrose wondered. Pale scale race? They have a resource point nearby. The pale scale race and blood claw race only maintained an ordinary relationship. Jeremy and the cosmic system states on the ship saw that the soldiers from the blood claw race and green ghost race were dazed. "Why are these guys here?" One cosmic system state frowned. "Are they going to fight over resource points with us?" One cosmic system state gasped. "Lord Jeremy, look at that peak cosmic system state from the blood claw race. He seems heavily injured." Jeremy raised a brow. "I'll go out and have a look. You guys wait for me here." "Yes." Jeremy came out and the soldiers from the two races gazed. Ambrose faintly asked, "Are you, Jeremy?" Jeremy replied, "Ambrose? Alfonsi? It's the two of you." The peak cosmic system states of this region knew each other. They had been in communications before. Jeremy was surprised. "Why is Alfonsi so heavily injured?" Ambrose softly replied. "We've encountered the Human Alliance fleet and got defeated. Alfonsi's opponent is that Luze." Chapter 998 Battle of the Overlords. Jeremy gazed strangely at Alfonsi. "Luze? Wasn't he the one who fought the Dark Metal race and the Black Smoke race? Those demons from the Dark Metal race and Black Smoke race were probably dead. Why would it be the same human who fought the soldiers from the Blood Claw race and the Green Ghost race?" That wasn't all. Alfonsi was also heavily injured. Jeremy was very confused. Ambrose was worried about Jeremy. "What's wrong, Jeremy? Is there a problem?" Jeremy's mouth shivered. "There was a big problem. We encountered Luze just a few hours ago." "What?" Ambrose and the soldiers gawked. Jeremy said, "It happened near the Radha system. We were fighting over it." Jeremy recounted what happened there. Hearing this, Ambrose and the soldiers gasped. "You're saying that Luze used 3 peak cosmic system states poison attack items?" Jeremy nodded. Luze was extensively rich. Many were envious. Ambrose and the soldiers were a bit fine now. They were just scared, especially Alfonsi. Luckily, I was decisive and able to use a space-breaking cube field to stop him. Otherwise, they might not even be able to run away. Alfonsi confirmed. Luze isn't just an ordinary human. There must be something strictly lurking behind him. Ambrose shook his head. The entire human race is protecting Luz. He is kept classified. Ambrose and Alphonse had stayed in a peak cosmic system state for a long time. Their powers were much stronger than ordinary peak cosmic system states. Yet, that human equated the powers of an elder. Jeremy gasped. What? The human race has peak cosmic system states other than Luze and those few girls? Yes. Ambrose nodded heavily. The human race might have more than these few strong people. Everyone fell silent. The human race was so much stronger than they had thought. Jeremy felt tragic. It seems, it's necessary to investigate the human race, especially about Luze. The others agreed. They no longer consider the human race a below-average race with no peak cosmic system state. At night, Luze and the girls had eaten dinner and fed Ying Ying. Then, they went back to their rooms to go into the pocket hunting dimension. In the desert, Luze sensed the situation and said, "Let's see if we can find that stone region or the oasis." During this time, they found 3 special locations in the desert. One was the stony region which had beast hives. There were treasures inside. The other was the oasis. It was too dangerous for Luze and the girls. The weakest had at least a peak cosmic system state combat power. Those beasts appeared in groups, and there were some cosmic cloud states. However, the oasis had a blue dew. The last one was the Sea of Fire. The huge bird in the center gave them a very profound impression. They would run away as soon as they saw that Sea of Fire again. The girls nodded. They also wanted to find treasure. Moments later, a group of sand beetles attacked the humans. Some sensed the group of sand beetles. There were 2 level 4 cosmic system states. This was rather easy for them now. Luze's hand flared with black demonic flames which instantly roasted all the sand beetles. Luze gulped. The roasted sand beetles smelled that nice. However, he couldn't eat them. Soon, the sand beetles transformed into dust, leaving behind drops. He could give 4 liquids of the level 4 cosmic system states to the girls. As for the lower ones, he could give them to the elders. The group soon headed onward. With Linling growing stronger, her spirit eye god art thrived greatly as well. In just 8 hours, they were able to slay 12 waves of sand beetles. There were 5 level 5 cosmic system states and 2 level 6 cosmic system states scorpions too. They collected a level 5 poison ball. After killing another wave of sand beetles, Luze and the girls picked up the drops then proceeded ahead. A few thousand kilometers away later, they suddenly landed on the ground and looked ahead in shock. The distant sky turned into 2 colors. One side was scorching red, and the other side was cold blue. These 2 colors extended to the edge of the horizon. They couldn't see how far they were, even with their cosmic system state eyesights. Re. X2. 2 sharp yet powerful bird shrieks sounded. Luze saw a flaming red bird flying in the sky. Alice freaked out. That fire bird, was it the one that we saw before? It was the same bird they saw in the Sea of Fire. Despite being extremely distant, the powerful fire bird made them feel heavily pressured. Nangongjing quickly panicked and asked, "What's the thing in that ice world?" Everyone looked over. They heard 2 sounds. At this moment, an icy blue crystal bird flew out of the ice world. It reflected a rainbow light from the sun. It had a unique beauty compared with the fire bird. These 2 birds were about the same size. One was fire, the other was ice. They were both extremely beautiful, yet terrifying. Kyohesha suddenly asked, "Are they both overlords? What are they going to do?" Luze instantly grasped. "Oh my, they're not going to fight, are they?" Everyone dreaded. The peak cosmic cloud states and maybe even the cosmic realm states boss were going to battle. Who could hold up to this? They were already extremely distant, but they felt that they weren't safe at all. At this moment, the fire world formed several fire birds, while the ice world formed several ice birds. They clashed. Rumble. The desert was currently quaking. Half of it was frozen, and the other half was melted. Luze yelled, "Run!" Chapter 999 Scavenging. Luze swiftly brought the girls up, flying off. It's not that he didn't want to use space transmission power, but the battle made the surrounding space gravely unstable. Even with Luze's power, he wasn't able to use space transmission. The group was wrapped in the wind, then they flew off. Behind them were waves of fire and ice brushing fast. At this moment, vociferous roars rose in the desert. They were fleeing outside. Luze saw some beasts escaping like them. There were sand beetles, scorpions, golden lightning eagles, yellow anacondas, ear-deafening, and an extremely large worm. There were also earth wolves. There were many types of strange beasts which the group had never seen before. Some of them were stronger than them. There were even a few cosmic cloud state beasts mixed among them. They weren't terrified of the shockwaves, but who knew if the battle would be brought over. The great escape became very chaotic. There would be beasts attacking those ahead that blocked the way. Screech! A sand blade sliced past Luze, and the girls clanked against their sand beetle armor. Luze's face was bewildered. He saw a huge sand wolf howl. Sand blades rushed towards the beasts ahead. Sand blades nearly wounded Luze and the girls. Nangongjing frowned. "Ze, let's go down? It's too dangerous in the sky." Luze nodded. Kaiuyuhesha suggested. "Let's use sand god art to camouflage our escape." Lin Ling agreed. "We're tiny. If we are extra careful, it'll be hard for the beasts to recognize us as targets." Lu Li complimented. "Alice and I will use sand god art to cover us up." Alice nodded. "Leave this to both of us." They were cosmic system states, but their speed was slower than Luze's. Luze nodded. The two girls also used chi concealing god art to cover them up. Luze and the girls dodged all sorts of attacks while fleeing. They successfully survived. Rumble! 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 Re! The battle of the two overlords continued. Wave after wave of attacks swept after the group. At this moment, Lin Ling gazed at the two overlords. "Why do I feel that their battle is slowly moving towards us?" Everyone! They observed, and indeed, the battlefield was getting closer to them. "Oh shit!" At this moment, a wave of fire and ice was drawing near. Fire waves wrapped the sand beetles behind them and turned to ashes. Luze shouted, "We can't run away. Defend!" Luze stopped. He exhausted all his spirit force. Orange flames spun around him, wrapping the girls inside. The girls also exhausted all their spirit force, forming barriers under the flames. Rumble! The fire waves and the defenses clashed. There was an ear-deafening explosion. Luze spat a mouthful of blood. The girls behind him also spat blood. Under the charge of such terrifying shockwaves, their defenses were torn apart like paper. Eventually, only 2 layers of earth shields remained. Seeing the fire waves disappear, the group felt relieved. Luze gasped. "We won't be able to stop the next one. They've used up pretty much all their powers to stop these fire waves." Re! The group looked up and saw the 2 overlords had split apart. Then, they flew off in opposite directions. Their powers slowly dissipated from the sky. Luze was uncertain. The 2 birds just flew off like that. Lin Ling wondered as well. Seems like it. Everyone wondered and then smiled. "We survived." Alice was in great disbelief. She thought they were dead for sure. Luze laughed. "Ha ha ha! We truly survived." Death was usual in the pocket hunting dimension. But who would want to die, if they could live? At this moment, Luze's eyes flashed with strong excitement. "I have an idea." Nangongjing blankly asked, "What is it?" Luze answered excitedly. Do you think there were already powerful beasts caught in the shockwaves before? Everyone's breath slowed. There were some powerful beasts injured in the escape. Whether they survived, they would surely be severely injured. This was a perfect opportunity to scavenge. Luze yelled, "Quick, let's go over now." The girls nodded. Although their power was pretty much exhausted, their recovery speed was strong. They would soon recover to their vitality. The group flew towards the battlefield. After 1,000 kilometers, they looked at an ice-covered region. There was an earth wolf ice sculpture. The chi inside was very weak. The group drew near immediately. Luze punched with an earth-shocking blow. Rumble! Luze! His fists ached, but the ice sculpture cracked a few. The ice bird wasn't even here. This was just a shockwave, and yet, it was still gravely tough. The girls were speechless. Kaiuyuhesha was encouraged. "Let's attack together." Nangongjing nodded. "Quick, otherwise, it would be a huge loss if we fail to kill the wolf." The wolf was a powerful beast. The group attacked the sculpture with full force. One would readily attack the sculpture the moment one recovered his or her power. The cracks grew deeper until Luze punched the last strike, and the sculpture completely cracked. The wolf also died and turned to dust. Chapter 1000 Golden Crystal Tree. Soon, the giant wolf dropped its loot. Luze and the girls looked hopefully at the items on the ground. It dropped 5 red and purple liquids like other beasts. However, compared to the sand beetles, it was much larger. The power contained in it was much greater as well. There was a yellow god art orb which was most likely a sand god art. There was another chi concealing god art and a yellow crystal. It was the crystal that Luze had collected before from the sand beetle cave. It could improve the body's defense and earth god art mastery. It was much larger than the one he collected from the cave. The group smiled excitedly. The giant wolf's drop is extremely abundant. Everyone nodded. Luze said, "The wolf's cultivation level is a peak cosmic system state. It's a pity, we won't be able to use the red and purple liquids now." Even Luze could only use level 6 cosmic system state red liquid for cultivation. If he dared to use a peak cosmic system state, he would explode. Nangongjing rolled her eyes. "There are other things that can be used." Luze put these things away. Kaiuyuhesha said, "Let's continue, there might be more beasts." The group kept moving. Half a minute later, they stopped and changed directions. Soon, they found the second beast. It was a roasted golden sand beetle. It smelled very good, but it wasn't dead yet. It was on the verge of death. The group rejoiced. "It's the golden sand beetle." This was a super beast. Its combat power and cultivation level might not be as strong as that giant wolf, but it was surely more useful to them now. The group flew over rapidly. Luze didn't hesitate to crush its head. Rumble! The golden sand beetle finally died. Lu asked, "I wonder what this one would drop." Lin Ling replied, "This is a super beast with god art. Should it have a lot of good things?" Moments later, the body turned to dust. There were 5 drops of red and purple liquids, but they had this golden tint. The golden beetle's cultivation level was just level 5 cosmic system state. It was useful for Luze now. It would be very beneficial. There were 2 earth crystals. One big and one small. The small one contained intense earth god art power. As for the larger one, it was an equipment crystal. There was also an earth god art orb, chi concealing god art, and a golden god art orb. There was also an earth rune and a god art rune shard. There were nearly 20 drops. Everyone gasped. There was so much loot. Luze quickly took everything and said, "There's so much treasure." The golden sand beetle's power was barely cosmic cloud state. There was no way Luze and the girls could beat it. "Let's continue." Luze thought about it and said, "Let's split up. It'll be more efficient. The girls nodded. The other beasts had pretty much run away. What was left here were half-dead beasts. Half an hour later, the group kept searching for beasts. They had found 4 golden sand beetles, 2 dark green sand scorpions, and many other treasures. There were also powerful beasts that had great drops too. However, because they weren't super beasts, their drops weren't as good as the golden sand beetle and dark green scorpion. But even stronger super beasts would be decent in a cosmic cloud state. The overlord battles were very strong, but just the shockwaves wouldn't be enough to injure them. Luze was flying in the sky. He couldn't stop smiling. This huge loot was unbelievable. At this moment, Luze suddenly stopped, and he looked at the distant scene. There was a huge oasis. Half of it was charred by fire, and half of it was frozen into an ice sculpture. Luze's heart beat rapidly. Oasis equals flower sea equals blue dew equals terrifying learning capability equals large amounts of god art learning with the current orbs equals improvement in combat power equals invincibility. Luze. Oh shit! He was about to be invincible. At this moment, Luze saw the girls fly over. They were very excited because they saw the oasis too. Alice shouted, "Senior! There's an oasis there!" Luze grinned. "Let's go over." He didn't know if this was the same oasis they encountered last time, but there were too many bosses inside. There were a lot of cosmic cloud states. This place was rather ravaged by the 2 overlords. The group went inside the oasis. Luze found that poison vine from last time. However, it was already dead. He shook his head helplessly, then he kept moving deeper. After some distance, Luze paused and looked ahead. He sensed more than 10 weak chi. They were just reaching the cosmic cloud state. How was this possible? Soon, Luze came before the sea of flowers. A small part of it was charred, and another part was frozen. The chi came from amidst the flowers. The girls made their way over too. Lin Ling suddenly said, "There are 12 cosmic cloud state flowers which are still alive." Nangongjing clenched her fists. "Quick quick quick! Kill it!" Luze looked at the middle of the flowers. There was a crystal tree growing there. It seemed to have been made of golden crystals. Golden flowers were blossoming on the branches. Yet, it wasn't frozen. Luze was confused. Was this not a blue tree? Why was it golden now?